Have you ever thought that a real messenger of God will look back at you in the mirror? Only under extraordinary circumstances can an angel descend to earth to help a person. The main character of this amazing story did not believe in God, although she worked hard all her life. The girl stared in shock at the angel who opened the system window and announced her rebirth. She didn't immediately notice that her own body, bloody and battered after death, was lying nearby. All her life, the poor lady heard that no one would need her anyway, from various spheres. And today, she was supposed to have a completely ordinary and boring day, similar to all the others. To please herself a little, the girl constantly escaped in her thoughts to the world of reading stories. This world sometimes absorbed the heroine so much that she even read on the way home from work. The lady genuinely sympathized with the characters who were cruelly accused, although they were wonderful. The girl couldn't contain herself, so she often left comments under every novel she read. She believed that she was the owner of the best comments under any story from the god Aftanes. And so it was, until inattention changed the whole life of the heroine, who forgot about the traffic light. The huge truck was moving at such a speed that the lady would not have been able to dodge the blow, even if she had been a ninja. And so the heroine was faced with a choice, whether to remain in the world of the dead or to be reborn with the help of an angel. It turned out that the lady had read so many books from the god Aftanes that he decided to reward her for such faithfulness in her choice. Our heroine could not even imagine that one day reading stories would be so useful to her in life. But the girl had no desire to be reborn in one of God's stupid worlds. The lady subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but she could not explain this state. The little angel looked surprisingly harmless and sweet, as if he was hinting with all his might that she should trust him. He recalled that under each story of God, the young lady always left her comment, and it looked as if she herself actually wanted to get into one of these worlds. So the baby and her creator decided that the heroine would quickly get used to her new life. However, the girl was still not impressed by the fact that she had won rebirth in this way. However, the dead heroine had nowhere else to go, and was left to forget her past self. She knew perfectly well what to do if she were suddenly reborn as an ordinary and poor slave. The girl wasn't even afraid of being a secondary character who would soon be thrown out. But before agreeing, the smart miss decided to put forward her difficult conditions to the angel. The whole point was that the heroine wanted to be reborn into a rich family with a handsome father and brothers. It was clear that it was difficult for the angel to listen to so many demands from a simple reincarnation. As a result, the girl herself became confused about what she wanted, because there were an endless number of options. The angel politely reminded the heroine that it was time for her to come to terms with her precarious position as a dead person. He promised that his God would never deprive the girl of her abilities, because it would be fair. Such a picture could not help but make the young lady's heart tremble with anticipation of a new life. The heroine had been praying all along for her fate to become easier, and now that moment had come. The girl believed that she had suffered enough in her past life not to worry about anything, so she grumpily agreed to be reborn, pretending it was a favor on her part. But then a shiver of horror ran down the lady's spine when the angel announced that the deal had been made. Immediately after this, the space behind the heroine began to tear in half, trying to pull her in. Only now did the lady realize that Aftanes was not God at all, and she agreed to the devil's terms. The girl began to beg to cancel all the conditions, because she did not want to get involved with evil forces. Miss tried her best to break free, but all her efforts were absolutely useless. The devil looked at the poor heroine with a stony face, as he finally caught her in a trap. No matter how many curses and insults the lady shouted at him, the lying angel only smiled more intensely in response. Until the very end, the feisty girl made attempts to escape from the darkness that was engulfing her, but the angel continued to silently watch the miss, who had finally disappeared from this world. And that's how the heroine found herself in the body of a little girl named Luatisha Feraton. But there was nothing around that the impudent little devil in the form of an angel had promised the girl. Since arriving in this world, the lady has already managed to grieve over her sad fate many times. She didn't understand why she found herself in such cruel conditions and was forced to work every day. But the aristocrat with whom the girl lived did not give her a minute of rest because of his harmfulness. It was Marquis Tereni, who was the heroine's uncle in this world by bloodline. But the man himself treated the baby with such contempt that he did not consider her a relative. Every day, with an evil smile on his face, He reminded her that her father had abandoned Luatisha and gone far away. But what saddened the girl most was that no one believed that she was the Duke's daughter. From the very first moment of her new life, the heroine possessed her former adult mind. She was delighted at the sight of the expensive decoration of her surroundings, because this was exactly the kind of transformation she wanted. Most of all, the girl dreamed of a real family that would love her more than anything in the world. The girl wanted a happy ending for herself in this world, even though it was built by the evil devil. But such calm and joyful days for the girl did not last long, and soon the little heroine was moved to the estate of the Marquis and his daughter, who was the same age. This girl named Clatia grew up as a beautiful child, but her character resembled that of her cruel father. She pretended to be the kindest and sweetest girl in the world, just to get praise from others. In fact, the little girl loved it when all the adults' attention was focused only on her. The cousin's sweet smile could never deceive the heroine, who knew about her essence. Luatisha, her heart sinking, remained motionless as her sister approached her. When no one could see her face, Clatia stopped playing the role of a caring and sweet girl, and the heroine knew better than anyone about this nasty feature of the Marquis's daughter, that she looked like him. The Duke's daughter suffered most from having to remain in the shadow of her relatives. The girl ate little and worked a lot, which had a negative impact on her physical condition. She could not understand how she had deserved such a terrible attitude towards herself. But no matter how much the little girl cried and complained about her fate, it was all useless. Only at night did the heroine give in completely to the bitter emotions that were bursting out from the injustice. And today, she received a painful punishment for not finishing cleaning on time. Luatisha felt ill, but no one in this terrible place cared. The obsession in the form of Clatia, due to the temperature, advised to stop crying because of what was happening. Even now, the girl showed no sympathy for her sister, who was experiencing severe illness. The Duke's daughter was unable to respond to the Marquis's angry daughter, so she had to endure it. The mockery of the fake Clatia continued until she finally disappeared. The Marquis did not feel sorry for his niece, because he did not want to help her in place of her abandoned father. The heroine knew that this plot contradicted the devil's promises, but what could one take from a liar? The lady couldn't argue with her uncle, because she didn't even have magic like the rest of the Faraton family. So every day the girl believed more and more that she had actually been abandoned by her real family. She blamed everything on that devil who pretended to be an angel and promised her a lot of things. But instead of a kind and caring family, the heroine received terrible and cruel relatives. It was for this reason that the girl could not hold back her tears, because her life was so hard and sad. But Luatisha was not going to give up and die because of an unfair reincarnation. A few days later, it was time for Clatia's birthday to be celebrated, sparkling in her new dress. The aristocrats around were whispering that the Marquis loved his daughter very much, since he spoiled her with such outfits. And the heroine, who did not have such attention, watched all this from the side with bitterness. The girl wished that at least one person in this world loved her, but this did not happen, and the sister deliberately added difficulties to her relative by forcing her to clean up in the middle of the celebration. Luatisha didn't dare argue with the arrogant lady who was celebrating her birthday today. But even the servants silently turned away from the Duke's daughter, since the evil Marquise had ordered it. With all her might, Miss convinced herself that she could overcome any difficulties that came her way. And even Clatia's caustic and mocking gaze could not make the heroine give in so easily. She kept telling herself that she was important to the plot, so there was no need to be upset. But the girl's heart was filled with pain from how unfair people were to her. Miss felt so hurt at that moment by the happy faces around her that she could not hold back her tears. And then a tall and handsome man appeared on the horizon, and everyone around him made way for him. It was the same Duke Anthony Faraton, who returned from the war to take his daughter. The heroine saw her father for the first time in her life, so she did not immediately recognize him as a relative. But the whispers of the aristocrats around told the girl who exactly this man was for her. The man calmly stated that he had returned from the war early, but did not recognize his little daughter. The Marquis clung to his back in fear, trying to come up with an explanation for what was happening. Anthony met his relative's chatter with an angry look, because he did not want to listen to his lies. Tereni was in a panic, because the Duke had not even warned them in advance of his arrival. Meanwhile, Luatisha couldn't take her eyes off her father, hoping that he would take her with him. At the sight of the girl, Faraton grimaced with displeasure, but stopped in front of the familiar child. The heroine was moved to tears by the fact that her own father looked at her with contempt. The Duke's face showed the unpleasant emotions he experienced at the sight of his daughter. But the little girl dared to ask her dad not to leave her in this terrible and cruel place. She barely managed to force a smile onto her face, as she was most afraid that the Duke would simply leave. The man listened silently, while the girl gave herself good comments. Since she knew how to do a lot of things, the heroine could not hold back her tears of sadness, because she did not want to remain in the care of Uncle Tareni any longer. She bowed her head to her father in respect, and sincerely admitted that she wanted to return home. Luatecia did not understand at all why the Duke did not take her with him, although he was her biological father. She constantly watched how happily Cletia was spending time with the Marquise, who loved her to death. Therefore, the heroine was going to fight for her happiness, if only Duke Faraton would not leave her in someone else's estate. At that moment, she let all her emotions out and screamed for the man to take her away from here. Anthony was not known for his talkativeness, so he silently lifted the dirty child that belonged to him by the scruff of the neck. Seeing her father's stern gaze, the lady hiccuped in fear, as she was not prepared for such an attitude. But she was incredibly pleased that the Duke headed for the exit, but did not let go of his daughter. For a moment, Faraton paused, as he remembered something important to do in this place. Literally a second later, the beautiful dress on Cletia turned into terrible rags. But Anthony himself didn't even blink an eye, since this is exactly what he was trying to achieve with the help of magical powers. The heroine watched her father's actions with apprehension, as she did not understand what explained his behavior. What surprised the lady most was that the Marquise did not shout anything after the relative who had insulted his daughter. On the way to the estate, the heroine fell asleep and opened her eyes only in a soft and warm bed under a comfortable blanket. The little girl was wary of the help of the maids, who were ready to dress her in a beautiful outfit. Surprisingly, the lady quickly settled into her new surroundings, and her old wounds on her body managed to heal completely. Luatecia herself was amazed at how lovely she looked once she was washed and dressed. The only thing that upset the girl in this situation was that she had not seen her father since arriving in the new home. So the heroine wasn't sure what he was going to do next with her. So useless. From the stories of people around the lady heard that Duke Faraton did not at all pursue justice and protection. On the contrary, this man seemed warlike and scary even to his loyal allies. From her past life, Miss remembered that there were always different kinds of villains in stories, like the Marquise of Tareni. But ruthless tyrants like Duke Faraton usually turned out to be kind and calm people, and the lady, whom the terrible man took with him under his arm, hoped that her father was the second type of villain. For Luatecia, this meant that the long-awaited happy and peaceful days would finally come into her life. So for the first time in a long time, the heroine did not worry about whether she would live to see tomorrow. Therefore, the girl firmly decided for herself that she would work off all the food and care she received. The lady was eager to be useful, so she started by washing the windows. The maids tried to dissuade their mistress with various words, but they were not very successful. Miss was mistakenly convinced that she had to earn the right to stay in this place. Suddenly, the Duke appeared next to his daughter and contemptuously asked what she had been doing. Luatecia didn't know what to say in response. Since the man was supposed to return later, Anthony became visibly angry at the sight of the rag that the girl stubbornly refused to let go of. The heroine stood her ground, because she believed it was right to work off her living expenses on the estate. But the father silently picked up his daughter in his arms, which drove her into hysterics out of fear. The little girl calmed down in confusion, only when she saw mountains of delicious food in front of her. The Duke brought the girl to the dining room, where he had ordered a lot of food from the best chefs in advance. And now, with an incredibly menacing look, he forced the lady to eat until she was full. Out of fear, the lady tried to eat as much as possible, although she felt sick from eating so much food at one time. But the little girl did not dare to stop, because the Duke looked at her with displeasure at that moment. For the first time in her life, the heroine found herself in a situation where she felt ill due to a stomach full of delicious food. And the formidable father, who glared terribly, did not make this situation any better. When Luatecia was about to lose consciousness, she was suddenly saved by a maid who distracted the Duke. The man calmly accepted the fact that his daughter was unable to eat even another spoonful. This assistant's name was Annie, and she had been kind to the children of Faraton ever since she arrived at the estate. The heroine was delighted when her father gave the order to this servant to become the lady's personal maid. The girl herself did not change a bit in her soul, although such a promotion provided her with many opportunities. The little girl only now realized that the Duke was not going to kick her out, since he was appointing servants. For Anthony himself, such questions were not worth answering because of their extreme stupidity. But Miss had no idea that her father had no bad plans for her, as he wanted to help his daughter. This immediately made the girl feel better, because her main fear had passed, so she could live peacefully. But boredom immediately set in, because all her thoughts became free after realizing that the Duke would not kick her out. Luatia still hadn't gotten used to her father, who seemed to incinerate her with his eerie gaze. At that moment, the Duke's assistant arrived just in time and tore Faraton away from contemplating his daughter. With great reluctance, the man had to get up from the table to go about his business. Finally, the Duke warned his daughter not to dare to do anything stupid in his absence. Although the young lady was pleased with her skill in cleaning the estate, she did not dare to argue. She returned to her room, thinking about how difficult it had been to communicate with her father. But the maids did not leave their mistress for long, as they wanted to clarify one point. The heroine listened silently to the words that Anthony really wasn't going to kick her out. Annie was most concerned about the well-being of the little girl she sympathized with. Therefore, the assistant begged the miss not to do the work of the other servants anymore. Before, Luatia hadn't thought about the fact that she seemed nervous and anxious to people, but the maids did not let go of this thought, so they promised to definitely help the girl with everything. Only now did the little girl realize that the servants of this estate were sincerely worried about her. The lady was sad that none of the maids had expressed their opinion a little earlier, but the assistants were surprised when Miss whispered that she saw disgust in their eyes. The girls did not dare to speak to the young lady because of the difference in status, and not because of hatred. But at that moment, they were incredibly touched by the girl, who behaved modestly and quietly. So Luatia gradually blossomed and began to smile at the people who supported her. For the first time in this world, the heroine felt that she was no longer alone and could fear nothing. Although the lady still felt awkward, her soul sang joyfully at the sight of new friends. But that night, sad thoughts about her family again overtook the girl, and she could not sleep. The little girl looked at herself in the mirror, trying in vain to find any resemblance to the Duke. She was worried that her mother, whom they had never met, might actually have cheated on her father. Direct evidence of this was the fact that Anthony had black hair and red eyes, while the heroine for some reason got azure eyes and pink hair. So Miss believed more and more that her uncle the Marquis was right when he spoke about her mother's infidelity. Luatia thought with bated breath about what would happen when this news reached Faraton. Therefore, the little girl had to do a lot to stay alive in any case. A cunning thought matured in the girl's head, that the Duke might love her with all his heart, and then he will never dare to kick out his sweet and beloved daughter, even if she is not his own. With such thoughts and a strong desire to change everything, Miss approached the door to her father's office. With shining eyes, she came up with a brilliant plan that she was going to put into practice. But it was not easy for Luatia to maintain her courage, for the lady was afraid of dying in this world too. The lady remembered her father's harsh words about her, which meant that he did not feel love for his daughter. But even this could not make the main character of this world give up and simply die. While the little girl was collecting her thoughts, the doors in front of her suddenly and quietly swung open. It turned out that the Duke himself wanted to see his daughter, although she had not warned of her arrival. The girl's heart began to beat treacherously fast from excitement, so that the miss could not calm down. Father sat so majestically on the chair, as if he were an emperor on the throne of this empire. His handsome face was as gloomy as last time, which could frighten anyone. But Luatia had already gotten into character, so she smiled tenderly at the man who could let her live. She boldly ran closer to the Duke and cheerfully said that she had missed him. These actions of the little girl caused a stir among the aristocrats who were present at the meeting. The heroine looked around warily, but could not understand what she had done wrong. Faraton silently looked from head to toe at his daughter, who had come to him so unexpectedly. It turned out that the man did not believe her kind words so easily, as he remembered their previous meetings. The lady did not lose her composure, and smiled even wider at her father, saying that she only wanted to be with him. The little girl's plan was to spend as much time as possible with the Duke so that he would fall in love with her. She reached out her hands to Anthony and felt herself touching something warm and very soft to the touch. Opening her eyes, the heroine realized that she had accidentally embraced the face of the most terrible Duke. Luatia mentally said goodbye to life because she did not believe that she would be forgiven for this accident. Suddenly, right in front of the little girl's face, a system window popped up congratulating her on entering the game. What surprised the lady most was that she had discovered some incredible ability, according to the report. She no longer thought that that lying angel would actually keep his word towards her. In the end, the devil granted the girl an ability, but it is not a fact that it will bring her good profit. Here, Faraton asked in confusion if his cheeks were really soft, like those of a small child. Luatia froze in place in horror, as she had not planned to say such information out loud. But surprisingly, the man did not get angry at his daughter, but calmly, in front of everyone, sat her on his lap. The heroine did not move from the spot, while her father, for some unknown purpose, carefully poked her cheeks. No one present at the meeting dared to say a word to the Duke, although he was distracted from the discussion. The lady had already begun to hope that Anthony was trying to get attached to her sweet appearance in this way. But then Faraton mercilessly informed her that his daughter looked like an evil fugu fish, and that was not at all attractive. However, even after the meeting ended, the man did not let go of his daughter, even though she could walk on her own. He brought the girl into the room and asked the maids to wash her, which surprised the miss, who did not stink to herself. Luatia could not get used to the Duke's taciturn manner, who did not explain anything to her. The thought crossed Mrs. Mind that her father was dragging her around because of his recent words, but she dismissed it. Even in her past life, the heroine was used to relying only on herself, so she didn't dream of anything extra. Although the lady obediently allowed the maids to take care of her, she did not relax for a second. Luatia was looking forward to being alone to figure out the system. She didn't know how to summon a window that could help her progress through the story. And as if by magic, a system window appeared in front of the girl, which made her incredibly happy. But it turned out that at the moment, all the lady's possibilities were constrained by enormous limitations. The little girl had difficulty reading a long text, as her current body was still physically weak. The heroine didn't expect that she could summon any book she read and take an ability from it. Luatia had never encountered a storyline that had anything like her circumstances before. The little girl was truly delighted by this, although the gifts from the devil remained dubious. The lady had already begun to dream of unlocking the ability with which her father would love her infinitely. And Luatia herself will always be at her best, because she will be able to use any powers she needs. For the little girl, this meant that she could forget about the painful everyday life that haunted her. Suddenly, the system window mercilessly announced to the girl her first task in this world. And now, the lady had to somehow miraculously find an item that would allow her to summon abilities. But the heroine wasn't upset at all, because she had read so many stories that she was confident in herself. The only thing that puzzled Miss was that usually such items turned out to be rare and expensive things. It is either a national relic or an extremely valuable treasure of a magic tower. It was precisely to this thing that the lady immodestly reached out with her hand, wanting to acquire such wealth. The lady was sure that such an item must have been in the possession of her famous father, so the little girl only had to figure out a way to get it with the Duke's permission. But as soon as the girl imagined Faraton's menacing gaze, her body was overcome with a slight tremor. Even as she gradually fell asleep from fatigue, the heroine could not help but worry about tomorrow. Although Luatia was not in any danger at that moment, she was too accustomed to relying on herself. But the next morning, the lady felt as if she had slept enough to last her entire life. Annie politely woke up the little lady, who had a lot of work to do at the estate today. The lady noted with confusion that she was covered, although the assistants did not show such concern. But Miss had no time to think about such a moment, because she had to charm everyone around her with her smile. And the maids had long been enchanted by the beauty of the little girl, who had recently come under their care. They took great pleasure in dressing the girl in beautiful jewelry, since the Duke himself had ordered it. Unexpectedly, the heroine sadly refused the hairpin because it looked too expensive. In response, the assistants began to fervently convince the lady that she was worthy of even more expensive things. and the heroine took advantage of this to find out if there were such valuable items in the estate right now. She hoped to be able to personally see the jewels that were kept in the estate. The little girl told her assistants that she was not even allowed to look at the decorations in her uncle's house. Therefore, the girl was not sure that her father would not be indignant at such an idea. For some reason, after such sad words, the little maid's face changed, as if she were terrified. It turned out that the faithful girls could not see the sad and sorrowful face of their little mistress. The maids sincerely wished the girl a happy future and were going to help her with this. So all fears finally left Luatisha due to such strong support. The assistants hugged and consoled the lady until she became completely ill from it. But the miss could not refuse the maids, since for the first time in her life she was so well supported. Even the eternally calm and reserved Emma couldn't hide her smile at this happy moment. Because of all the sentimentality, the heroine was able to go to the decorations too late. But she had no idea that she would not even have time to catch a glimpse of the treasures of Phaeton. The little girl was seriously determined to see an object that would help her with her abilities. But the butler unexpectedly announced that the Duke wished to see his daughter at breakfast. This circumstance disrupted all the plans of the heroine, who was preparing for something else. So the heroine was not delighted that Anthony controlled her as he pleased. The baby was so excited about the unexpected meeting that she couldn't even eat properly. She glanced at her father, who seemed not to pay any attention to her at all. The man enjoyed his food calmly, since he did not always have time for it. As soon as the lady noticed the Duke's gaze on her, her mouth stretched into a wide smile. But, due to Anthony's lack of emotion, it increasingly seemed to her that everything was useless. Phaeton only really noticed his daughter when she began to eat hastily. The heroine liked the pudding the most, which she had never tried before. The girl was genuinely upset when she didn't even notice how she ate the entire dessert in one go. But then Anthony, with an inscrutable face, silently gave his daughter his share of the goodies. The lady looked closely at her father, as she thought he was ignoring her. But refusing such a delicious dessert was beyond the strength of the little girl who loved sweets. So she ate everything in a few minutes and carefully thanked the Duke for the gift. The lady felt awkward, because she didn't know how to behave in the company of such a father. Anthony did not help his daughter at all, keeping his cool, as was his style. Luaticia's father's intense gaze made her increasingly nervous, which was becoming noticeable. Suddenly, the man grabbed the little girl by the collar with displeasure, as he had done with her before. He sat her on his lap, causing the heroine to shrink with fear all over in anticipation of something terrible. But Anthony had no bad intentions, as he was indulging his daughter's desire to be closer. Since childhood, the Duke remained a man of few words, and at his present age, he behaved no better. So the miss was completely at a loss when Phaeton set to work, holding her on his knees. It took Luatitia a moment to realize that the man was acting so strangely only because she had asked him to. She couldn't resist the temptation to glance cautiously at his handsome face. In the heroine's head, Anthony still remained a terrible person who did not trust her, and the lady was looking forward to the moment when she could melt the Duke's icy heart. But to do this, Luatitia first had to find an attribute that would help in developing her powers. The baby fidgeted so much with excitement that the man noticed her actions. Then the heroine smiled cheerfully and asked permission to see beautiful things. But the lady did not think that the maid would obligingly tell about her desire to visit the sanctuary. Miss still expected some cruel trick from the Duke, whom she knew little. But Phaeton suddenly left behind all that pile of paperwork that needed to be completed. Instead, the Duke tenderly took his daughter in his arms and silently carried her towards the sanctuary. Not for the first time, Luatitia wondered if Anthony was really a good man. For some reason, the father granted his daughter's wish when she wanted to see the jewels. The heroine's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the huge number of beautiful decorations. In her father's arms, the baby was surprisingly comfortable, looking at all the objects that were shining in the daylight. It took the lady a few minutes to find the very thing that could be useful. There was a book behind the glass of one of the shelves, and the system window called the heroine a reader. For this reason, the girl carefully began to ask her father about such an amazing object. Luatitia was alarmed by the fact that the book was a sealing device, even though it was not in use. The faithful assistant hastened to reassure the little girl that the book did not contain any essence. The Duke gave the servant a cold look, but only because he himself did not dare to console his daughter with warm words. He explained that the item was kept on display only because it belonged to the first Pharaton. The lady had to use all her charm to beg her father's permission to touch the book. She diligently made eyes and looked pitifully at the Duke, hoping that he would obey her. But Anthony turned away mercilessly, as he had no intention of sacrificing such a precious item. At that moment, as if the lady didn't have enough problems already, a system window appeared in front of her, along with a task. Luatasia realized that it was impossible to joke with a system that could punish her with the loss of her life. So she put a fake smile on her face, even though she didn't feel any joy at all. The Duke watched his daughter closely, but could not understand her emotions at that moment, and the girl was worried that she could die so easily at the very beginning of her journey. Here Luatasia noticed with resentment that the system had taken pity and given her hints on what to do. This somewhat cheered up the heroine, who was still afraid to communicate with her father. Suddenly, she saw that Anthony had a small pink heart drawn on his face. But no one except the heroine herself noticed anything like this, since it was a hint from the system. So the lady had to tenderly kiss her father on the cheek in order to get the book from him. This made Luatasia feel embarrassed, as she had never done this to adults before. The daughter's internal turmoil increasingly reminded Anthony of a frog's floundering. The heroine had no right to give herself away, so she tried to calm down before acting. The man maintained the same calm and even indifferent expression on his face, but the lady began to influence him again with all her irresistibility and beautiful appearance. The Duke listened silently to his daughter as she made various arguments to obtain the book. She even gave her father the sad look of an abandoned man, just to move him to pity. As a result, the girl made even more invisible hearts fly around the man. Miss realized that no other action would help her persuade her angry father, so she carefully touched Anthony's cheek with her lips, which surprised him. The Duke's face stretched in indecision, as he did not expect such a powerful blow. The assistants around screamed in horror, because the lady had managed to cross all possible boundaries. Immediately after this, the sound of glass breaking with magic was heard behind the little girl. Luatasia watched in amazement as her father took out the book with ease and nonchalance. She couldn't believe that just because of a kiss, the formidable Duke melted before her. The little girl eagerly awaited the moment when she could take possession of the valuable attribute. But Anthony was not willing to simply hand over the antique item into the hands of his little daughter. First, he checked with magic to make sure there really was nothing dangerous left in the book. He warned the girl that she should be more careful when handling such an expensive toy. The heroine guessed that, in fact, her father was worried about her safety because of the object. But the assistant fearfully reminded that this valuable relic should not be given to a child. But a second later, he had to shut up at the sight of the gentleman's menacing gaze. Pharaton himself enjoyed the time he spent with his little and sweet daughter. Luatasia showered her father with compliments, just to achieve her goal. And from this, the man blossomed in his soul, although he remained just as serious on the outside. Hearts appeared again inside the Duke with joy, as he longed for a kiss. The heroine had no choice but to satisfy Anthony's desire. The little girl herself could not understand why the Duke enjoyed kissing his daughter so much. But the softening method worked perfectly, as the man's stern face became kinder, and the lady finally received the long-awaited attribute with which her story was supposed to begin. The system scared the little girl with sounds indicating that she had done everything correctly, so Miss was able to relax only when nothing else depended on her. What excited Luatasia most was the chance to win coins in the virtual lottery, and the lady did not expect to receive a notification about the rise of admiration among assistants and aristocrats. This was not what she was aiming for, but it turned out that the system gave her a nice bonus. It remained a mystery to the heroine why people around her suddenly began to admire her. But the Duke did not want to stay where he was, so he silently carried his daughter into the back rooms. Even after several hours, Pharaton continued to carry the baby in his arms, but the heroine was burning with desire to quickly return to the room and study the book she had been given. But instead, she found herself attending a boring meeting of adults solving problems. The Duke did not react in any way to the information that the Marquis had lied about his investments in his business. But Luatasia was surprised when she learned that her father had ordered his assistants to keep an eye on her uncle. She easily read all the news that the man held in his hands for himself. Anthony concluded that Tereni was only attracting influential people to invest. The gentleman was angered by the fact that the Marquis used his name to deceive other aristocrats. However, it remained to be seen how the uncle convinced everyone around him that he was right. The famous Marquis Schrodel told many that he himself was involved in this profitable financial deal. But the other two rich men preferred to remain in the shadows so that their names would not be known. And these three businessmen had never crossed paths with each other before the deal with Tyranny. It suddenly dawned on the heroine that her uncle had personally spoken with each of the aristocrats he needed. But the girl drew her father's gaze because she accidentally said her assumptions out loud. She immediately tried to come up with an excuse, hiding behind the fact that she had heard about it at the estate. The lady lied that she saw the Marquis showing some aristocrat a small black object, after which she pointed her finger at a beautiful map lying on the table and similar to the one described. Miss held her breath with excitement, as she hoped that she had convinced everyone around her. She understood that her words without evidence sounded too mature for a child, and the little girl was helped by the fact that the Marquis conducted his business in her presence and was not at all afraid to show the map. The Duke's loyal aristocrats immediately raised an outcry of indignation because Tyranny had crossed the line. But the heroine was most worried that her father would not believe her truthful story. As soon as the lady turned around, she met the piercing gaze of an attentive Anthony. So Miss told in more detail about how she worked as a maid in the estate and could hear everything. It came as a revelation to Luetitia that her father was actually sending money for her upkeep. After all the time she was visiting her uncle, she lived in such a way that she could hardly earn enough to eat. However, the assistants doubted the lady's words, because the reports about her life were good. It was painful for the heroine to say that the Marquis had lied, as if her own father had simply abandoned her. Luetitia didn't know what else to say to make the aristocrats believe in her difficult fate, all because the little girl had no evidence other than bitter tears. She recalled with horror all the difficult moments she had experienced in her uncle's cruel estate. And from this, tears flowed faster and faster down the girl's cheeks, as if she had returned to her uncle again. But the Duke, with one word, forbade the aristocrats to continue questioning his daughter. The little girl was surprised that for some reason, Faraton ended up on her side. She noticed how the dark clouds of the man's magic passed behind her, causing no harm. But the assistants clearly got it, because the negative effect was directed at them. Anthony's magic made the room darker with each passing second, which frightened the heroine. The man admitted that he only now remembered the state his daughter was in at the Marquis's estate. Luetitia guessed that all this time, her father had never even thought to suspect her of lying and manipulation. So the lady, in gratitude, grabbed the man's hand tightly to be closer to him. Anthony froze in place with excitement, because he thought that his daughter would hate him after everything. He caused the baby so much pain with his absence that he was afraid to even touch her. But the desire to protect such a small and sweet girl overcame all the master's worries. The Duke gently stroked Luetitia's head, wanting to calm her down a little after her tears. From such affection, the heroine was overcome by a strong calm, and she did not notice how she fell asleep. As soon as the lady opened her eyes and saw that there was no one around, she immediately grabbed the book. But the attribute was so ancient that it almost fell apart in her small hands. The girl closed her eyes in excitement, but resolutely opened the book that was supposed to help. And immediately after this, beautiful and bright magic enveloped the entire body of the heroine, who activated her powers. Miss boldly reached out to the clots of energy, which did not seem dangerous to her at that moment, and the book continued to shine and glow just as brightly, noticeably transforming on the outside. As a result, a completely new and beautiful tome in a red cover appeared before the little girl. Luetitia carefully touched the attribute, which was radically different from the previous version. But now, Miss had to explain to her father what had happened to the ancient relic. But curiosity overcame the heroine's worries, because anything could have ended up in the book. The little girl wouldn't even be surprised if it contained spells to summon the devil. There was only one way to resolve all these doubts, so the lady opened the book. But the pages of the folio turned out to be completely clean and empty, so they shone. Before the heroine had time to get upset, the now familiar system window popped up in front of her from above. It turned out that the little girl was able to remove almost all the restrictive seals with the help of the attribute. And now the lady had to call upon one of the stories to put it into practice. But the heroine still didn't know how to cope with the powers she had received. The experience of the books she had read told the little girl that she should cast a spell. So Luatisha began to compose phrases with hope that sounded like an appeal. But the system made it clear that the lady simply had to pronounce the title of the work. This confused the girl, but she quickly recovered to continue studying her abilities. To begin with, the heroine needed a book that would give her the opportunity not to be afraid of death. But the lady failed in her summoning because she did not have enough coins. Only now did Miss remember that she had received a lottery ticket, so she used it. As the wheel of fortune spun over Luatisha's head, she prayed for a better outcome. But the devil who lured the lady into this world only gave her 100 virtual coins. This upset the heroine so much that she was not ready to act further for some time. Luatisha understood that such a sum would not be enough to summon any book. Her only hope was one unread message that the system had saved. It turned out that the little girl had been awarded a prize for making her father happy. The lady couldn't believe her eyes when she read that she could rent any book. This event motivated the heroine because it opened up many opportunities for her. Out of joy, she even prayed to the imp who had devised a system of rewards for her. But then a clatter of feet was heard from the corridor, and then there was an unexpected knock on the door. In a panic, the girl quickly rushed to hide the book, which she could not show to anyone. It turned out that the maids who were supposed to take care of her decided to visit the young lady. In the end, the assistants didn't notice anything strange due to the little girl's good acting skills. But the lady did not expect to hear that she had accidentally fallen asleep on Duke Ferreton's lap. This circumstance frightened the heroine, who did not want to provoke the wrath of her strict parent. Only now did Luatisha remember that she had been present at a meeting of important gentlemen. So the lady finally believed that she would be punished for such stupid behavior. The little girl was even more frightened by the fact that the Duke himself carried her to bed late in the evening. Just in case, the girl asked Annie to help herself next time. However, the assistant believed that the Duke did not perceive his own daughter as a burden. Luatisha didn't know how to explain all her fears and doubts to the persistent servant. After all, the head of the Ferreton family was known to everyone as a cruel and stern, powerful magician. But Annie attributed all of the gentleman's qualities to the fact that he did not know how to express his emotions. The heroine was surprised by the fact that her appearance at the estate had imperceptibly changed Anthony. This interested the lady, who was doing nothing but desperately trying to survive. And the maids all declared at once that the Ferreton family had been truly outstanding since ancient times. No one in the world would dare to call this family ordinary people. And the young heroine had to independently deal with the secrets of her clever relatives. That same evening, the Marquis of Tereni could not contain his rage and smashed expensive dishes against the walls. He could not understand why many of the investors suddenly withdrew their consent. But the man deliberately used the Duke's daughter's maintenance check to deceive them. Tereni dreamed of reaching the rich fortune of the greedy Ferreton family. But the Marquis could not act openly, lest he incur the wrath of their chief patron. The man entered the family only thanks to the daughter of the old man Ferreton, who disliked him. To save himself, he was even ready to sacrifice the happiness of his dear daughter. So Tereni suggested that the girl visit her cousin Luatisha, which she was not thrilled about. Claytia sincerely hated the little girl, whom she bullied throughout her stay with them. But the Marquis insisted that his daughter obediently go to the Ferreton estate. The fair-haired lady was sure that even in her father's house, everyone despised Luatisha. She could not imagine any other option than universal hatred towards her cousin. So the girl made her father happy by agreeing to visit the stupid Luatisha. Claytia wanted to make an incredible impression on the little girl she hated. She was confident that the Duke's daughter would not be able to refuse to meet her relative. But in reality, the heroine wanted to no longer see the evil uncle and his nasty daughter. While she had the opportunity, the girl enjoyed the life of a small child to the fullest. And as her first work, the lady illustrated herself holding a maid's hand. Annie was delighted with this drawing, which sank into the heart of the hard-working assistant. It never occurred to her that the little mistress simply wanted to appease her maid. Luatisha didn't expect that just one drawing could cause such a stir among the servants. As a result, Miss charmed the other maids with her drawings of them alone. The girls couldn't resist the sweetness that the young lady exuded with her efforts. Some of the assistants were even ready to commit a crime just to get the coveted drawing. So by the end of the day, the heroine was completely exhausted from appeasing the maids. But Luatisha was pleased because she had managed to obtain permission to enter the estate's greenhouse. However, the little girl's journey did not last long, because she accidentally fell at her father's feet. The man was just going about his business, but he couldn't ignore his daughter's injury. He couldn't understand why the girl had fallen at all, since the ground was level everywhere. Annie anxiously tried to explain to the Duke that this was normal for small children, and the heroine took advantage of the situation and asked to be picked up by her father, who was standing in front of her. In the end, the distraction worked perfectly, as Faraton stopped grumbling. But because of this, the man noticed that the girl got dirty during the fall and was slightly injured, so he silently carried the lady towards the estate, despite her desire to see the greenhouse. For the first time in his life, Anthony was confronted with the fragility of a child's body, which alarmed him. At that moment, the thought arose in Luaticia's mind that she might be abandoned due to weakness. But the Duke had no intention of leaving his daughter unattended, as he began to treat her wound. But the father's menacing appearance only frightened the little girl, who was already worried about the fall, even more. However, the man gently applied the ointment to the miss's knees without causing any harm. The maids were delighted with what they saw, because the master had never done such things before. The Duke was so focused on his own actions that he did not pay attention to others. Although Luaticia did not want to be a burden to her father, she could not help but smile at his concern. And the Duke did not stop until he was sure that everything was really all right with his daughter. But Faraton's care did not end there, as he personally carried the baby to the best seamstress. Even the aristocrats who came to the meeting with the master looked at each other in surprise. But Anthony didn't even think of paying attention to people who only wanted the best for him. Meanwhile, the best seamstress in the empire, named Jutrophalia, was already busily preparing for the meeting. The woman earned her status through good outfits and by sewing clothes for small children. Her assistants discussed the appearance of the Duke's daughter, whose children usually resembled him. Yurta had already worked with each of Faraton's 3 sons, which she remembered with fear. This is all because the Duke's family was not known for its friendliness and docile nature. Therefore, Phalia was worried that Anthony's next child would cause her a lot of problems. The woman was preparing herself not to openly show all her disappointment with the girl. Although her father would not be offended by the seamstress's emotions, she did not want to anger him further with her behavior. The heroine sat calmly in his arms, having come to terms with the fact that a man was carrying her. At the sight of such a cute little girl, Phalia could hardly restrain herself from fainting with delight. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such an incredibly beautiful child, so she was instantly inspired. The designer in the seamstress had not died during all the years of monotonous work, so the madam was glad to see the lady. As a result, the woman became so fascinated with the girl that she did not immediately remember the Duke's presence. She obediently hurried to take Luaticia's measurements, although the process was made more difficult by the formidable Faraton. It would be ideal for Yurte to achieve further cooperation with the child of a strict man. Therefore, the woman easily began to compliment both the girl and the silent father himself. Although it wasn't obvious from Anthony's face, he was pleased with the seamstress's praise. The man tried his best to hide the fact that he held his daughter in his arms by his own will. He stubbornly pretended that he was creating better conditions for the girl only because of her carelessness. But the assistants quickly realized what the seamstress was trying to achieve and took her side with compliments. The heroine watched the people around her in surprise, as she did not understand what they were trying to achieve. Moreover, Anthony's face became more tense and frightening with every word. But none of the assistants were going to stop at the achieved effect. So the Duke and his daughter found themselves in the spotlight, where they were praised from all sides. And this made Faraton smile for a moment, although he lied that he was tired of such nonsense. Luaticia finally realized what kind of circus the aristocrats had put on, so she sheepishly entered the game. They stared straight at the little girl with shining eyes, demanding that she also praise her father. So Miss found herself backed into a corner, as her assistants left her no other choice. That's why the heroine clenched her fingers and declared that this is how much she loves her dad. An oppressive silence fell over the room as the girl showed little love. To avoid incurring the Duke's wrath, the assistants tried to rectify the situation through the baby's behavior. Then Luaticia put her plan into action and explained that she loved her father so little in the grand scheme of things. The lady cleverly came up with the idea of showing not the amount of her love, but how much needs to be subtracted to understand its size. This cheerful idea seemed to shed a beam of sunlight on the delighted helpers. But the miss didn't notice that the Duke's face became even a little kinder after her improvisation. Luatia never thought that the man would start lying, that he didn't hear her words, just to listen to her again. There was nothing difficult for the girl to repeat the information she had just come up with. But the aristocrats created a real mess because they were impressed by the daughter's love for her father. The heroine realized too late that these people survived next to Pharaton only because of compliments. But when the master became satisfied, no one feared death in the near future. Anthony held his daughter carefully in his arms, wanting to preserve all the close moments with her. And Luatia was sincerely glad that her position in the Pharaton family was gradually strengthening. The lady saw that everyone was taken in by her acting, so she beamed with joy and clung to her father. And the man was embarrassed by his daughter's sweet face, but he didn't show it in order to maintain his status. But the little girl still suffered from self-esteem issues, so she believed that the Duke did not accept her. Meanwhile, Yurta managed to prepare all the dresses, although for some reason their sizes were slightly larger than the measurements. But children tended to grow quickly, so the seamstress didn't see any problem with the fact that the clothes weren't exactly the same. The woman showed off a piece from the new collection to the Duke, in the hope that he would buy it. And in response, Pharaton confidently declared that they would not try on anything, since they were already buying everything. Phalia almost fainted at this news, because it was the first time she had received such a large order. In her thoughts, the seamstress was already swimming in money that could provide her with a comfortable life for a long time. So Yurta could hardly contain her joyful emotions, because finally her efforts were justified. At this moment, the heroine continued to look around anxiously, as she did not expect such generosity from her father. Gradually, the little girl began to think that the Duke was not a bad person, although she considered him to be unrelated. However, the heroine received so much care and attention from the man that it was not in her power to refuse him. Luatia had no idea that Clatia had almost arrived at the Pharaton estate, even though she had not been invited. This building was not the Duke's main residence, but even so, it was impressive in its size and wealth. The Marquise's daughter realized how poor her father was compared to this famous relative. The girl hadn't thought about Tereni's wallet before, but now she felt ashamed of it. But the lady ran into trouble as soon as she stepped out of the Marquise's luxurious carriage. The butler at the entrance to the estate had strict orders not to allow anyone uninvited to visit Pharaton. But Clatia was not at all confused, since she believed that she had the right to visit her cousin. The girl was eager to see with her own eyes the rich decoration of the building where the Duke temporarily lived, and the main hall amazed the little girl, who liked everything expensive, with its size and luxury. She stood in awe in front of the huge portrait of Anthony, which was a must-have in the house. Clatia was sincerely struck by the beauty and majesty of the man she had not noticed the last time. In her mind, the girl had already said goodbye to her ordinary father, as she wanted to become part of the Pharaton family. She was confident that her kind uncle would not leave his niece without a home and would take her into his care. Everyone around considered the Duke a cold-blooded and cruel killer who walked over people's heads. But the little girl knew for sure that lonely people most of all need care and affection from children. So the Marquis's daughter decided to take on this difficult role with the consolation of the sad and rich Duke. Tia was going to deprive Luatia of the opportunity to live in a place so rich that it did not suit her. So Lady Tereni burst into the room from which the sounds were coming, to impress everyone with her appearance. But it turned out that it was Anthony's little daughter who was having dinner at the table, and her father was not with her now. But the baby's appearance did not at all correspond to what the Marquise's daughter remembered about her. She believed that this stupid girl could not be beautiful, and her place was among the servants. However, this image, due to Luatitia's elegant appearance, fell apart in Clatia's mind. The heroine had learned manners so well that she was able to pretend as if nothing unusual had happened. But this whole situation only made Clatia even more angry, and she became jealous of her beautiful cousin. Luatia boldly pointed out to her relative that she had the audacity to come to the estate so suddenly. The heroine didn't miss her cousin at all, so she was surprised when she told her about this circumstance. Clatia quickly pulled herself together and began to verbally attack the Duke's daughter in order to defend herself. And the fair-haired lady's words about Luatia not being her own pierced the heroine's heart. The baby gradually began to get used to the fact that she was part of the Pharaton family, due to the Duke's care. But the cousin destroyed this entire tempting image with one sentence, which is what she had been trying to achieve from the very beginning. Clatia arrogantly belittled any of Luatitia's qualities because she considered herself to be much better than her, and such behavior of her relative greatly depressed the lady, who had a fragile psyche. But then, in support of Luatitia, the system notified her of a sudden story quest. It turned out that the lady had to deal with her cousin's insolence on her own. Since Miss did not want to earn a fine, she was fired with righteous revenge, and Clatia had no doubt that she had managed to hurt the stupid girl enough. So it took her a while to realize that her relative wasn't paying attention to her words. Instead, Luatitia looked sternly at the Marquis's daughter, with a haughty expression. The heroine took full advantage of the fact that she was the best character in this story, according to the plot. Faced with her cousin's insolent behavior, Clatia visibly shook with excitement and rage. Miss guessed that the fair-haired girl was very jealous of her dresses, and therefore humiliated her. Tia was a skilled manipulator, so she did not give up in this battle until the very end. And Luatitia had to silently listen to all the insults from the Marquise's arrogant daughter. The fair-haired lady came up with the most vile words, just to hurt her cousin even more. But she didn't even notice that the darkness of defeat was thickening around her with every word she said. Luatitia easily ignored her relative's offensive words, since she was stronger than her. This was the first time Clatia had encountered such a powerful rebuff, as usually everyone was afraid to argue with her. The two little girls were screaming at each other, and it seemed like this conflict would never end. Unlike Tia, Luatitia was satisfied with her defense, as she skillfully defended herself. But the lady still could not ignore her cousin's words, that she was not related to the Duke. Clatia didn't have the brains to not remember this topic, which she couldn't win, and the Miss decided to push her relative against the wall by proving to her her belonging to the Phaetons. Luatitia boldly called an assistant into the room, and Tia did not have time to stop her from doing so. The fair-haired lady found herself in an unpleasant situation that led to her disgrace. More than anything in the world, the Marquise's daughter feared becoming a laughingstock in aristocratic society. So she did something that the Duke's daughter could never have expected from her impudent cousin. Because of Clatia's loud crying, her faithful maids immediately burst into the room, despite the prohibition. The heroine watched in surprise as Tia lied about the harsh words from her relative. The Marquise's daughter professionally pretended to be a good girl who had been offended, and the assistants did not have a single doubt that their mistress's words contained a lie. So now it is the little heroine who finds herself in a disadvantageous situation. Luatitia could hardly stop herself from shaking all over, as fear suddenly overwhelmed her. Almost every day at the Tereni estate, she encountered such injustice and cruelty. But this time, everything was different. Because the assistants of the Phaeton estate came to the girl's aid, they boldly confronted the maids from another place, because they believed that the truth was on their side. But the lady saw that even such protection was not enough to defeat her relative. Clatia had long since learned to lie so professionally that everyone around her sympathized with her. So the girl took out one of the dresses that she had taken for herself and said that it was a gift for her cousin. She grabbed Luatitia roughly by the arm, forcing her to make peace with their quarrel on her part. The heroine saw no way to escape the strong grip of the nasty and disgusting girl. The face of the cunning Clatia at that moment did not express anything good, because she was mocking the lady. The Marquise's daughter could already taste victory on her lips as she hovered over little Luatitia. But suddenly, the Duke intervened in their conversation, becoming angry at the sight of Clatia on his estate. The heroine thought that her father would return much later, so she did not count on his help. But it turned out that the head of the estate arrived just in time to save his daughter, and the man was not going to forgive the girl who stole Luatitia's dresses so easily. Just an hour ago, the man was sitting gloomily at a meeting because he wanted to be close to his daughter. The aristocrats could hardly bear such an angry look from the master, although they were accustomed to his character. When the atmosphere became less tense, they began to talk about sweets for children. And Anthony listened attentively to these dialogues because he also wanted to please Luatitia. So Phaeton was sad that because of the meeting, he couldn't buy eclairs for the girl. Even the aristocrats believed that these popular sweets had probably already been sold out. And in the man's head, Luatitia, having learned about this situation, became sad and thoughtful. after which the girl declared that she would never give her father a kiss on the cheek without eclairs. These fantasies hit Anthony hard, who deeply appreciated every action of the little girl. The assistants had no idea that with their careless words, they had awakened a real beast, but soon they noticed the expression on Faraton's face and realized that they had made a mistake. Now the man was only concerned with how to buy eclairs for his daughter, and not the general meeting. However, the aristocrats were terrified and felt that the Duke was about to inflict a severe punishment on them. The assistants had long remembered how terrible a person Faraton could suddenly become, but one new council member did not notice the oppressive atmosphere around him at all. Everyone around watched in horror as the aristocrat boldly dealt with the evil Duke, and the man was saved only by the fact that the servant unexpectedly told his master something important. This information was so urgent that it forced Anthony to leave the meeting immediately. He sternly reminded that his presence at discussions was not always mandatory in the past, after which Faraton slammed the door loudly so that no one would dare follow him. Last time, Anthony ran away from the meeting when he found out that his daughter was washing windows at the estate. And lately, the man had been carefully avoiding discussions, wanting to stay close to Luatisha. Therefore, when he learned of Klatia's arrival, he could not help but rush to help the little lady. Faraton could barely contain his rage at the unplanned visit of the Marquise's daughter. The butler saw the state his master was in, so he did not dare say anything. He noticed that the Duke did not care about the Marquis's exploitation of his name, but he was taking revenge for his daughter. So Anthony tried to prevent any situations that would upset Luatisha. Previously, the assistant had not noticed that the Duke was eager to communicate with other people. Even with his sons, he kept his distance and took almost no part in their upbringing. But with Faraton's little daughter, who resembled an angel, everything was completely different. And the butler was pleased with the changes his daughter had made in Anthony's personality. The man still reacted sharply to any mention of the baby in everyday life, so the Duke even looked menacingly at his faithful assistant, although he praised the girl. Deep down, Faraton had long considered Luatisha a perfect and sweet child, but for now he could not compliment his daughter because of his bad character. Instead, the Duke stubbornly continued to call all the good things that were said about the baby nonsense. Anthony could never get used to the fact that children were such fragile creatures. He was deeply hurt by the fact that the girl could cry in absolutely any inappropriate situation. And most of all, the Duke was surprised by the words of the lady, who assured him that she missed him. The butler could only listen to the gentleman in silence, since he could not help him in any way. Anthony admitted that his body reacted strangely every time he looked at his daughter. The man noticed almost from the very beginning that he felt different around the baby. The assistant did not expect that the Duke would attribute these feelings to a curse from the Marquise of Tyranny. It was obvious to him that the father loved his daughter, but he could not describe it in words. Since such feelings were the first time for him, Anthony called them a terrible curse. But in reality, the desire to see Luatisha's sweet face nearby was safe and healthy. The servant listened with interest to the master's reasoning as he described his mad love. Previously, Faraton was spoken of only as the pride and greatest asset of the empire, but the appearance of the baby changed the Duke so much that he almost forgot about his mission. It was this condition that the man considered a terrible disease that could not be cured. But from the outside, it was clearly visible that Anthony was enjoying this freedom of thought, and the assistant wished his master that one day he would learn the name of his illness. The Duke's only thoughts were occupied with the desire to please his daughter, so he remembered the eclairs. The butler promised to definitely inquire about their availability or order them the next day. And these actions coincided with the fact that the gentleman wanted to buy eclairs for the girl himself. He couldn't allow Luatisha to kiss his assistant on the cheek instead of him. And the servant did not argue with the Duke, although he was able to quickly deliver the sweets. Left alone, Faraton focused all his hatred on the Marquise of Tyranny. He had no doubt that his relative had not sent his daughter to the estate for no reason, and the girl really did rush into the arms of her uncle, whom she had never seen before. But Klatia didn't expect the Duke to silently walk past her towards her daughter. Previously, no adult dared to ignore a lady who was distinguished by her beauty and manners. But with the appearance of Faraton Luatisha in his life, he seemed to stop caring about everything else. Tia couldn't believe that a man could so calmly take a lady in his arms, even though she was nobody to him. The innocent face of the former servant only made the Marquise's daughter even more angry, as she hated her. But it was not for nothing that everyone liked Clotilde, because her mastery of manipulation was at its best. So she declared that the Duke had simply fallen victim to little Luetitia's lies. The Marquise's daughter put on a real show, pretending to be a white and fluffy girl. The heroine did not have time to insert a single word into her cousin's insidious and seductive story, but she was able to understand for herself that she envied this brave and impudent little girl who grew up in love. Clotilde made great use of her appearance and ability to speak delicately. Therefore, no adult could ever suspect this little girl of treachery. While the heroine was always alone, she lacked the courage to stand up for herself. Luetitia knew that Tia remembered all her weaknesses better than anyone, and she pressed on them. The lady had no idea that with every word Tia said, Anthony hated her even more. So the man did not tolerate the antics of the Marquise's daughter, who did not expect it. Phaeton angrily reminded her that on the day of his arrival at the estate, Clotilde was wearing her daughter's dress. Only now did the heroine realize that the Duke had not even thought of insulting her condition. The man expected his daughter to sparkle and shine, but the Marquise of Tereni did not allow it. This made the lady feel so warm inside that she looked at her father with gratitude. From now on, the heroine did not have to endure resentment and pain from other people as long as she had such a dad. But Tia did not believe that the Marquise gave her dresses that belonged to Luetitia. The Duke didn't have time to deal with this situation earlier, but now the time has come. That's why he listened with anger to the girl who declared that her father gave her dresses every year. Due to her emotionality, Tia couldn't take it anymore and started screaming that Luetitia was terrible. In the opinion of the Marquise's daughter, the pink-haired lady did not deserve anything that she had. As a result, Clotilde waited for the Duke to release his magic in her direction. But even in such a situation, the girl defended herself to the last and repeated the words she had learned. She couldn't understand why this time everything didn't go according to the usual scenario. Because of the darkness that was approaching her from the Duke himself, the little girl's whole body was pierced by fear. Clotilde had heard a lot about how, in his anger, Phaeton did not spare any person in the empire. Therefore, when all the templates for manipulation ran out, the Marquise's daughter was completely at a loss. All her life, she was told that she was worthy of the best riches and love in the world. Therefore, when faced with hatred from such a terrible man, the lady could not resist. Anthony's eyes spoke for him and declared that the little girl should not expect mercy because of her age. But even in this situation, the only thing that worried Claudia was that it wasn't Luetitia who was kneeling. The Marquise's daughter was unprepared for the loss, so she collapsed on the floor. But this time, the man did not harm the baby, letting her go back to the estate in peace. Luetitia was so shocked by her father's behavior that she remained quiet the entire evening. It was clear from the little girl's eyes that Miss was still analyzing what had recently happened. This time, as soon as the lady found herself in her father's darkness, she felt a pleasant warmth throughout her body. The Duke made sure that his daughter did not hear part of his conversation with the annoying cousin. At the same time, Anthony's expression did not change at all, which impressed the heroine even more. A few minutes later, at the master's command, the knights of the Phaeton estate entered the room. But Luetitia could not even imagine that her father would call them only to punish them cruelly. The assistants themselves understood perfectly well that they deserved death for failing to fulfill their obligations. They were ready to atone for their guilt with their lives from the moment they entered the service. But the lady could not allow such a terrible outcome because of a small mistake by the security guards. The girl sincerely considered her cousin's entry into the estate a trifle that could be forgiven, but the knights obediently raised their swords as they unquestioningly followed the will of the Duke. Anthony demanded that the assistants be punished for letting the guest into the estate, and only Luetitia loudly objected to this execution, since she did not want the servants to die. The girl's voice pierced the oppressive silence in the room, causing the knights to stop. In response, Phaeton, with an angry look, reminded them that these people had failed to do their job. But Miss began to convince her father that there was nothing wrong with Claudia's unexpected arrival. The little girl tried to get the man to cancel the punishment for loyal assistance, but to do this, she had to overcome the stubbornness of her father, who rarely listened to anyone. The girl was lucky that the Duke's butler took her side, supporting the lady's version. so she was able to sincerely rejoice at the fact that she had recently increased her influence among the estate's servants. In the end, Anthony couldn't ignore the cuteness of his daughter, who was stained with sweet tea. Seeing such care from the master, the assistants almost fainted, as they were not prepared. But the man himself did not pay attention to the changes in his behavior, which shocked many. But the lady couldn't just forget that Faraton had almost taken people's lives. As soon as the little girl looked at her assistants, her eyes met their adoration for her. Immediately after this, the system reported that the heroine's respect in the estate had increased even more. Although the girl did not achieve this result, she was glad that the system did not add any penalties to her. What pleased the lady most was that she again received a lottery ticket with the chance to win money. As usual, the butler did not miss the opportunity to once again praise his master in a timely manner. But now Luatisha quickly guessed what exactly the assistant was pursuing in relation to the Duke. She didn't play along with the butler, but only because her father almost sent his men to their deaths. Moreover, as soon as the little girl returned to her room, she felt incredible fatigue throughout her body. She just wanted to fall into a soft bed and not think about anything else, but the system reminded itself of itself again. Just before falling asleep, the lady noticed that she had to endure a partial failure, which caused her to wake up. Miss felt that since Claytia had returned to her home, she had successfully completed the disassembly task. True, because of the darkness that her father had cast, the heroine did not really understand how their argument ended. But it became clear that it was the father's help that influenced the outcome of the system's task. Suddenly, the system gave the heroine a terrible fright, with a warning that she would be punished. Even though the fine would be reduced, the lady was not at all happy about it. It turned out that the system had taken away the heroine's ability to constantly retain the intellect from her past life. Miss was in no hurry to get upset about this. Since the fine would be temporary, she didn't really know how all this would affect further developments, so she couldn't calm down. At that moment, the Duke, whom the little girl was not expecting anytime soon, entered her daughter's room. And exactly at that moment, the system warned the girl that she had been temporarily fined. This made the lady jump up in bed, but it was too late to change anything. Luatisha looked at herself with concern, but did not notice anything unusual in her appearance after the fine. Suddenly, even the heroine's thoughts became similar to the thoughts of a little girl her age. So she crawled to her father and brazenly demanded that he immediately give her delicious food. Since the Duke did not understand what kind of treat his daughter was demanding from him, the lady's eyes filled with tears. However, the little girl did not stop there. As she then asked the Duke again to feed her something, Luatisha screamed inside herself at her childish actions, but she couldn't stop. Miss realized that without the ability to think like an adult, she was acting like a child. And what the girl was most afraid of was that she would have to remain in the role of a stupid child. The Duke's daughter tried her best to control her actions at least a little, but the child in her was stronger. At that moment, the girl cursed the devil, who had awarded her with exactly these abilities. But it turned out that the father had no intention of being angry with his daughter, even though she brazenly demanded food from him at the wrong time. Instead, he started talking about the book he had recently given to the little girl, despite its value. And the heroine could not admit that the object had changed greatly due to her influence on it. Moreover, Anthony's appearance, which could boast of his strength and beauty, attracted the lady's attention. Luatisha stared wide-eyed at her beaming father, who didn't even think about his charisma. In a childish state, the lady stroked the man's hair and called him very handsome. At the same time, the miss stated that the Duke should definitely thank her for such a kind compliment. With the behavior of a small child, the girl was outwardly not afraid to teach an adult proper manners. But inside, Luatisha was literally screaming in fear because she was doing things that were illogical to her. To come to her senses, the little girl had to wait until the temporary penalty expired. Until then, Luatisha was forced to communicate with her father at the level of a 3-year-old child. What scared the lady most was that Anthony asked her about the book, and she couldn't explain anything properly. The girl broke out in a cold sweat from fear that the man might find out about her damaging valuable property. No matter how afraid the lady was to tell the truth, she hoped that Faraton would still forgive her for her honesty. The only thing that scared the little girl to the point of trembling was the realization that the book was extremely valuable. And due to the girl's fault, this object acquired a completely different appearance, so that it was unrecognizable. The lady was worried that because of this, everyone around her might perceive her as a walking disaster. But the little girl had only just begun to establish good relations with her father and the assistants on his estate. Luatia did not want to see hatred in the eyes of her father, to whom she had become deeply attached. For this reason, the heroine could not tell the man the truth about what exactly she had done. Inside herself, the lady felt incredible tossing and turning and doubting due to the fear of being unrecognized. She looked closely at the Duke's face, which seemed to be in an incomprehensible shadow at that moment. It turned out that Faraton maintained his usual stern expression, although he himself did not notice it. Seeing that look, Luatitia's heart sank, so she changed her mind about confessing anything to her father. With tears in her eyes, the girl screamed that she had not damaged the book, although she would not be able to return it back. In fact, Anthony visited his daughter only at the request of the head butler, who was worried about her. The old man hoped that her father would be able to calm the girl, who was upset about meeting Cletia. In the end, he met the gentleman in the corridor, although he had expected that their meeting would last much longer. The Duke was in deep thought after his conversation with the little girl, as it had not gone very well. The assistant was taken aback by the look of Faraton's concentrated face, as he had thought he would be more cheerful. Suddenly, in a sad voice, Anthony asked his faithful servant if he really was scary. As soon as the butler heard such a question, he almost died of fear, since he had no right to talk about it. Faraton guessed that the old man would not be able to answer his questions honestly, which upset the man even more. The Duke was very concerned about his daughter's attitude towards him, because he did not want to arouse disgust and fear in her. The whole point was that because of the punishment, the heroine began to cry loudly, accidentally frightened by her father. Anthony was dealing with a child's tantrum for the first time in his life, so he had no idea how to calm the girl down. Under the influence of the system, the little girl declared that her dad could not be so scary and creepy. Faraton tried his best to project a more friendly aura so as not to frighten the lady, but she only covered herself with her hands in response, since this did not make things any better for the frightened miss. It was important to Luatitia that her father loved her with all his might, was rich and handsome. That's why she cried. The Duke listened silently to all these words, which he lived up to, but could prove nothing. The man had long ago guessed that his daughter had damaged the book, but he had no intention of punishing her for this misdeed. On the contrary, he was consumed by the desire to comfort the little girl, who was crying so bitterly because of him. But at the end of their conversation, the lady, in the heat of the moment, lied that she terribly hated the Duke and did not consider him her father. These words hit the man so hard that he froze in place in complete shock. Even after some time, memories of this conversation haunted the head of the family. As luck would have it, at that very moment, he heard the quiet whispering and giggling of the maids at the end of the corridor. Annie was the happiest of all, and she was holding some piece of paper carefully in her hands. As soon as the assistants noticed the master approaching, they hid all the sheets of paper behind their backs in fear. But the man demanded to see what the girls were laughing at in order to evaluate the item. No matter how scared Annie was about the possible punishment, she did not dare refuse her powerful master. The Duke carefully unfolded the folded sheet of paper, not knowing what to expect from it. It turned out that the paper displayed a clearly childish and incomprehensible drawing that looked like a pineapple. Only after this did the maid admit that she had kept the drawing because it belonged to their mistress. Anthony stared at the girl in surprise, as it was the first time he had heard of his daughter drawing. Following Annie's lead, the other assistants also grew bolder and showed off their gifts from Luatitia. Faraton grew darker with each word they said, because he too would like to receive something similar. The maids were sure that the master received the best drawings made by the hands of his sweet daughter. But the Duke admitted with difficulty that he had not received a single such gift from Luatitia, unlike others. The assistants froze in horror at this news, as they had not expected such a turn of events. At that moment, everyone around Anthony seemed frozen by his sad emotions. Things were no better for the heroine, who regained consciousness and was worried about meeting her father. To save the master's reputation and resolve this situation, the maids proposed a general meeting. No matter how well Faraton could hide his emotions, he was noticeably upset by what had happened. It became clear that the butler was worried about the girl's condition, so he sent her father to her. But during this conversation, for some reason, the little girl only began to cry harder and louder. But the strangest thing was that Luatisha did not give a single drawing to the Duke. However, no one dared to let the maid tell him that the daughter hated her own father. Instead, Annie skillfully filled the gap left by the revelation of what had happened. The man, with a heavy heart, said that for some reason the lady did not consider him her father. In this situation, the assistants could do little to console the master, although they tried their best to do so. The girls reminded the Duke that he should have taken pity on the girl with a warm hug. They were shocked when Faraton did not understand why the little girl needed such declarations of love. Faraton had never cared for his children before, so he did not understand the need for this action. But he couldn't deny that in moments of closeness with his daughter, he felt something pleasant for himself. The girl seemed to have been created as a sweet and attractive child, with whom it was impossible to be angry, and her joyful smile could melt her father's evil heart, even in the worst and most terrible mood. The maids believed that the master would be able to find within himself a drop of love for his own daughter. But Anthony was not prepared for the role of a man who is obliged to console small and crying children. Besides, the Duke didn't know much of what the lady asked him for, so he asked what the treat was. The assistants had no idea that they would have to start training with such basics, so they were noticeably confused. None of them could put all the necessary knowledge into the master's head in a few seconds. Meanwhile, Luatisha was still suffering mentally from how she had recently treated her father. She felt as if she had managed to age several years because of this stress. Therefore, the lady was not prepared for the maid to announce again her father's arrival in the room. After what happened, the little girl was afraid to even look him in the eyes, as she had behaved unworthy of a lady. It was impossible to tell from the Duke's ever-threatening expression how angry he was now. But Luatisha only needed one look at the gloomy Anthony to decide that her death was near. The silence that had fallen in the room since Faraton's arrival became increasingly oppressive and unpleasant. Suddenly, the man boldly declared that he had brought a treat, which noticeably shocked the heroine. She couldn't refuse the food, but in the end, Miss liked it so much that the treat quickly disappeared. However, Anthony managed to destroy all of Luatisha's good mood with one fierce word. What frightened the lady most was that her father began to speak to her respectfully, asking scary questions. It turned out that the Duke had misused the advice from the maids, which was why he was behaving strangely. This circumstance made Miss completely confused about what was happening, because she was afraid of her father. Faraton saw that his actions were not producing any results, and this greatly upset the man. It was only when the Duke spoke his kind words that Luatisha was finally able to stop being afraid. In fact, the little girl was not afraid today of Clatia's arrival, but of Mr. Faraton's anger. So it came as a surprise to her when the man made an awkward attempt to console her. The heroine was afraid that she would soon be tied up by a fine from the system again, and they would never be able to have a heart-to-heart talk. Therefore, she hurried to improve her relationship with her father, so that he would not think of killing her in a bad mood. The Duke saw that the lady was smiling partly falsely, because she was still resentful of the long time she had spent alone. He wanted the miss to honestly express all her emotions to him, and this made the heroine burst into tears again. She began to beat her father on the chest with her fists and screamed that he had come to her too late. All this time, in the estate of the Marquise of Luatisha, there was sadness and pain because she considered herself abandoned. The Duke admitted that he was terribly guilty towards his daughter, whom he sent to such a terrible place. He gently stroked the girl's head, and this made the lady feel calmer and more pleasant in her soul. The heroine was glad that from now on, Faraton would perceive her as his daughter, even if they were not biological. The next morning, the assistants appeared before the master with a full report of the documents on the work. As much as the man would like to spend time with his daughter now, he did not have such an opportunity, so he listened in silence to the reports from the aristocrats, who were becoming increasingly embarrassed by one sound, while the Duke paid no attention to the incomprehensible squeak and sat with a serious face. The servants could hardly get a word in, as soon the squealing practically ceased to stop. In the end, Anthony couldn't stand it anymore, since few people could tolerate such an irritating sound. The assistants, confused, shielded themselves from the strong gust of wind that the Duke had caused with his movements. None of them could have expected that Faraton would suddenly jump out of the window, even if the floor was not high. The whole point was that this squeaking sound was made by the little lady's brand new shoes. Luatisia smiled happily at the sight of her father, as she wanted to involve him in her game, as she was bored. The aristocrats almost dropped their jaws in surprise when they saw that their master had submitted to his daughter. Anthony had no trouble picking up Miss in his arms so that she wouldn't accidentally fall while running. At this, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the man's face, which was rare given his character. So the assistants, who knew their duke well, lost the meaning of what was happening even more. Never before had they seen the stern and serious Pharaton behave in such a way, and it became quite normal for Anthony to be happy at the sight of his daughter, who touched him with her behavior. To ensure that nothing happened to the baby in his absence, the Duke took her with him to an important meeting. He immediately warned his assistants to listen carefully to his announcement about the lady. The aristocrats were noticeably wary, because simple news was not spoken with such a face. Pharaton drew the servant's attention to his daughter's new pair of shoes, which were now making a loud squeak. But no one could figure out the master's great plan, that he didn't just come up with this action for no reason. Anthony's eyes flashed menacingly, and he ordered everyone to save his daughter if the squeak became too loud. The aristocrats guessed that the man had invented the identification system to protect the lady. Luatisia herself was not delighted with this idea, but she did not dare to contradict her father, who showed love for her. No matter how hard Anthony tried to pretend that taking care of the lady was difficult for him, he still did not leave her. The heroine was quietly eavesdropping on the adults' conversations when suddenly they started talking about her beautiful and tender name. The thing was that since childhood, no one had called the little girl by her name, so she didn't know it. The heroine became interested in this moment, so with childish curiosity, she asked her father about it. But the Duke couldn't believe his ears when he heard such a ridiculous question from his daughter. But the little girl didn't even think of joking about such things, because she didn't know not only her name, but even her age. No one present suspected that the lady had so little knowledge about herself. This circumstance made the Duke realize once again what a terrible person the Marquise of Tereni was. Because of this question, Anthony stopped the meeting, which made the heroine feel guilty. The girl could not understand why the magical darkness around her father refused to dissipate. Moreover, the lady was ashamed that the aristocrats around her also heard her whisper. But during the entire time the lady lived in the Marquise's estate, she truly never heard anyone call her by name. The uncle sincerely hated his niece, perceiving her only as a means of earning his own living, and Clotaya was completely like her father, so she secretly mocked her dirty and thin cousin. It was the fair-haired girl who uttered the most insults, happily proud of it. Therefore, it was hard for the heroine to realize that the Duke was not angry with her for not knowing such simple things. The man came to his daughter as soon as he was able to calm down and stop cursing his relative. The lady remembered that this was not the first time the Duke had defended her in front of other people, for which she was grateful to him. She guessed that Anthony had never even thought of doubting her story about life with her uncle. So the little girl admitted that she doesn't regret not knowing anything, because she has such a good father. These warm words brought a smile to the Duke's face, who was worried about the little girl's condition. He gently stroked her cheek and promised that no one would dare to offend such a beautiful lady. Anthony calmly told his daughter that her name, Luatisia, was once given to her by her mother, who loved her girl, and the heroine was suddenly able to remember warm female hands and a gentle motherly voice that called her that way. Then the mother hoped that her sweet child would be happy, despite all the difficulties in life. And now the Duke looked at the baby with exactly the same love, having become imbued with his daughter. So for the first time in her life, the heroine was able to smile so joyfully without worrying about anything. Since the lady was still little, after the stress she experienced, she quickly and soundly fell asleep next to her father. Only a few hours later, Miss opened her eyes and discovered a terrible image in front of her. But it turned out that this face of Anthony, half asleep, seemed strange and incomprehensible to Luatisia, while the father was actually lying next to the girl to protect her sound daytime sleep. The man himself did not consider such closeness with the baby to be anything strange, although it frightened her. The lady could not come up with an explanation for why the Duke remained next to her. She remembered hitting Anthony with her fists many times, demanding that he never leave her again. But at that moment, Miss was subject to a fine, so she did not say anything seriously. Every time Luatisha regretted her actions while turning on her childish mind. But for some reason, the father did not say a word to the little girl about her strange behavior at certain moments. Instead, he cautiously sympathized with the lady, whose eyes were badly swollen from crying. Since Faraton's clothes had not yet dried after the girl's tears, he took them off. The man was not at all offended by the lady for her punches, because they were weak. But it turned out that Miss was worried about the huge scar that appeared on her father's body. To prevent Luatisha from seeing this traumatic picture, Anthony quickly closed her eyes. But the heroine was not going to turn away from the wounds that her father received long ago. In fact, the Duke already regretted that he had so carelessly shown his scar to his daughter. He didn't want the girl to worry about some nonsense that wasn't worth paying attention to. But the little girl didn't lose her composure and suddenly blew on the wound, which had long since healed. She explained that this should always be done with areas where there was damage. Luatisha joyfully recited a nursery rhyme in pain. As she was fine again, she felt sad that her father had once experienced pain, even if everything was fine now. The man froze in surprise when the lady said that people feel pain when they are injured. From childhood, he knew very well how offensive people's wary glances could be. It was a revelation to the Duke that Luatisha, at such a young age, had experienced this herself. He remembered that when they moved to this estate, the little girl fell ill due to the stress she had experienced. At that time, the Duke came to his daughter every night, although he did not tell anyone about it due to embarrassment. Faraton was genuinely concerned about the lady's condition, even when they were not so close. Since he was too busy to communicate with Miss during the day, he visited her at night. Anthony admitted that he did not feel pain when he participated in military battles for the Empire. He rushed into battle with fury at the front lines, just to get home as quickly as possible. Luatisha couldn't even imagine that her father had actually been worried only about her all this time. So Anthony felt guilty about what happened to the girl at his uncle's estate. The heroine hugged her father tenderly and explained that she was not upset with him for what had happened. But the lady was gnawed by the feeling that even without the Duke, she would have been much better off in his estate. Faraton sadly admitted that he could not do this to Miss, because she was special. The whole point was that Luatisha did not possess even a drop of the magic that was contained in the family. The heroine had already thought more than once that it was precisely because of this that she could be considered a stranger. But it turned out that Anthony was afraid that his daughter's body would not be able to withstand the magic from her brothers. So the Duke was torn between his desire to protect the girl and his duty to go to war. It was at this moment that the Marquis of Tereni came to the aid of his relative and took the lady to his home. He argued that Claudia was only a little older than Luatisha and would become a friend. But all Tereni's help consisted of his greed for the money that Faraton could give. Miss had no idea that all this time, her father thought that she was living very well with her uncle. Anthony blamed himself for not taking enough care of the lady, even if it was not his fault. The heroine understood that this whole terrible business was started by the greedy and cunning Marquis of Tereni. But for some reason, it was her father, who had gone to war for work, who asked for forgiveness in front of her. It was important for Faraton to explain to his daughter that he never even thought of leaving her alone. Luatisha's father considered her life so valuable that he tried his best to protect her. These warm words made the lady's hands tremble, as she was deeply moved. The little girl burst into tears when she realized that Anthony was going to be her dad for the rest of his life. For the first time in her life, the heroine felt the support and love she had always needed. So the girl threw herself into the arms of her father, who immediately began to tenderly console her. In her past life, she lived as an orphan, so she wanted to be adopted by a loving family. And in this incarnation, in the form of Luatisha, such wonderful opportunities opened up before the heroine. The formidable and stern Duke Faraton smiled tenderly at his beloved little daughter. And next to him, the lady was not afraid to be herself, which was the most important thing in the heroine's life. She couldn't take her eyes off her father's happy smile, as he was being sincere with her. Luatisha reached out with all her might to the man's arms, because she wanted to be close. It was enough for the lady that she could experience warm and joyful emotions with her father. From that day on, the girl's life became calmer and happier, because she was freed from all her worries. The man spent more and more time with his restless daughter, whom he could not tear himself away from. Luatisha wasn't too upset when she found out she missed her 4th birthday. But the father was much more concerned about this, as he wanted to arrange a real celebration. Therefore, he seriously promised that next time he would congratulate the lady as if she were an emperor's daughter. The heroine did not need all these riches, since she only wanted a happy family. However, the lady understood that the Duke still had not gotten rid of the feeling of guilt over the incident with Claytia. Faraton was angered by the fact that the Marquis's daughter wore the dresses he sent to Lutetia every year. Anthony's eyes still sparkled with anger when he recalled the tricks of his cunning relative. The little girl did not interfere with her father in dealing with his emotions on his own, since it was not her business. The lady was already pleased by the fact that Faraton never forgot to congratulate her on her birthday. But there was still one thing that the lady could not help but think about while she lived in her uncle's estate. Although the heroine was afraid to ask her father about this, she decided to be honest with him. That's why the little girl suggested that her mother died because of her. Anthony had almost gotten used to his daughter's unexpected questions, but he found it difficult to answer them. Once again, the man was surprised by the nasty things his relative was capable of. But this time, the Duke had no right to give in to emotions, so he called his daughter to him. Like a true parent, Anthony calmly explained to the lady that her mother had died much later. This gave Miss Hope that she had truly been deeply loved since birth. The mother wished her daughter happiness, although due to poor health, she could not be present. At that moment, Lutetia was still too little to say anything in response, but now the heroine only fell more in love with the name that such a good woman gave her. Even Faraton was sure that his wife loved her daughter so much that she almost never let her out of her arms. So the father had no intention of neglecting the little girl, even if she didn't demand anything. He was going to continue to hold the lady's hand tightly, just to make her happy every day. For some reason, the heroine completely believed this man, who at first seemed scary to her. In fact, Anthony had pleasant and endearing traits that were not immediately apparent. So Lutetia hoped that this grumpy man would remain her father forever. Faraton was pleased by the little girl's affection, so he greeted her actions with a smile. They swore on their fingers that they would always be there for each other, no matter what happened. But it turned out that this was not enough for the lady, which the Duke did not expect from his daughter at all. Lutetia sealed the agreement with a fictitious seal, and only after that did she finally calm down. The lady was sure that after this, the Duke would never try to leave her. But the man was worried that Miss herself might run away from him if he became ugly. The heroine did not immediately understand why the usually reasonable Anthony began to ask such questions. Suddenly, it dawned on the lady that while being fined, she had called her father unpleasant names. Right now, Miss couldn't believe that she had actually said something so offensive. But Faraton did not even think of being offended by his daughter, because he was rich, handsome, and smart. Therefore, the man had no doubt that he met Luetitia's criteria. The girl believed this man, although he did not provide evidence to support his words. Anthony was truly ready to even give his life for the baby if she demanded it. That same evening, the assistants of the Faraton estate were outraged because of the Marquis of Tereni. The Duke listened in silence to their abuse of his relative for spying on Lutetia. The aristocrats had just collected all the information about the Marquis in order to prepare a plan for revenge. Faraton could hardly restrain himself from rushing right then and there to take revenge on the vile Tereni. But the Duke remembered that in the present time, the whole world was ruled by money and human greed, and the Marquis understood better than anyone else that he could make a great fortune. Therefore, Anthony decided to deprive his relative of everything that he had so easily acquired at his expense. The Duke was sure that it was precisely this plan that would most painfully hit the honor of the greedy Marquis. But the man had no intention of feeling sorry for Tereni, who had treated his daughter so cruelly. Instead, Faraton wanted to plunge his relative into the deepest depths of despair. At that moment, the heroine slept peacefully and did not even suspect her father's plans. But then the system alerted the girl with a loud squeal that it was time to wake up. The lady met this demand with great displeasure, as she had not slept at all. How suddenly she saw why the system had rebelled so strongly and unexpectedly. It turned out that Anthony had decided to personally deal with the Marquis, who was harming his daughter. But the system demanded that the baby take care of the relative before her father. And now, the girl had to somehow miraculously take back what her uncle had taken from her money. But as soon as the heroine found out that this task would remove the penalty from her, she immediately became enthusiastic. Luatasia knew from her past life how the main characters in the story should behave, so Miss resorted to her abilities to summon some useful book. The little girl's plan was to take the powers of the main character of that story in order to use them, and the attribute could well give the lady all the necessary knowledge, if she was lucky with her choice. True, Luatasia herself did not yet know about this little nuance that is associated with luck. The lady had never done anything like this before, which is why many questions arose. In her past life, the heroine would never have imagined that everything would turn out like this. In fact, the girl never finished reading this story, as she quickly became bored with it. However, right now, it was this book that could help the heroine achieve her goals. The little girl planned to temporarily extract the girl's ability from the book, which was useful, and the attribute responded to the call of its owner, who had handled it carefully all this time. But this time, too, unexpected trials awaited Miss, because her level was not sufficient for the story. So the girl hoped that she would be lucky and would choose one, but the right power. Luatasia firmly grasped the ability she had gleaned from the story of the foolish girl. As a result, for a limited time, Miss could see the feelings of her target. But it turned out that the heroine did not finish reading the book, so her powers will be weak. This almost made the lady burst into tears, as she found this restriction very offensive. But there was nothing to be done, so the heroine prepared to meet the hated Marquise. At this moment, Tereni was communicating with aristocrats who accused him of vile lies. The Marquise tried to keep a false smile on his face, so as not to anger his acquaintances even more. He assured that people were worrying in vain, because his ideas were supported by Duke Faraton himself. As proof, the man showed a card that belonged to Luatasia, but no one could accuse Tereni of holding a fake in his hands, because that was not true. That's why the Marquis confidently spoke about the fact that aristocrats could invest in his business. He deceived people with words that they could multiply their millions in his minds. This is because Anthony had never been wrong in his predictions about the wealth of the business before. And each of the aristocrats knew perfectly well that this man could be trusted. This is exactly what the greedy Tereni took advantage of, as he really needed this money. True, the Marquis did not expect that it would be so difficult to persuade the aristocrats to finance it. As soon as he left them for a few minutes, the assistant announced that the gentleman had a guest. The conversation was about Luatasia, who boldly took only a servant with her and showed up at her uncle's estate. At first, Tereni did not believe that the Duke's daughter had come to him without her father's company. The man wondered if there was a trick from Anthony, whom he feared. However, in the end, he decided that the lady had run away from her stern father in search of comfort. The Marquis left his assistant to keep an eye on the aristocrats and went to his niece. Tereni was already dreaming about how he could make money from Luatasia, thereby increasing his investments in the business. The man always came up with such plans with ease, which is why he considered himself a genius. And the heroine sat in a glass greenhouse, waiting for the moment when she could defeat her uncle. Tereni hurried to her, since he already considered himself the winner in the upcoming conversation. The Marquis intended to pretend to console the girl so that she would want to return to him, but he didn't expect to see Luatasia in such a beautiful outfit that it seemed to sparkle. The man considered the Duke's daughter a worthless person who was unworthy of expensive things. However, he managed to pull himself together so as not to reveal his bad thoughts about the baby. The heroine was the first to say with a smile that she had come to get her money back. She activated the ability from the book and now saw that the Marquise was in a panic. The man immediately lost his temper as soon as the girl started talking about compensation for damages. But the lady did not allow the assistant to intervene in the conversation, as she wanted to deal with her uncle personally. The heroine had enough of the existing fine, so she was eager to fix everything. Therefore, the lady confidently declared that she would not feel sorry for Tereni, who had been stealing her money all this time. But the Marquis was a master of lies and manipulation, just like his daughter, so he simply did not give up. Luatasia knew through the system that the man had used the money for her upkeep to buy the mine. But even to the Duke's daughter, the Marquis continued to lie that Anthony had personally given him separate investments. This statement did not bother Miss at all, because Tereni had money from her family. She read the man's emotions and found out that he felt ashamed because of the little girl's words. So Miss began to press the point that her father gave her uncle money only for her maintenance. And in this, the Marquis found salvation for himself, because the lady could not prove that he was lying to her. Luatasia didn't immediately understand why Tereni suddenly relaxed after her words. But the little girl quickly found the Marquise's next weak spot, which turned out to be the mine. Despite her young age, the heroine had the mind of an adult, so she could understand a lot. So she found it strange that the Marquise was attracting funding for his business. The little girl was getting on her uncle's nerves more and more with each passing moment, which she saw thanks to her power. Luatasia smiled sweetly and said that the man looked like he was hiding something. This made Tereni quickly come up with any excuse to protect himself from the girl. But he still didn't succeed, despite the fact that he was talking to the child. The Marquise was saved by a timely arrival of an assistant who had been left to watch over the aristocrats. So the man angrily told the lady to go away because he was busy. The heroine did not expect that her uncle would run away so quickly while she had not completed her task. So the heroine, in a panic, broke out in a fine sweat from the fear that she would remain a child forever. But then the butler whispered to her that she could talk to other aristocrats. This proposal delighted Luatasia because she saw in it an opportunity for victory. The fact that the Marquise was associating with the nobility gave the lady the chance to publicly disgrace him in front of them. But Tereni only succeeded in preventing rich men from withdrawing their investments. It was at this moment that the heroine appeared in the room and asked them to think a little more. She introduced herself politely to the aristocrats, trying to make a good impression on everyone around her. The men could hardly contain their smiles at the sight of such a sweet girl who was the Duke's daughter. They were immediately interested in the lady's words about what to think about before investing money. Luatasia began her conversation with cunning, making pleasant compliments to the aristocrats. This caused all the men in the room, except Tereni, to break into satisfied smiles, and the little girl asked the aristocrats to listen to her, despite her young age. Since the miss had managed to charm the noble people, they did not resist her request. This meant that the girl could proceed with her plan to disgrace her uncle. The Marquise insisted that he had found a huge amount of mana stones in the mine. He proved this by the fact that the Duke always invested only in successful projects. Throughout the entire existence of his business, Faraton has never made a mistake in his choice. Luatasia hinted to the men that her father had never told anyone anything about his investments. The Marquise immediately guessed what the girl was getting at, so he reminded her of the Faraton card. The lady then asked why Tereni was so desperate to hold on to his investments in the rich mines. And this simple question made the adult aristocrats think about what the answer would be. But the Marquise continued to openly mock the lady, pretending that she did not understand anything. Tereni's words also made sense, so the nobles did not doubt him. Luatasia skillfully manipulated any words her uncle might say, so she latched onto the lack of money. She blinked her eyes innocently and asked if her father really didn't have enough wealth. The Marquis did not immediately believe that the lady had so cleverly accused him of stealing money from the Duke. However, the heroine did not give up and continued to stand by her assumptions. Even the aristocrats couldn't contain themselves when they saw how happily the miss defeated her uncle. They were convinced that they understood more than the little girl, so they were not afraid of her words. However, Luatasia exceeded all the expectations of the nobles by demonstrating her awareness. Therefore, the lady began to emphasize that her father could have given all the money to the Marquis himself, and Tereni had nothing to say in response to this, since the little girl was completely right. Luatasia cleverly pretended to be an innocent child who simply wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. Every word the lady said was so carefully crafted that it hit the target, the Marquise. Despite her relative's condition, the little girl continued to boldly attack him for victory. As a result, the man could not bear it and behaved in a manner inappropriate for his age. But one of the aristocrats did not allow Tereni to take the checkbook that the lady brought. He guessed that there was something valuable in this thing, since the Marquise did not want to show it. The old man was burning with curiosity because he wanted to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. It turned out that the Duke had been sending his relative huge sums of money all this time, and Luatasia knew about this, so she tried to get the aristocrats to think about investments. As a result, the men suspected the impudent Marquis of lying, since he did not have enough money. The heroine happily concluded that her uncle had a lot of money all this time, but he had put it somewhere. The man was so angry that he could barely restrain himself from hitting the girl in front of everyone else. Luatasia almost squealed with delight as she realized that victory was on her side. Using the ability from the book, She felt that the marquise wanted to kill her. But the lady got her way, and now the aristocrats hated their former ally. So the marquise was left completely alone, although he had expected a different end to the evening. Here the miss remembered that in the spring, many guests came to her uncle, similar to mine workers. Tereni could not justify the fact that there was nothing in the mine he received. It is for this reason that the heroine so easily defeated this cunning and greedy man. He planned to appropriate the aristocrat's money to compensate for his losses. Tereni would later blame Faraton for the failure, and he himself would be left out of work. But Luatisha stopped her relative from carrying out such a dirty deed in time. She confidently demanded that her uncle return the stolen money, causing his face to twist. But the truth was on the girl's side, so the marquis could do nothing to her. As a result, Luatisha completed her task, which initially seemed difficult to her. The marquis had no other choice, and he handed over to her all the lands purchased with the duke's money. And the heroine could hardly contain her joy at being able to defeat the evil and cunning uncle. With a sweet and innocent face, the little girl insisted that the marquis give her more money. Luatisha laughed silently at how much Tereni was shaking from her words. She did not feel sorry for the man at all, because she believed that he had no conscience. The lady saw that the marquise could not think of a single word to put her in her place. In the end, the man decided that it would be easier for him to give the girl everything she demanded of him, and the miss did not hesitate to recite an incredibly long list of what the marquise could buy with her money. So Tereni was completely plunged into sadness, because he was losing almost all of his fortune. But Luatisha was in 7th place from happiness when she received all the necessary lands. She enjoyed reading the notifications from the system, which praised her for her success. It suddenly turned out that the penalty had affected the lady again, even though she had completed the task. And at that very moment, the aristocrats approached the girl to express their respect. The little girl wanted to run away, but her body, under the influence of the fine, did not want to obey. The noble gentleman had not yet noticed the change in the behavior of the duke's daughter, so they smiled. And Miss continued chatting cheerfully about the children's topics that she liked. The aristocrats were amazed when they heard that the girl was only 4 years old. Even under the fine, the heroine still remembered the setup the marquise had set up. But the lady couldn't convey information properly because she was a child. So she explained the duke's financing for the marquise by saying that her father loved her. And the men couldn't argue with this, because the miss amazed them with her cuteness. Every single one of them praised the smart and beautiful little girl from the Faraton family, and Luatisha blossomed with every word, declaring that she, too, loved her strict father. The old man changed the most at the sight of the lady, which surprised even his rich acquaintances. The aristocrat explained this by saying that the girl saved them from unprofitable investments in the marquise's business. But then the assistant reminded the duke's daughter that it was time for her to return to the estate. Miss didn't argue. She just waved goodbye sweetly to the new acquaintances she liked. The aristocrats saw the little girl off with impressed looks, because they were amazed. One of them had the feeling that he had seen Luatisha somewhere before, although this was impossible. The man could not remember that the dirty maid was the duke's daughter. Even when the memory came to the rich man's mind, he brushed it aside out of surprise. The lady was described best by her eldest friend, who knew a lot about children. He was extremely interested to see what kind of person this girl would eventually grow up to be. Meanwhile, the heroine returned without any problems to her father's estate, where he was already waiting for her. The whole way, the assistant admired the little girl, who had so easily beaten her uncle. He was sincerely touched by the girl's skills, who impressed him with her eloquence and intelligence. At this moment, the duke, who had seen his daughter's entire conversation, was filled with jealousy. Unlike her assistant, Luatisha didn't feel threatened, so she was glad to see her father. So she was surprised when she noticed a strange reaction from the guy right behind her. The lady, confused, offered the assistant to pet her, just so he would calm down. But this made the butler feel even worse, because he felt Anthony's angry gaze on his body. He had no hope of surviving after touching his master's daughter. Luatisha was completely oblivious to what was happening to her father, so she didn't understand the servant's reaction. Faraton was ready to execute the poor assistant on the spot, as soon as the lady did not see it. So he took his faithful servant to the estate to punish him in a secluded place. The little girl realized too late that she was the reason for her father's strange behavior. But the girl was distracted by the rest of the assistants, who could not help but meet her upon arrival. the heroine once again realized that now she truly had a home to return to. At breakfast, the Duke came to the conclusion that his daughter was an extremely dangerous person. The lady herself did not notice how easily she controlled other people, achieving her goals, and Anthony tried his best not to hug the miss, who was now resting. Luatisha looked at her father innocently with the sweetest eyes, which made his heart skip a beat. Even the master's faithful butler could not explain why Faraton felt such emotions. The man again felt as if his body and mind were overcome by an incomprehensible illness. He even forgot that the baby had no magical abilities to influence people. So Anthony invented various powers for Luatisha that didn't exist yet. The butler obediently adjusted himself to the master's thoughts, agreeing with him in everything. That's because the little lady's charm was truly hard to resist. So, just in case, the Duke taught the little girl the means of self-defense, and the heroine easily remembered all the rules from her father, which he asked her to follow. The girl's sweet smile made Anthony's heart tremble with love again, treacherously and sweetly. But the man quickly pulled himself together and suggested that the little girl practice the material she had learned. Luatisha had time to understand that the answers to her father's questions were extremely important for her future life. The Duke asked in all seriousness what would happen if someone patted Miss on the head, and the little girl calmly replied that she would never allow anyone to do that. This whole training was designed to keep the lady from letting people get close to her. Therefore, Luatisha argued with the Duke, who proposed different options for intimacy. The assistant, who had never seen this training before, watched it in complete shock. Meanwhile, the heroine strictly forbade strangers to even approach her. In the end, Anthony was very pleased with how skillfully and dexterously the girl completed the training. The only thing the man would like is for the lady to speak more rudely to her opponents. The little girl could have sent the villain away, flashing an evil look at him. But all this was only in Faraton's head, no matter how much he dreamed of something more. Moreover, the maids demanded that the young mistress speak only in cultured words. That's why the man restrained himself from starting to teach his daughter self-defense techniques. But as soon as the gentleman reached out his hand to the little girl, she let out a loud cry of protest. Luatisha screamed that no one could touch her, just as Anthony himself had taught her. Moreover, the lady suddenly accused the man of trying to kidnap her. The Duke trembled all over from such injustice, although he understood that he himself was to blame for everything. For a moment, the heroine looked with interest at her father's hand, which she loved, but then she resolutely pushed her away from herself, as required by special training. What hurt the Duke the most was that the girl called him bad for trying to get closer, after which she looked at her dejected father with an innocent look, expecting praise. Faraton felt as if his chest had been pierced by a poisoned and sharp dagger. That same night, Faraton took out all his anger on his legitimate enemy, whom he did not feel sorry for. Tereni's servants begged for mercy, but Anthony would not listen to anyone who served his enemy. He was rightly called a monster, because the man's magic was incredibly strong and deadly. Anthony's target was Tereni, who hid in his room until it was no longer useful. The Marquise demanded that Faraton leave immediately, and only then could they resolve everything peacefully. But the Duke's ominous aura should have already told his relative that talking here was pointless, so Tereni could only hope that some of his words would sufficiently frighten the evil Anthony. But the Duke remained just as cool and self-confident, as if he were afraid of nothing. His eyes sparkled with hatred for the Marquis, who had been torturing his sweet daughter for so long. It was for this reason that Faraton could not stop and wanted to choose a punishment for his relative. Poor Tereni had no choice but to accept his sad fate. The man was scared to death because he realized that no amount of persuasion would work on his son-in-law. Part of the wall collapsed behind Tereni from Anthony's blow, while he did not understand what he had done to deserve such a fate. With just one wave of his hand, the strong and powerful magician destroyed the entire estate of the Marquise. In his emotions, Tereni shouted that there was no need to protect a girl who was not even the Duke's own. And these words turned out to be a huge mistake, as they only made the already furious Anthony even more angry. Now all his magic screamed at him to kill the insolent man in front of him. The Marquis could hardly withstand such emotional pressure, since he did not possess the magic of this family. But it turned out that Tereni remained alive, since the Duke had not actually planned to kill him. The only thing was that a thin stream of blood was running down the man's neck, although he was sure that Anthony had decapitated him. Tereni decided that the Duke took pity on him because they were related, no matter who claimed otherwise. But in Anthony's hand, he held the family ring of Tereni, who did not deserve such an expensive thing. The Marquis didn't even have time to notice when Faraton took away the ring that he tried to protect with all his might. This ring confirmed the right of its wearer to continue to be the heir or ruler of the family. And now, in one instant, Tereni was deprived of the entire inheritance he received from his departed wife. Anthony, with an emotionless expression on his face, stated that his relative had no right to wear this thing. As a result, Tereni was cast down into the lower class, since without a seal, he was left without a family name. Rumors of this situation reached the Faraton estate the following morning, thanks to the maids. Only Luatisha did not have time to find out this story, since the girl had many other things to do today. But the assistants filled the gap in the lady's knowledge, reporting that Tereni had become an ordinary commoner. The maid remembered that the previous Marquis had only temporarily appointed a successor who had not lived up to his promise. Instead of ruling, the Marquis fell into fraud, which led to him even losing his wife. The heroine was seriously frightened by how quickly events in this story were developing. The assistants were able to find any information in a short time, so they weren't surprised by anything. They even learned that Clatia tried to run away from her mother so as not to lower her aristocratic status. The girl threw a real tantrum, demanding to be sent to her grandfather, whom she had never seen. Luatia was amazed at how detailed the stories of the maid who helped her were. But the assistant only chatted about other people, since she had no intention of talking about the Faraton family. They didn't have much time to talk, as the maids were hastily getting the girl ready for the trip. The assistants went crazy over the baby's cute costumes, each of which they would like to see on her. The lady watched with a smile the commotion that had arisen from the Duke's return to the north. The only thing that scared Miss was that the assistants seemed to be trying to cram the entire house into a few suitcases, all because Anthony finished with all the affairs in the empire and decided to return to the quiet estate. And no one could change the decision of the Duke, who was considered a hero and wanted to be at the center of the empire. Luatia was even proud of how firm her father was in his decisions, because she respected him for it. She was curious to know what Faraton would look like in the cold place where he was born and raised. The lady stubbornly rejoiced in thoughts about her father, in order not to notice the new message from the system. Miss had no desire at all to again carry out the strict tasks that her abilities had devised for her, but the system began to beep so loudly that the girl had no choice but to notice it. This time, it turned out that the heroine was given a nice reward in the form of a one-time luck potion. The baby studied with interest all the new information, which also included changes in her characteristics. No matter how hard the heroine tried to shirk work under the pretext of her age, it didn't work. Being in the body of a small child, the girl really often wanted to sleep rather than carry out tasks from the system. But then Miss discovered that the new task didn't mention a single word about a possible terrible and unpleasant fine. She couldn't contain her emotions, which made the maids turn their curious attention to the little lady. At first, the little girl didn't notice them with her eyes, as she was engrossed in a new task about increasing her wealth. Initially, the heroine was of the opinion that she could not sit still, since she was the main character in the plot. Therefore, the girl accepted all the tasks, some of which did not require quick completion. Here, Luatisha noticed that the summoning task had not been completed, as she had rented the story. This made life much more difficult for the lady, since such conditions had never been agreed upon anywhere before. The girl was carried away by her hatred and began to curse the devil out loud, which the maids heard. So the little girl had to pretend that she was communicating with her stuffed toy, demanding an answer. In the end, the assistants pretended with a smile that Luatisha was crazy about the toy her father had given her. The girls sincerely considered the little lady to be the sweetest and most beautiful child in the world. The heroine heard the maids talking about her brothers, and only now remembered them. Since the girl's father turned out to be a cool man, she did not doubt the devil's promise. The heroine had never seen or even heard about her older brothers, who lived in the estate in the north. But she was sure that these guys were certainly no less beautiful than their father. Since the maids were distinguished by their ability to find and remember information, the lady turned to them. Luatia smiled sweetly and asked her assistants to tell her what her brothers were like. Previously, the little girl's charm always worked without fail, even on the strictest adults. But for some reason, this time, the assistants couldn't say a word to explain anything to the lady. Luatia felt a chill run down her spine from the unpleasant premonition and anxiety. At this moment, preparations for the arrival of the master were in full swing at the estate of Duke Faraton. The head butler prepared a gloomy atmosphere for the mansion, despite the fact that Anthony would be arriving with his daughter. Assistants expressed concern that the lady might be frightened by the excessive darkness, but the butler refused to believe that the Duke's daughter could turn out to be a sweet child. He strictly demanded that his servants not make a single mistake while preparing the estate. Meanwhile, the Duke and his daughter were already traveling north in a luxurious carriage that didn't even shake. The heroine suffered incredibly from the heat, as the maids dressed her in a warm and soft bear suit. The man saw that the little girl was not very comfortable, so he did not understand why they dressed her like that. He was a true northerner, so he didn't know that children could be more susceptible to the cold. Luatia timidly explained to her father that she had not taken off her costume out of respect for the efforts of the maids. Faraton wondered why the attention of the servants was so important to the lady. He remembered how he himself had not brushed off his daughter's consolation about the scar, although it was useless. The heroine guessed what exactly her father considered pointless and was a little offended. The lady justified herself by saying that no one but her had pitied the Duke because of such a wound. In response, the man affectionately patted the girl on the cheek, wanting to console her from her sadness. He smiled lovingly at the little girl and thanked her for her concern about this matter. The heroine was pleased to realize that the Duke appreciated her efforts and concerns for him. In anticipation of the arrival of the gentleman and his daughter, the assistants went out into the street in advance. But none of them thought that this cute little bear would be that very Luatia. In the minds of the servants, the girl looked like a real concentration of malice, treachery, and horror. But the lady was radically different from what the estate's assistants thought of her. As soon as the little girl sneezed, Anthony immediately asked with a menacing look if she was cold. And the servants decided that the master was going to personally cool the girl down forever, with the help of death. But the maids who arrived with the Duke immediately caused a fuss because of Mrs. Sneeze. The butlers could not understand why these servants behaved in this way. Luatia did not show any malice, which was not there, despite her relationship with Faraton. Seeing his daughter's sweet face, the man could not restrain himself and carefully picked her up in his arms. The servants of the north, unprepared for this spectacle, almost went crazy at the sight of such a picture. The little girl still remembered her father's teaching, so she screamed that he was the kidnapper. But the Duke calmed his daughter with one word, so that she obediently froze in his arms. Anthony kindly asked that the baby sit so calmly only in his arms. The assistants, who remembered the master as evil, watched all this with alarm. Therefore, they assumed that Faraton had been replaced while he was away at war with the Empire. The father's arrival left its mark on his sons, two of whom lived on the estate. The heroine immediately prepared to carefully evaluate the brothers for beauty. And the middle son, named Aries, seemed to her almost like an angel because of his sweet smile, while the youngest son, named Ixion, charmed with his cold and frightening gaze. The lady was ready to worship the devil for giving her such wonderful brothers. In her admiration, it took her a few minutes to remember to say hello. The lady used all her strength to charm the brothers with one smile. Previously, the little girl had no problem making a good impression on everyone around her. Suddenly, Ixion arrogantly declared that he remembered this weak girl very well. From these terrible words, everything inside the heroine seemed to collapse due to the discrepancy with the image. The younger son, meanwhile, haughtily announced that he no longer intended to waste his time here. He was sure that the girl would not be able to last long in an estate filled with magic. Luatia visibly cringed at such a greeting, as she was not prepared for hatred. But then Aries approached her, and his politeness was fundamentally different from his brother's. The lady did not immediately notice the difference between the Duke's sons, so she prepared herself for a catch. But the boy gently took the baby's hands to warm them in his own in case she was cold. With a sweet smile, Aries said that he would never let his little sister freeze. As a result, it was Miss who ended up being charmed by her brother, although she tried to do the opposite. Everyone knew that the harsh northern climate was not suitable for a small child, but the heroine did not suffer from the cold, as she was bathing in pleasant water with drinks. Previously, Miss could not even dream of feeling the warmth of hot springs. The beloved maids moved in with the baby, so she did not suffer from a lack of attention. Only when Miss was full and content with life did she go to meet her brothers. The girl still planned to charm them with her appearance and sweet childish behavior. And Aries greeted Lutetia with a gentle smile that was no different from the previous one. The guy clearly knew how to put on the right masks, but the heroine hadn't noticed it yet. She was absolutely delighted that her middle brother treated her so well. So the little girl didn't keep her waiting for long and joined the tea party. But Ixion sighed and grumbled angrily that the lady was too noisy and annoying. He had no intention of making friends with Lutetia, even if she was his own sister. This time, the heroine was prepared for the boy's hostility, so she was able to keep her composure. But the middle one did not let the girl be sad, because he treated her especially kindly. He admitted that he would never have thought that he had such a cute little sister. The guy was beaming as if he really was an angel who had recently descended from heaven, and the heroine couldn't believe that she had such a cool brother. The kind look and sunny aura of the middle son incredibly attracted Lutetia. In contrast, Ixion constantly radiated cold wariness and hostility. He didn't understand why the middle one treated such a weak child so well. And Aries even began to protect the lady from the attacks of his younger brother, which attracted her more and more to himself. The heroine noticed with surprise that the guys were communicating with each other extremely impolitely, while she, if she were in Aries' place, would definitely have taught Ixion a lesson. But right now, the boy didn't even allow anyone to look at him, starting to grumble. But the heroine was also drooling over the behavior of her brother, who attracted her. Seeing this expression on Miss Ikeson's face, he shuddered and jumped up from his seat. Lutetia quickly came up with an excuse for herself about how she couldn't ignore beautiful people. But the boy only moved further away from the lady after such words that caught his attention. The little girl tried to behave as charmingly as before, despite the resistance of the younger one. Suddenly, Aries sadly asked if the girl really thought Ixion was much more beautiful than him. In a panic, the heroine began to praise her middle brother's appearance, just so he wouldn't be upset. Ixion was not prepared to silently listen to Aries being actively praised instead of him. So the boy blushed with anger, which was ready to burst out right now. He couldn't stand it any longer, and loudly slammed his fist on the table, just to stop the family's conversations. This made Lutetia and Aries turn to look at the boy, who was now sitting as dark as a cloud. The Duke's youngest son no longer wanted to see these two relatives near him, but his gaze burning with hatred did not frighten the heroine at all, since she received a task. The whole point was that the little girl had to put the boy who insulted her in his place. Miss would have liked to get along with her brother, but it didn't seem like he wanted it at all. But the heroine had no other choice, since the penalty for refusing the task was death. This almost made the little girl faint, and even Aries couldn't console her now. Seeing the tears in the lady's eyes, Ixion sat down on a chair with satisfaction, believing that he had defeated her. He was sure that such a weak daughter of the Duke would not be able to oppose him. Suddenly, Lutetia screamed loudly, objecting to her brother's assumptions about her. The heroine boldly declared that she was strong enough to belong to the Pharaton family. But the little girl didn't expect that her words would provoke a response in the form of Ixion's magic. The lady understood perfectly well that her body would never be able to withstand such pressure from her brother. But at the last moment, Aries, who was immune to magic, came to Luetitia's aid. For the first time in a long time, the boy showed a menacing expression on his face, directed at the younger one. But Ixion was not at all frightened by the fact that the middle one suddenly decided to attack him. Aries understood perfectly well that he was stronger than the boy, so he behaved much more restrained. Lutetia already believed that the middle brother would not enter into conflict with his relative. But the guy suddenly declared that he would teach the younger one a worthy lesson. Before Miss had time to do anything, Aries took an attacking magical stance. Ixion then jumped out in front of his brother, intending to give him a worthy rebuff from the Pharaton family. The heroine could only hope that the guys wouldn't destroy the entire room along with her. If the brothers start fighting with all their might, the girl, who is weak compared to them, will suffer first. So the heroine turned on her acting and asked if the boys really liked her that much. This statement surprised the guys, who were fighting not at all because she loved someone more. The little girl didn't pay attention to the obvious confusion on the faces of her relatives. She used all her charm to dissuade Aries and Ixion from fighting. As a result, a deathly silence fell over the room, as Miss had amazed both brothers. As soon as the relatives dispersed, the lady hurried back to her room. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to resolve the conflict as easily next time. But the heroine wasn't afraid of difficulties, because in her past life she had read a bunch of useful stories. The only thing that really upset the little girl was the lack of money. While the abilities provided the lady with many opportunities, they came at a price. But even such troubles did not make the little girl give up in front of the system. Luatia was burning with anticipation of the moment when she could become much better, and the girl decided to start seducing her younger brother, who was known for being grumpy. The boy immediately noticed that the lady was following him, but for a long time he did not pay attention to her. As soon as Ixion turned around, the miss announced with a sad look that she wanted to play. Luatia tried to be irresistible so that the boy would not dare to offend her in any way. And for the Duke's third son, all his father's wishes were law, so he did not insult the lady. However, this did not stop the child from secretly teaching his little and impudent sister a lesson. The heroine realized too late that the boy had once again released his magic in her direction. Ixion planned to test how resistant the girl was to his abilities. In an instant, Luatia found herself enveloped in a dark mist of magic from head to toe. She could see from her younger brother's eyes that he was thoroughly enjoying his impunity. Only after a few seconds, the boy himself abruptly withdrew his magic. Initially, he planned to scare the little girl so that she would not come near him again. But Luatia, with a joyful smile, exclaimed that she was glad to finally play with her brother. The Duke's son did not expect that the girl would misunderstand all his intentions so much. The heroine deliberately did not listen to the boy, so that he would not have time to speak out and leave. Instead, she started running away from the child, saying that they were playing tag. Everything was going exactly according to the little girl's plan, but she didn't show her brother a happy face. Even in her past life, the lady learned to deal with people who rejected everyone. But the lady didn't take into account that she was still little, so she tripped right in front of the stairs. As a result, the girl fell down at full speed due to her inattention. But before hitting the floor, Ixion unexpectedly caught his little sister. The boy grumbled that he had expected nothing else from the sloppy lady. Because of her rescue, the little girl decided that her little brother wasn't so bad after all. But the expression on the child's face told the lady that he only began to hate her more. Even without the abilities from the book, the heroine saw how much her brother did not want to communicate with her. But the lady did not give up trying to make friends with the boy. Despite all his hostility, she beamed with all her might in the hope that this would soften the irritable relative. Suddenly, at that moment, the children were met by the Duke, who had almost finished his work. Ixion looked at his father with concern, as their relationship was strained. Luatia immediately jumped into Anthony's arms, who was also happy to hold her in his arms. The lady was visibly upset when she learned that the man was not yet free for today, but the Duke kindly promised that he would always find time for his sweet little daughter. Ixion watched in complete shock as his father treated his sister with such affection. He flinched nervously when Faraton suddenly started talking about who the little girl was walking with. The boy had just recently put the lady in danger, something he didn't want to admit to his father, but he believed that it would be better if the man heard the whole truth from him, and not from the miss. However, Luatia suddenly declared that she had a good time with her brother, who did not offend her. The girl's words sounded so plausible that Anthony didn't even think of doubting them, and the little girl turned to her brother and said that she had had a lot of fun in his company. Ixion couldn't believe the girl's words, because all this time he had been trying to scare her. For the first time, he encountered such a devoted and kind child that he loved him just like that. But the Duke had already gotten used to his daughter's sweet character, and therefore loved her. The man even became jealous of his own son. Since the miss did not pay attention to him, the heroine could never have imagined that the Duke would ever act so petty. And Anthony himself really wanted to know who his daughter had the most fun playing games with. As a result, Luatia barely managed to escape her father's questions by secluding herself in the estate's courtyard. No matter how much the girl looked for her younger brother, he stubbornly never caught her eye again. So Miss finally gave in to panic because she didn't see Ixion anywhere. And just at the moment of hysteria, the little girl heard a man's laughter coming from the side. It turned out that the smiling middle brother had been secretly watching the girl all this time. He found the experiences of the lady who for some reason was afraid of growing old early, amusing. Miss was pleased to hear that her brother even liked her charming size. The guy diligently pretended that he wanted to help the Duke's little daughter in everything. So Luatisha admitted with displeasure that Ixion was constantly running away from her. The heroine wanted to befriend her younger brother, not even for the sake of completing the system's task. And Aries saw that the girl's emotions were sincere towards their relative. But the guy couldn't help but play with the lady's feelings, so he smiled slyly on purpose. He pretended to be deeply offended. And Luatisha could not ignore this circumstance. So the little girl began to console her brother, declaring that he was much better than Ixion. The heroine didn't know that Aries provoked her to compliment him because the younger one was nearby. So he deliberately kissed the girl on the cheek, deciding to get as close as possible. Aries enjoyed watching Ixion's anger, as he could barely contain himself. And Luatisha accidentally became a tool in the hands of the middle one, who wanted to tease the youngest. A kiss on the cheek from such a handsome man made the lady blush, as if she were a real tomato. The lady couldn't even imagine that she would establish relations with her middle brother so quickly. But this turned out to be very important for the little girl, who did not want to quarrel with anyone. Joyful Luatis danced in the girl's head, delighted at such a quick rapprochement. So Miss called her brother an angel with all sincerity, because she finally believed in it. At that very moment, the little girl heard a sharp crack, which greatly frightened her. She didn't immediately notice that a small part of the column had somehow miraculously cracked. Luatisia was at a loss to understand how something like this could have happened on the Duke's estate. But Aries sent the Duke's daughter to the estate so that nothing would happen to her by accident. But even at home, the lady could not find Ixion anywhere, which is why she sat sad and melancholy. The maids were so busy with their own affairs that they did not immediately notice their mistress's mood. Luatisia complained to her assistant that her younger brother seemed to be hiding on purpose. As a result of this conversation, the heroine realized that Ixion really did not want to see her. The little girl couldn't understand why her attempts to get closer to the boy only made things worse. But the lady was not going to give up, so she thought hard about what could be fixed. The mischievous Ixion did not seem like the type of person who would be easy to approach. And to begin with, the miss clarified with the maids what exactly magic was. The baby was the only one in the family who did not possess any magical abilities. The assistants understood where this interest arose, since they themselves had asked questions before. They knew that the Pharaton family was different in strength from wizards and knights. The heroine had never thought before that her family had some special ability. Since the relative's power was black, Miss compared it to the devil's power. The maids had heard many times that exactly such rumors were constantly spreading among the people. But the little girl didn't mean that she was afraid of the magic that her beautiful family possessed. When Ixion influenced the girl, she felt that his power was almost limitless. But in those moments, Miss froze in place, not at all, because of the fear that gripped her entire body. For some reason, Luatisia found the magic of her brothers and father incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing. But the assistants did not think that the magic of the Pharaton family resembled a deep and dark night. While the heroine was ready to observe magical abilities again and again, the girl spoke sincerely and did not know that in fact her brothers were eavesdropping on her. So Aries heard perfectly well all his sister's comments about his dark powers. The guy never perceived his abilities as something good and pleasant for others. The youngest son carried exactly the same burden on his heart, worrying about his powers. He remembered how sincerely the little girl had spoken about wanting to be friends with him. Luatisia even defended her brother to their father, even though Ixion tried to harm her. The younger brother could not understand the girl's thoughts and was afraid to start trusting her. So the boy was in doubt about what he should do. As a result, Aries saw Ixion walking away from the balcony with an angry look. The boy lived for a long time among people with whom he had tense relationships, so he angrily declared that he did not believe Luatisia and had no intention of trusting her. The next morning, the Duke's assistants admired the skills of the miss who dealt with her uncle. The one who was most pleased with the girl's achievements was Viscount Radiandier, who was her fan. He personally accompanied the little girl when she argued with her uncle about his property. But Luatisia herself felt uncomfortable with how much honor people were showing her. However, she did not miss the opportunity to complete one of the wealth tasks. The aristocrats were displeased with the miss's request to give her ownership of the mines. But the Duke had a different opinion. which the heroine noticed almost immediately from his satisfied face. The man advised the little girl not to be afraid to spend money, since she already had a lot of it. However, the assistant still believed that the lady did not have enough knowledge for this. Even Luetitia felt a moment of fear at the responsibility her father had given her. But Anthony had complete faith in his daughter, so he was not going to back down from his decision. Only Radian perceived this situation as an opportunity for him to be closer to the lady. Therefore, Viscount Dyer was in a good mood when he carried the gift for the little girl. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed throughout the corridor, which greatly frightened the man. Butler Allen, who was walking right behind the Viscount, reminded that Ixion was training in the courtyard. The assistants looked at the young master, who had trained a lot, with confusion. Dyer nervously adjusted his grip on the box, not wanting the contents to be damaged. Inside, he carried a delicious cake for Luetitia, with her favorite cherry flavor. The Viscount could not wait for the girl's joyful reaction, who would be grateful to him for the gift. Radian was so crazy about the Duke's daughter that he was happy even with her disgust. No one could remain happy anymore while they were being shown so much negativity. And in the courtyard of the estate, Ixion really practiced his skills, honing his craft. The servant, who had been closely observing his master, noted that his skill had increased significantly. But even this was not enough for the boy, so the man controlled him. This butler was one of those who could resist Ixion's magic during his madness. This is all because even during training, the boy couldn't get his little sister out of his head. Therefore, the density of his magic was so strong that it lingered for some time. What irritated him most was that the lady claimed that she was not at all afraid of their abilities. And right now, the boy decided to meet with Miss Face to resolve all the issues. He confidently opened the door to the little girl's room, not caring at all about propriety. But for some reason, Luetitia wasn't inside, even though she was forbidden to walk around much. Ixion instantly decided that the lady was playing with her beloved Aries again. But in none of the rooms could you hear the squeak of the girl's shoes that her father had given her. This scared Ixion to no end, so he began to run around the estate at full speed. After a few minutes, the boy was very tired, but finally found a small trail. They turned out to be huge footprints of adults next to a little girl's fallen shoe. The younger one was not at all surprised that something had happened to the weak Luetitia, but for some reason, this time, he cared about his sister's situation. The heroine's shoe, which the boy picked up, still retained the warmth of her tender body. So Ixion rushed in the men's footsteps, driven by the desire to find his sister. He released so many search shadows at once that he himself did not notice the enormous expenditure of power. At that moment, it was important for the boy to find and catch up with the kidnappers, no matter what the cost. So soon, his magic was able to reach the place where people in cloaks were running as fast as they could. Luetitia cried in fear, but looked back in the hope that someone would save her. But the thieves finally believed that they had managed to escape with the stolen baby. Suddenly, the entire space around them was enveloped in magic that was darker than the deepest night. The men in cloaks looked around in fear and discovered that a child had appeared behind them. Ixion's face expressed incredible hatred for the impudent kidnappers of his dear sister. He didn't hesitate for a second before unleashing all his magic on the two opponents. The thieves did not have magical abilities, so they were unable to defend themselves in any way. So, just a moment later, when Ixion waved his hand, everything around was stained with their blood. But not even a drop of sympathy or pity appeared on the face of the boy who hated thieves. And in the midst of all this madness, Luetitia remained completely unharmed, even though she was sitting in a pool of blood. The little girl was shaking all over from the horror she had just experienced, and her clothes were stained with someone else's blood. Ixion guessed that the lady would never again in her life say that his magic was beautiful. The boy himself did not expect that he would be offended by the fact that the lady's words turned out to be a lie. He stood awkwardly in place, not daring to approach the Duke's daughter. The heroine fell into a small trance from how much fear she had managed to experience during this time. The boy kept replaying in his head the previous words of the lady, who supposedly was not afraid of him. Suddenly, the little girl grabbed her brother with her dirty little hand, which pulled him out of his fantasy world. She was still shaking all over, but she found the strength to thank the boy for saving her. With tears in her eyes, the girl smiled at her relative, wanting to find comfort in him. But it seemed to Ixion that the lady was again trying to find words to gain her own advantage. With an angry expression on his face, the child recalled that the girl was shaking with fear because of him. The lady froze in place at this accusation, as she had expected completely different words from her brother. Finally, the baby screamed, saying that it was natural for her to tremble because she was scared. Luatasia burst into tears, asking why it took her brother so long to save her from her enemies. Out of frustration, she began to beat her fists at her relative, who did not sympathize with her. Ixion didn't expect that, all this time, the Duke's daughter had been counting on him to come to her aid. The boy suddenly, for the first time in his life, wanted to take care of someone other than himself. Realizing that her brother was not averse to comforting her, Miss pressed her whole body against him, demanding care. The youngest son was surprised to feel the pleasant warmth of his sister, who trusted him. The lady gave in completely to her emotions, which she had been holding back all this time out of fear. Despite the terrible bloodshed around, Miss was not at all afraid of her relative. All his life, Ixion had faced fear and wariness from other aristocrats. This is because, from childhood, everyone in the Faraton family possessed powerful magic, and the boy was no exception, and he proudly bore this responsibility, which was beyond the child's capabilities. Therefore, it came as a surprise to many that the Duke's daughter had no abilities. As soon as they returned to the estate, Anthony, with a ferocious look, began to sort things out. But none of the servants could say why such a situation happened to the little lady. Ares was in no way inferior to his father in severity, and demanded punishment for guilty subjects. The assistants were not prepared to take responsibility for what happened to Luatasia through no fault of their own. The heroine had no intention of staying on the sidelines during the investigation, so she invaded the room. The lady wanted her father to personally ask her about everything that had happened, because she knew something, but Anthony did not want to further traumatize his daughter's psyche with terrible memories of the kidnapping. While Miss was also part of the Faraton family, so she was strong mentally. The system told the girl who the culprit could be, so she was going to find him personally. The aristocrats visibly tensed when the Duke handed over all the powers of execution to his daughter. But Miss was not at all embarrassed by such responsibility, because she had a pre-thought-out plan. She pointed her finger at her most devoted fan, who was surprised by this turn of events. Radian was horrified by Luatesia's accusation, as he had always thought only of her well-being. But the lady skillfully pretended that she was not going to accept any excuses from the faithful Viscount. To put her plan into action, the Miss turned to the assistant who was next to Ixion. Dyer somehow found out where exactly the boy was, which he told the Duke's daughter when they met. It was because of the Viscount's words that the little girl hurried to the training ground, where she was kidnapped. Dyer had no idea that Ixion would have left training by the time Luatesia arrived there. Only now did the heroine realize that the Duke's youngest son had extremely fickle plans. She encountered this herself when she constantly tried to find the boy on the estate grounds. The servants guessed that it was because of the Viscount's words that Luatesia missed her brother, who was on his way to her. This came as a surprise to them, as no one would dare accuse a fan of betrayal. The heroine's eyes sparkled with satisfaction when she realized that everyone around her was listening attentively to her. But Dyer did not agree with the accusations that were being leveled at him about collusion with his opponents. The man was deeply offended. As he had no intention of harming the little lady, he began to actively deny his guilt, loudly shouting that he was sincerely devoted to the little girl. And the heroine admitted with a smile that from the very beginning, she had no doubts about her best assistant. So Luatesia asked him to tell her who the Viscount had spoken to while he was walking to her room with the gift. The lady was absolutely confident that Radian would be able to find the answer to her difficult question. But Dyer didn't immediately realize that he was no longer accused of treason, so he could calm down. However, the man actually only interacted with one person while walking to the lady's room. That man seemed to accidentally tell the Viscount where exactly Ixion was, which the Miss needed. He convinced Radian that the little girl should go for a walk to unwind, since she was a child. The villain carefully whispered the necessary words to Dyer so that he would accept his point of view. And that man was the butler Alan, who always seemed good to the Viscount. However, at that moment, he was no better than the devil, since he was setting up his friend. On hearing the name of the culprit, the Duke furiously demanded that he be brought immediately to the general court. Luatesia was in no hurry to be proud of her investigation, since her task was not yet complete. But Ares drew the girl's attention to himself, praising her for exposing the villain. It seemed to the lady that her brother acted as if he knew perfectly well who the traitor really was. But the miss didn't have time to question the middle one, because at that moment the criminal was pushed into the room. The butler desperately denied his involvement in the crime, as he did not want to be executed. But they managed to search his living room and found information about the agreement to kidnap the baby. So Alan had no argument left against the fact that he had betrayed his master and friends. Anthony was merciless to the man who almost made him lose his daughter forever. The aristocrats discussed for a long time the fact that the famous butler turned out to be the traitor. They admired Luatisha, who had just gone through stress, but was able to solve the crime. But it was Radian who sang the most odes in honor of the girl, and his actions were justified thanks to her wisdom. Even before this situation, the Viscount was ready to pray for the lovely little girl, from whom it was impossible to tear himself away. And now the lady had become a real goddess for him, whom he wanted to accompany every day. Eventually, even the Duke got tired of listening to his assistant's lamentations, so he kicked him out. The heroine sighed with relief when the room fell silent, as Deer had crossed the line. But his joy was justified, because the man was the last to communicate with the mist today. So Luatisha was glad that she had not given in to the thieves' provocation and had not accused the Viscount. But then the cheerful atmosphere was broken by Feriton, who was going to punish his servants for kidnapping his daughter. The assistants relaxed, and therefore forgot that the Duke never forgave such mistakes. The heroine once again made an attempt to protect the servants from inevitable punishment. But Anthony believed that the assistants should also be looking after Luatisha's safety. The girl guessed that this time her father would not give up so easily, so heavy artillery was needed. So the little girl, with tears in her eyes, said that she could not sit in the room while the others were busy. The lady pretended that she would sit in the room for the rest of her life, just so that no one else would get hurt. But she didn't expect that her middle brother would suddenly support this crazy idea. Ares, with a sly smile, promised to bring Miss all the necessary toys and books. However, Luatisha quickly found a way out and declared that she would die sooner from lack of physical activity. The man and his son did not expect at all that the girl would begin to say goodbye to them so early. So they decided to punish the servants not by death, so as not to hurt the lady. The assistants could hardly believe that they would actually survive after this. They could clearly see how hard the little girl tried to keep them alive. So people fell even more in love with this sweet and beautiful lady who cared about their well-being. But what pleased the heroine most was that the system rewarded her with bonuses for this decision. Therefore, the lady hastened to remain alone under the pretext that she wanted to stay in her room. Luatisha needed all this in order to carefully study all the new notifications from the system. She discovered that Ixion still didn't consider her a member of the family, as the quest hadn't counted. Although Miss was sad about her brother's mischief, she was not going to give up so easily. She still remained grateful to him for saving her, because the boy might not have come to the rescue. So now the girl had to use the Wheel of Fortune to increase her fortune in the system. Miss had no intention of saving on anything, because her plans were to win Ixion's trust, and the system responded to the call of the hostess, so that a wheel with a big win was shown. But by an unfortunate coincidence, the lady ended up in an empty cage. The heroine could not accept the fact that she was so unlucky even in this life. So for a while she fell out of reality, trying to accept this state of affairs. Only after a few seconds, the little girl was able to come to her senses and remembered that not all was lost. After all, not long ago, the system gave her the opportunity to use a one-time potion of luck. But the description of the potion was so strange that the lady could only hope that it would work. The miss was delighted when she noticed that the bottle was intended specifically for lotteries. So she boldly drank the potion, which promised her a good win in any endeavor. The heroine didn't expect anything from the taste of the jar, but it turned out that it was pleasant and familiar to her. The potion resembled mint chocolate, which the heroine had eaten several times in her past life. As soon as she swallowed the liquid, Luatisha felt power coursing through her veins. The lady happily activated the system lottery to claim the best prizes possible. The little girl was completely prepared for the result, as she had no doubt that she would win this time. For a few moments, the light from the lottery blinded the girl, but this did not spoil her mood at all. As soon as Miss opened her eyes, she was surprised to discover that she had won more than 20,000 coins. This made the heroine ready to worship the luck potion that brought her so much joy. Now, Luatisha had the opportunity to summon any story and take the desired ability. And the little girl chose a plot in which power gave the opportunity to determine who loves you. The lady needed a test of Ixion's sympathy to understand how much longer she had to pursue him. And this time, the heroine easily obtained the necessary powers from history, which made her incredibly happy. At this moment, Ixion was resting on the bed, as he was exhausted after saving his little sister. He was very tired, but he stubbornly did not show it, although his whole body was in a cold sweat. Even in this state, the boy managed to feel the presence of his middle brother. Ares smiled slyly, but he did not come at all to harm his younger relative. He brought him some water, since he himself had often found himself in a similar difficult situation. As much as Ixion didn't trust his brother, he accepted the glass from him so as not to show fear. Ares was a little worried that the younger one might accidentally cause a burst of magic, but the boy grumbled nervously that he would not have allowed such a situation, since he was not stupid. He understood perfectly well that if he failed, Luatisha would also suffer greatly. Ares couldn't help but hint that the boy had become close to his little sister, which had caused anger. Ixion stubbornly continued to deny the fact that he liked the lady more and more. The middle one was bored of listening to these excuses, so he closed the youngest's eyes. Immediately after this, Ares began to share his magic with Ixion in order to restore him. The boy was wary of such help, since his brother was very two-faced. And even now, the same nasty grin remained on his face, which did not bode well. But the boy himself said that he simply could not abandon his beloved brother in trouble. The boy didn't believe such a blatant lie at all, since Ares didn't do anything for no reason. Before leaving, the middle one reminded the youngest that Luatisha had been desperate to see him, but Ixion only became more angry about this, since he did not want to show his weaknesses. In fact, the fact that the lady was eager to meet him warmed the lonely child's soul. Even now, the little girl walked under her younger brother's windows, waiting for him to look out. The girl's joyful look at the boy made him smile, even though he didn't want to. The heroine was truly looking forward to meeting her brother, but she had her own goals for this. She ran with a squeal in her shoes to meet the boy, whom she had seen from afar. Ixion was noticeably surprised to see the joy in the eyes of the miss, who was not at all afraid of him. But during the rescue, he accidentally spilled blood all over the place, which could have scared anyone. And the boy didn't want the little girl to shake at the mention of his powers. The contradictions within the child forced him to test his sister again, directing his powers at her. As in previous times, the lady could not protect herself from this in any way, since she did not possess magic. At the exact moment her brother's ability touched her, Miss coughed blood onto the flowers. The heroine herself did not expect this, although she assumed that everything could end sadly for her. As a result, in front of everyone, the little girl fell to the ground without any feeling, as if she hadn't planned it. Before she finally closed her eyes, the lady saw Ixion running towards her with alarm. It's worth pausing the narrative a bit and explaining what actually happened. The essence of the lady's new power was that she would cough up blood if someone showed love to her. As soon as the girl received this ability, she began to roll on the floor in panic. So now everything was fine with Luatisha, except that the forces had started to act. At the same time, the heroine felt better, despite the blood, since this was also a nuance of strength. But the boy had no idea about this peculiarity of his little sister, so he was terribly scared. Luatisha used her last strength to tell her brother that she was okay, but he didn't quite believe her. For the boy, this situation became a real test, because he did not wish harm to his sister. No matter how much the child begged the little girl to open her eyes, she was now unable to do so. As a result, the girl was placed in her room under the strict supervision of the Duke. The man, out of worry, did not leave the baby's side at all, although there was no need to do so. All the doctors said that everything was fine with the lady, so she should wake up soon. They suggested that Mrs. Body was being cleansed of negative energy in such an unusual way. In fact, the doctors were not that far from the truth, although they did not know all the nuances. The Duke recalled all the moments that were associated with the whims of his beloved daughter. It seemed to him that if he warmed and fed this girl, she would immediately blossom. But during this time, the man had become deeply attached to the lady, and now even this was not enough for him. Anthony still found it hard to believe that such a nice person existed in the world. While the father was in Mrs. Room, Ixion waited for him outside with tear-stained eyes. The boy blamed himself for what happened, because he had used magic many times near Luatisha. Faraton didn't expect that the baby would become so popular with one of his sons so quickly, and Ixion could hardly speak from excitement and fear, since he did not want his sister to die. His whole body was shaking slightly from the stress he had experienced, and the child could not calm down. The Duke had never seen his son act so lost and sad before, so he reminded his son that he was protecting Luatisha from the effects of magic on her. However, even this did not calm Ixion, who often frightened the little girl with his powers. Out of spite and mistrust, the boy tested Luatisha with magic again and again, frightening her. But in reality, all he wanted was for the lady to truly not be afraid of his abilities. Since childhood, Ixion wanted to find a person he could trust with all his soul. That's why he behaved rudely, because he was a pathetic coward who was afraid to feel pain from someone close to him. All this time, the boy did not admit that he had long since fallen in love with his little sister. Anthony felt sorry for the child, although he hadn't really paid attention to him before. To show that he was not angry, the man asked his son to look after his little daughter. Ixion couldn't even imagine that after everything that had happened, they would let him near Luatisha, but the fear that he could still harm the girl kept the boy from communicating with her. Then the Duke reminded him that his son was not superior to him in strength, and it was foolish to think otherwise. The boy always trusted his father, so these words removed all doubts from him. But even so, the child froze for a moment in front of the door, because he was still worried. Anthony felt at ease, knowing that Luatisha was always under supervision. After all, he believed that his son would never harm such a sweet and beautiful girl. The boy was carefully stroking the baby's cheek when she suddenly surprised him with her action. While unconscious, the heroine accidentally pressed herself against the warm and pleasant hand of a relative. This simple action made the flattered boy's heart beat much faster. Meanwhile, inside the baby, rapid improvements were taking place throughout her entire body. So literally a few hours later, the lady opened her eyes and was completely healthy. She didn't expect to see that, instead of her father, her usually grumpy brother would be there. The boy looked after his little sister all this time, under the pretext that she would not survive otherwise. His care suddenly warmed the baby's heart, and incredible joy spread throughout her body. Previously, the heroine thought that the boy was arrogant because of his bad character, but now she realized that the child's hard life had left a deep scar on his heart. The lady remembered how, when she was alone, she was ready to cling to any declaration of love. The boy silently listened to the girl's words about how she had been searching for her family for a long time. Her feelings reminded the child of his own pain at not being able to trust anyone. Luatisha confidently stated that she becomes mentally stronger when there is someone next to her. Only now did she realize that her brother also needed such a support that would always support him. No matter how much the boy resisted the closeness, he tried to stay close to his little sister. The girl's words about how she needed her little brother were important to him. The heroine was glad that she had won the child's heart and asked him to confirm this fact. But he suddenly remembered again that the lady was weak, and this upset the little girl. But in reality, the boy was going to protect the girl precisely because she was younger. Thus, the lady completed the task from the system related to friendship with her brother. Miss was delighted that after everything that had happened, Ixion recognized her as a relative. She smiled happily back at him, thinking that the hardest part was already behind her. So the lady brazenly demanded that her brother sleep with her, because it was the right thing to do. The boy didn't resist only because the miss pretended to need him. It was the first time in his life that he was lying next to someone close to him, and therefore he felt insecure. Luatisha, on the contrary, took full advantage of the boy's position, who agreed with her. Since the child himself wanted to stroke the lady's head, he did not resist. The heroine felt much calmer when she felt the warmth of someone else's body next to her. As a joke, the little girl asked her brother to perform some magic tricks for her, but Ixion no longer agreed to this, which was clearly visible on his gloomy face. However, the heroine was already pleased that the boy no longer ran away from her. No matter how much the child denied his feelings, he felt good next to this sweet girl. So, together with Luatisha, Ixion fell into a deep and sweet sleep, wanting to prolong this moment. But suddenly, the heroine opened her eyes and found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. The lady immediately realized that she was in a dream when she saw the familiar angel in front of her. The devil continued to pretend to be kind and fluffy, pretending to be glad to see the baby. But Luatisha was not going to forgive this impudent man for deceiving her. Uncomfortable with the shaking, the devil reminded him that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement. From the outside, it seemed that the rich and beautiful family was just as the angel described it. Luatisha couldn't argue with the fact that her friend was completely right in this situation. But the lady had little use for such arguments, after all she had gone through because of her reincarnation. Angel couldn't understand why Miss was so cruel to him, although she liked the new family. But the little girl believed that anyone could be happy when they saw beautiful people around them. Suddenly, an earthquake interrupted the heroine's indignation, as it frightened her greatly. The devil himself was not at all surprised by what happened, as he expected something like this. The heroine was offended by her assistant because he didn't even tell her anything important when they met. The last thing the girl remembered was the angel's sly smile and glowing gaze. As soon as the lady opened her eyes, this time she woke up in a familiar room, but among flowers. The maid said with a smile that Mr. Iskion had left these flowers for his little sister. For the first time in her life, the heroine received such a pleasant and caring gift from another person. She even began to doubt whether they had fallen asleep again, since her grumpy brother had given her flowers. But the assistants explained that the boy didn't like being seen sleeping, which is why he ran away. It was only for this reason that the girl believed that her strange dream had really ended. That's why Luatisha was pleasantly surprised by the fact that her brother left her such beautiful flowers. At a general meeting this evening, the assistants discussed how the estate had changed. They noticed that with the girl's arrival, even the Duke became much kinder and calmer than before. The aristocrats had to get used to words like yummy coming from the master, but many remained unprepared for the changes that were gradually being introduced all around them. Finally, one of the aristocrats reminded him that it was good that Anthony loved his daughter at all. There were also those who sighed for fear that the lady would lose the entire fortune of the Marquise of Tereni. But everyone agreed that Luatisha's appearance was good for the estate's inhabitants. Moreover, the best in his field, Radian, was in contention for the role of the lady's main assistant. If you ignore the man's oddities, you can see that he has high skills. All this was silently listened to by his father's eldest son, who rarely appeared at the estate. And the heroine herself was busy trying to improve her characteristics thanks to the book. The girl remembered that the system promised her improvement, but for this, she needed to concentrate. And eventually, the attribute responded to the lady's pleas for a system update to be released. The book glowed even brighter than before, indicating that the update had been successful. The lady was delighted that she could now summon 3 stories at once. Then the girl received a notification that it was no accident that she ended up in this difficult world. Since the heroine was better than all the other story readers, she truly deserved this place. But the little girl didn't expect that, according to the plot of this world, something terrible was supposed to happen. The girl had barely managed to get used to her new place when the system threw up more troubles. The heroine suggested that the world was warning her about something like a dragon attack. But Luatisha did not want to fight in the front ranks, even to save her new life. So the lady was terribly frightened by the warning that her entire family might die in the future. The heroine was terrified to imagine that all the people she had become attached to would eventually die. Most of all, the little girl regretted the death of the Duke, who seemed like an indestructible man. But Miss was not so afraid of the future, since she had a magical attribute from the devil. Besides, the little girl remembered that she had made good friends during her life in the estate. The heroine had enough of her past life, where everyone around her scolded her and drove her away. Luatisha was determined to change the plot for the better, so she accepted all the system's quests. This way, the girl should have had time to level up enough by the time the world was destroyed. Of all the missions received, one in particular attracted the little girl's attention. The lady was pleasantly surprised when she learned that she would have to interact with the family. In the evening, the aristocrats came to the meeting again, as there was much to discuss. But none of them expected that the Duke would take his little daughter to an important meeting. The heroine barely obtained this permission, as she wanted to listen to the latest news. But the aristocrats could not allow such behavior from the lady, so they boldly declared it. One of them said outright that Miss should not attend important meetings. But Anthony looked at his assistant with such a stern look, as if he stank badly. The aristocrat was taken aback by this reaction, as he thought that the gentleman would listen to him. Here the deathly silence was broken by Ixion's loud laughter, which further infuriated the servant. This made the man so embarrassed that he instantly blushed to the tips of his ears. Never before had the young gentleman attended weekly meetings with his father. But as soon as they started talking about choosing assistants for Luatisha, the boy appeared in the hall. Luatisha carefully observed the situation around her, noticing something strange. For some reason, the elders, who had previously been against her participation, were now behaving quietly. The heroine assumed that right now, she was being tested to see if she was worthy of running the business. The lady suggested that the Duke might have made a deal with particularly rebellious aristocrats. The system posted a task in front of the lady, confirming her thoughts that the criminal needed to be found. Luatisha was sure that her wise father had probably guessed about the other traitors of the estate. So now it was time for the heroine to convince everyone around her that she was smart enough. The little girl believed that the Duke had no doubt that his daughter could cope. The heroine needed her own assistants, but she would only get them after passing the test. Now it became clear to the little girl why Anthony was not against taking her with him this time. At the same time, Faraton professionally pretended as if he had nothing in mind for his daughter. And the little girl kissed her father in gratitude for the fact that he unconditionally believed in her abilities. The man responded with a gentle smile, as he thought his daughter would guess his plans for her. But the aristocrats still haven't gotten used to the fact that the Duke reacted so sweetly to his daughter's actions. As soon as the meeting ended, the little girl immediately went to look for answers to all her questions. She decided to start by talking to Aries, since her brother clearly knew something about her sister's recent kidnappers. The lady ran up to the middle one with a joyful smile, hoping that he would agree to talk to her. But the heroine caught the guy at an inopportune moment, which she noticed by the angry expression on his face. But a moment later, Aries smiled joyfully, as if nothing terrible had just happened. However, Luatisha couldn't forget the reaction she had just seen so easily, so she changed her mind about communicating. In response, the guy reminded that nothing was more important to him than talking with his beloved sister. The lady could not help but believe this beautiful face, which always smiled as soon as she appeared next to him. So the heroine believed her brother this time too, completely forgetting what she had seen a few minutes ago. However, the lady's plans to communicate with Aries were not destined to come true, which she learned about too late. All because Ixion brazenly invaded the personal space of his relatives and did not want to leave. The boy explained this by saying that he was forced to look after the safety of his weak sister. But the lady was afraid that her brothers might quarrel, just as they had accidentally done last time. However, it was not for nothing that the heroine loved to read stories about handsome men, because she adored such romantic plots. And right now, there were two wonderful people in front of the girl, which made her happy. This made Luatisha involuntarily break into a joyful smile, unable to contain her emotions. Moreover, Aries and Ixion took care of their little sister at the same time, constantly complimenting her, and the kind words were dizzyingly combined with the sweet smile of the Duke's middle son. So the heroine was even more overcome with joy and happiness, since she couldn't digest everything at once. But Ixion did not dare to show his sweet side, since he was more used to grumbling. As a result, Aries became an accidental witness to a small quarrel between the two youngest children of the Faraton family. Luatisha thought she had won the argument because she stuck her tongue out at Ixion at the end of the conversation. Then suddenly, the middle brother spoiled the good atmosphere with his question about why the lady needed the mines. The guy with a venomous tone in his voice reminded them that there was nothing useful in those mines anyway. The heroine felt a barely noticeable threat emanating from her brother, but did not believe her own impressions. So she pretended that she wanted to overcome such a difficulty in order to become rich personally. The little girl didn't say that she was actually interested in this because of the assignment. And Aries smiled slyly, whispering that his little sister was truly brave to have decided to do such a thing. At the sight of her brother, the heroine again experienced the same slippery and unpleasant feeling as recently. But the little girl couldn't explain this to herself, since Aries had always smiled kindly at her before. From the very first meeting, the lady trusted her middle son, and he gave her no reason to doubt him. Until now, the guy had been taking care of his little sister, but something in his actions was starting to make her nervous. So, just in case, the little girl checked with her relative to see if he really considered her his family. This unexpected question momentarily dropped the mask from Aries' face, as he thought he had everything under control. But the boy quickly collected his thoughts and confirmed that Luatisha was the best little sister for him. However, the system told the lady that for some reason her brother still did not consider her a close person. So the mission to charm the middle brother was still not over for the main character of the story. Moreover, she made the guy suspicious because he noticed that the lady began to doubt him. Miss couldn't help but notice that Aries was gradually escalating the atmosphere, for which she herself was to blame. But then Ixion came to his sister's aid, accusing his brother of acting skills. The boy brazenly demanded that the middle one stop pretending to be good to everyone around him. Aries really only pretended to be a good and kind person all this time. But for the lady, it was a revelation that Aries had been hiding his true identity from her. The younger one suddenly realized that the middle one knew very well about the lady's kidnappers. That's why he helped Ixion, because he felt a little guilty for his silence. The boy recalled that the entire estate was always surrounded by his brother's magic, so he noticed the thieves. Ixion told the lady that she should not have trusted the sweet face of Aries, who was Pharaton. The guy was ruthless by nature and considered everyone around him his enemy, and only close relatives never believed in the gentle smile of the Duke's middle son. Luatisha didn't expect that a simple conversation at the table would turn into such a situation for her. But the little girl finally realized that she really was no longer alone in this estate. Therefore, the lady approached her brother, who was ready to do anything just to protect her. At that moment, Aries realized that he would have to throw off all the usual masks from his face. The guy's sympathy level was incredibly negative because he was lying the whole time. The little girl didn't immediately realize what had suddenly appeared outside the window above her middle brother's head. But after a few minutes, it dawned on her that Aries didn't recognize her as a sister at all. The heroine was not prepared for such a turn of events, which turned out to be too sudden for her. Aries admitted that he really did not interfere with Luatisha's abduction on that fateful day. Miss hoped until the very end that her brother was just pretending, and that's why she started shaking. But the guy sat there with a sly grin and felt no remorse at all. However, when the little girl cried out that she believed him, the smile disappeared from the middle son's face. The girl was sincerely worried about the fact that her own brother almost allowed her to die. The heroine was most angry because the guy attracted her to himself, while he himself hated her. But Aries took all the girl's offensive words as compliments for his evil personality. In the end, Ixion even had to restrain the deeply indignant Luatisha from fighting. Miss was ready to burst into tears from disappointment, as she decided that her brother had been lying to her from the very beginning. The girl still couldn't understand what exactly she had done wrong, and Aries didn't give her an answer. The little girl's head was spinning with different explanations for what was happening to her. With tears in her eyes, the heroine suggested that Aries did not believe that she was his own. But this guess outraged the guy, whose motives were completely opposite to this. He angrily explained that he hated the lady precisely because he considered her his relative. The heroine couldn't even imagine that her blood from the Pharaton family would become a problem for someone. The guy seriously explained that there would always be competition between family members over inheritance. It never occurred to Luatisha that anyone would want to become a duke so much. It turned out that the guy did not consider the lady a fake sister, and therefore treated her badly. All because the guy saw in the little girl a person who in the future could also take her father's throne. So from the very beginning, he perceived the girl as another rival to keep an eye on. Aries gave his false smile to every person he wanted to deceive with a sweet appearance. Having heard that the guy considered her a competitor, the girl boldly ran towards him. She hoped to change her brother's mind if he believed that the lady had no claim to the place of head of the family. Not even because of the task, the little girl did not want to quarrel with Aries, because he had already become dear to her. But, like many members of the Pharaton family, the boy had huge trust issues. He considered this state of affairs disrespectful, because he was seriously determined to fight for victory. And Luatisha smiled joyfully at her brother. Since she understood all his feelings perfectly, the heroine was amused by the confusion on her brother's face, who did not expect anyone to give up. The baby was so confident in herself only because she believed that Aries was gradually starting to like her. Seeing the girl's excessive self-confidence, Iskseon was genuinely surprised, and the little girl passed by her brothers, since she had not yet come up with a plan to seduce Aries. But the lady didn't have time to go far, as her ability to cough up blood was activated again. The lady fell to her knees, feeling that the more she spat out blood, the better she felt. Miss guessed that the younger brother would be very scared, but she noticed that the middle one also moved towards her. Moreover, the guy's level of sympathy noticeably changed, although the girl could not see him now. Iskseon angrily shouted at his brother, who had brought his little sister to such a state, although she had recently recovered. He thought that Aries would just laugh in response again, but for some reason the atmosphere around the guy was not joyful. Meanwhile, the younger one picked up his little sister on his back to carefully carry her to the doctors. He turned around for a moment, and for the first time in his life, he saw Aries look so confused. When the heroine came to, she was in a gloomy mood, because she had not managed to leave the tea party gracefully. The only thing that made the lady happy was that she had unknowingly completed one of the tasks and ridden on her brother's back. Luatia was so tired after everything that had happened that she did not immediately notice her brother's presence. Aries stood in the room almost unnoticed, no longer pretending to be madly in love with his little sister. His sympathy level was still in the negative zone, although it had become significantly lower. Luatia was not in the mood to communicate with her brother right now, so she ignored his presence. The lady still had a huge amount of work to deal with, and she was not going to just sit still. Miss did not want to see the face of her brother, who had been deceiving her all this time, because she wanted to cry. But the guy himself insisted on meeting the girl's gaze, no matter how she turned away from him. The heroine, confused and cautious, asked Aries if he was really angry with her because of what had happened, and the guy irritably said that he couldn't perceive a sick person as a competitor. Luatia insisted that her health was fine, and that the capture of the traitor needed to be resolved quickly. The Duke's middle son did not expect to see so much determination and confidence in his sister's eyes, so Aries offered the lady a temporary partnership, since their plans were similar this time. The heroine again hinted to the guy that he didn't need to deny his obvious affection for her so much. She deliberately angered her brother in order to laugh at his angry but harmless reactions in response. But as a result of the guy's efforts, his entire sympathy score for his little sister returned to its previous state. However, for some time now, the lady has had to face other problems that require solutions. It turned out that the Duke was so angry at the useless doctors that he ordered them to be killed immediately. The man believed that the assistants had failed to fulfill their duties and therefore should be severely punished. Luatia tried her best to convince her father that she was okay, as her body had only just gotten stronger. At the same time, the girl discreetly winked at the doctors so that they would come to her aid and confirm her words. The helpers wanted to live despite their advanced age, so they played along with the little girl, and Miss attracted all of Anthony's attention, convincing him that she was completely healthy. Luatia extended her hands to her father, reminding him that they had always been cold before. The man couldn't ignore his own daughter's words, so he sat down next to her. With a gentle kiss on the girl's hand, he was convinced that she was telling him the truth. But despite the fact that the Duke believed his daughter, for some reason he became noticeably gloomier at the end of the conversation. The lady guessed that the man was so worried about her that he still could not calm down. So the little girl came up with a little prank to cheer up her beloved father. The girl struck a cheerful pose and declared that she wanted to try a special sweet called Popperfait. No one around could have expected such a new prank from the little girl. Despite her young age, the heroine noticed a mixed reaction and hoped she hadn't gone too far. But a moment later, the Duke concentrated only on bringing his daughter the necessary dessert. The lady herself did not expect that she would cause such a great commotion with just one action. The assistants, following one of the master's orders, guessed that he needed a special book for this matter. Anthony became much more serious as soon as he got his hands on that very dark encyclopedia. The heroine watched what was happening in panic, as she could not understand what was happening around her. And by chance, Miss noticed that it was a diary of her growing up, which her father had carefully and meticulously kept. The little girl barely managed to escape from the adult's close attention, which had already become annoying to her. She was ashamed of the recent disgrace of her beautiful pose, but at least all the doctors were saved for the time being. Enjoying her solitude, the lady remembered that the system had recently sent her notifications. It turned out that the little girl had won a small prize in the form of Hermes, but nothing more was explained. The heroine immediately thought of a cool brand from her past life, so the lady's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss accepted the award, burning with curiosity to find out what she would receive. But instead of an expensive thing, a small bird named Hermes suddenly appeared in front of the baby. Then, a hint from the system appeared in front of the girl, explaining what kind of chick it was. Hermes was able to transmit messages over any distance, if one could come to an agreement with him about it. Luatasia was delighted to have such a sweet and loyal feathered pet. It just turned out that Hermes had a nasty character and didn't trust the lady yet. So the chick began to scold the little girl furiously, saying that she was clearly disappointed in him. Luatasia didn't even know what to say in response, since she didn't expect such loud resistance to her. But the little girl was sure that any creature would yield to affection, so she offered the bird a cookie. The lady tried to create a good impression in front of the little boy, who had such a bad character. But, like Ixion before, the chick only became more angry at the sight of unnecessary affection. He shouted loudly that no one would ever buy the great Hermes so easily. But in the end, the kid couldn't resist the cookies and started eating them quickly. The lady was only glad that even with such difficulties, they managed to become friends. She planned to be kinder to her new friend in order to improve his magical skills faster. The first thing Miss wanted to do was to win the trust of Aries, who considered her a rival in the family. Still, the girl's other tasks required much more time to complete. But then the heroine realized that there was a small and strange contradiction in the task about her brother. Once the guy perceived her as a competitor, he already perceived her as part of the Faraton family. However, the task that required the little girl's confession somehow never ended. The heroine fell into deep thought about this matter, as she could not find a solution. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl that Aries considered her a nuisance that needed to be gotten rid of as quickly as possible. This meant that he would definitely throw her out of the family if he ever took his father's place. The little girl felt sad about how much her middle brother hated her from the very beginning. But then the lady's attention was drawn to the chick, which affectionately rubbed itself against her hand after eating. The lady watched in surprise as the baby asked her for a little more time. Hermes explained that he could not immediately trust the mistress, although she seemed good to him. In response, the little girl laughed, because she realized that the bird had already managed to accept her. Things were much more complicated with the members of the Faraton family, who always kept to themselves, and Aries was no exception, as he wanted to take the best place, forgetting about his relatives. The appearance of the girl only corrected Ixion and his father, so the boy began to visit her often. The lady jumped up from her seat at the sight of her brother, wanting to make sure that he was not against her. Luatasia asked with a joyful smile if Ixion liked having a family. The boy couldn't understand why his little sister started asking such questions so suddenly. He blushed with embarrassment, but still admitted that he was indeed glad. And immediately after that, he changed the subject and started talking about a story he had recently heard. Miss didn't expect that her younger brother would be interested in her new invented sweet. The girl was not at all surprised that no one specifically talked about food. The boy was so concerned about the answer that he was noticeably upset by the refusal. The heroine could not stand the sad face of her brother, whom she considered very handsome. The lady mastered the pose the first time, so she did it the second time, calling the treat brown tick. This created a real sensation in the brother, as if the little girl really possessed magic. He experienced an incredible overdose of cuteness from his sister's actions. Eventually, somewhere in the courtyard of the estate, Ixion blew up the monument to release all his emotions. At this time, Aries was walking down the corridor completely alone, lost in his thoughts. The guy denied until the very end that he was attached to his sister, but he still thought only about her. He recalled the lady's words about how she believed that her brother would not help the thieves, while the guy claimed that he shouldn't have remained idle if he wanted to help. For some reason, Luatasia was sure that her brother was lying to himself when he spoke badly. Aries only laughed at the girl who firmly believed that he was gradually liking her. Then the lady explained that the guy could not ignore her kidnapping because he wanted to become the head. The heroine knew that he would make every effort to get his father to pay attention to him. Miss hit the nail on the head, so Aries ran out of all the false arguments he had been calling. The only thing Luatasia couldn't understand was why her brother was so insistent on disliking her. So she assumed that the guy was lying on purpose to avoid showing his love. But even despite this, the girl was not going to forgive her brother, who did not save her. She haughtily declared that he would have to try hard to earn her forgiveness. Aries put on his nasty mask again and promised to bind the baby to himself. To this end, the guy agreed to conduct an investigation with the lady to test her skills. Luatia arrived before her relative and waited impatiently for him to appear. The guy once again reminded that their collaboration was temporary this time. The lady was not upset by this, because she was more interested in finding out what other traitors were in the estate. But the Duke's middle son was not going to simply reveal all the information to his little sister. Luatia was sure that the boy knew everything, because she considered him very smart. For a moment, the vile smile disappeared from Ari's face in surprise at this compliment. Due to confusion, the guy even forgot about putting Miss in her place once again. But she saw that the guy's level of sympathy towards her had again increased significantly. This made Luatia happy, so she began to explain her plan to catch the traitor with more confidence. The baby only needed a financial statement journal where evidence could remain. Miss noticed that Aries understood her idea, but out of spite asked to tell her more. The heroine was initially prepared for the fact that it would not be easy for her to come to an agreement with her brother. She began to think out loud to him that the Duke sent money to the Marquise once in a while. And at that very moment, the little girl realized that the traitors were not in the magazine. But then the idea struck Miss that it was necessary to check the auditors who visited her. Aries smiled contentedly, as the little girl had hit the target successfully this time. Luatia still found it difficult to accept everything that happened to her at the Marquise's estate. So the girl became emotional this time too, although there was no real reason for it. All the time the lady lived with her uncle, she believed that her own family had cruelly abandoned her. So the heroine constantly prayed with tears in her eyes that she would finally be taken away. Over time, the heroine's hope faded, and she didn't even notice that the inspectors were still coming. It's all because those people pretended that the girl lived well in her uncle's estate. Luatia quickly wiped away her tears, because now she knew that no one had abandoned her. Aries suddenly called the Marquis a creature, who claimed that the family had abandoned his niece. The girl was not used to people around her protecting her from the formidable tyranny, so it came as a surprise to her when her brother declared that no one would dare abandon the baby. The guy only said this to remind everyone that only he would dare to do something like this. But the heroine perceived even such caustic words as a way to show that she was special. This once again made the little girl understand that her brother liked her more and more, which was confirmed by the numbers. Therefore, the Duke's daughter could not hold back a satisfied smile, because she was getting closer to completing the task. Aries once again ran out of arguments to justify himself, so the guy chose to change the subject. He himself had recently been interested in the finances that went annually to the Marquise of Tyranny, so the guy knew that Anthony's uncle was giving part of the money to the auditors to buy their silence. Luatia was sure that the man told everyone that she could not be Faraton's biological daughter, so none of the auditors felt any remorse for keeping silent about the lady's condition. And the miss felt worse and worse every day in the estate of the Marquise, who did not care about her. Previously, Aries had not been interested in his sister's life outside their home, as it did not bother him much. But now the boy understood why the girl was afraid of being a commoner for her black-haired family. He silently handed Miss the list of auditors, since he himself had guessed where to look for the culprits. The heroine was eager to study the documents in order to begin the next stage of the plan. She learned the names of the people she needed, but that couldn't be the end of it for the little girl. The lady was sure of the aristocrats' guilt, because they had never been replaced during all this time. Aries agreed with his sister, who was increasingly impressing him with her deductive skills. The girl herself was happy that she managed to solve this riddle so easily. The fact that the lady was right was confirmed by the system, which gave her a notification about the completed task. But even the middle brother couldn't understand what the little girl was going to do with this information. But the lady didn't have time to think about this option, as she was focused on something else. The guy didn't expect the little girl to suddenly declare that she had to catch all the culprits. But the lady was already fired up with a new idea, because she had managed to figure out how to catch the aristocrats. Miss was able to not react to her brother's compliments, because now they were rivals. Suddenly, Aries asked why Luatia did not suspect him, who could only interfere. But the heroine knew perfectly well that her brother would never have acted so covertly. The guy couldn't argue with that, since he really hated all secret actions. He smiled reservedly and admitted that the lady never ceased to amaze him with her wisdom. Thus, the relationship between the little girl and her brother became a little better, although it was not noticeable. But as soon as Miss relaxed, Aries started talking about her recently discovered favorite sweet. Luatasia didn't like the amount of attention everyone was paying to her one prank. As usual, the brother took advantage of the situation and asked who his sister's favorite brownie was. This tricky question made the heroine freeze in place, not knowing what to say in response. As a result, the girl's disgruntled cry spread throughout the entire estate because Aries caught her again. But the system rewarded the heroine, since it gave her the ability that she needed. Now, the lady could track the income of a person assigned to her several times, with taxes paid. In fact, Luatisha would not have refused the power of another girl, but it came at a high price. Therefore, the heroine had to come up with a way to use the ability that she had. The only difficulty was that the lady did not know which people exactly to suspect, but she needed to meet the man face to face to find out about his finances. And Aries suddenly helped his little sister solve this issue by telling her to come to the banquet. For some reason, Luatisha didn't even consider this option, which suited her perfectly. The heroine eagerly awaited the start of the celebration, which promised to amaze with lush decorations. What most attracted Miss was the elegant greetings and beautiful outfits of the aristocrats, but the lady also wanted to see with her own eyes the smiling pretense of the nobility towards each other. Aries had no doubt that such a picture would definitely appear before their eyes, and Miss was not afraid of the possible verbal battles that made her heart beat faster. The little girl was drawn to the ruthless world of high society that was supported by adults. To be appropriate for her age, the girl wanted to see a chocolate fountain. She was a little upset when her brother said that they had never organized such a banquet before. But then the guy promised that he would definitely make sure the fountain was added to the banquet. Although Miss remembered Aries' true attitude towards her, she couldn't help but be touched by it. So the girl threw herself into her brother's arms to thank him, even if his help was fake. It was clear from Aries' face that he was pleased with such attention from his little sister. Luatia tried hard to smile cheerfully at her brother in order to melt his cold heart, but the result above the guy's head made it clear that he was still resisting his sister's seduction. The lady did not remind the Duke's middle son that it was useless to try to turn away from her. Instead, she spoke of a banquet that all the aristocrats were to attend. The little girl hoped to meet each of them face to find out the whole truth about finances. She didn't know how to explain to her brother why she had to meet all the aristocrats in person, so she lied that she wanted to meet someone, since she had only recently arrived in the family's duchy. But the guy immediately guessed that the lady was going to find the traitor among her father's faithful assistants. The little girl sighed in response, because her brother had so easily guessed what she wanted to hide. The heroine was noticeably nervous, trying to come up with a convincing argument for how she would identify the enemy. In the end, Miss quietly announced that she would tell her brother about her plan, since they had entered into a temporary alliance. She told a relative that a child's eyes can see truth that is inaccessible to others. Then, Aries approached his little sister to find out how good a person he was. The heroine was not prepared for this, so she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest because of her bad brother. The guy was pleased with such an ambiguous answer, which left him room for nastiness. He was interested in how the little girl would find the traitors, although her words seemed vague. Luatisha noticed that this time the Duke's middle son took her at her word, wanting to see the result. And soon many aristocrats sent gifts to the lady in honor of the banquet to appease the girl. The maids were most delighted by the popularity of the little mistress, whom they loved, and the heroine herself was delighted with the new outfit that her father ordered for this event. The assistants could hardly restrain themselves from hugging the cute little girl. But the lady didn't pay any attention to them, as she was only worried about the festive banquet. Luatasia was fully prepared to expose her enemies and shine among high society. At the ball, Aries was the most critical of his younger brother, whose nervousness was noticeable. But Ixion was sure that his sister would like him in any guise, so he wasn't worried. Due to his age, the Duke behaved much more restrained than his sons, who quarreled with each other. All the members of the Ferriton family were eagerly awaiting the start of the banquet to see Luatisha's entrance. And the baby blinded her relatives with her beauty and cuteness as soon as she appeared. The girl knew perfectly well how beautiful she was, so she smiled joyfully at everyone around her. She remembered Iskion's strange reaction to her charm, so she forbade him magic in time. Unlike his younger brother, Aries knew how to behave in society, so he turned out to be tactful. He asked the lady's permission with a gentle smile to accompany her to the ball. But the Duke's youngest son could not allow the middle one to outdo him in this matter. The boy winked at his little sister and promised that he would perfectly protect her from everything. But all the son's attempts to become better were interrupted by Anthony, who easily picked up his daughter in his arms. The man confidently stated that the lady clearly loved him more than anyone else, so the issue was settled. The heroine was reminded of a cliched scene from many a romance novel involving a handsome man. But most of all, the girl was struck by Aries, whose sympathy towards her grew. The guy had no idea that the lady could read his feelings, so he smiled a fake smile. Miss remembered that she was still too little to go out with a gentleman, but the family said there was no rule that prohibited this from happening to the Phaetons. Aries was sure that the little girl would go with him, because she had something grand planned for today. Iskion instantly turned blacker than a thundercloud when he heard that Luatisha had something important with her other brother. The Duke's middle son only added fuel to the fire of irritation by being near his little sister. The heroine herself understood perfectly well that it would be better for her to stay close to Aries if she wanted to observe everyone. But Luatisha still had objections and grievances towards her brother, so she cruelly rejected her relative, whispering in his ear that he had not been forgiven. At the same time, the girl laughed so sweetly and irresistibly that it was impossible to be offended by her. So, although the brother was a little humiliated, the level of his sympathy did not roll back this time. The heroine didn't have to think long about which of her relatives to enter the banquet hall with. With a gentle smile on her face, she suggested that her father and brothers all show up at the event together. Although these people were far from ideal, they were still the family of the lady she loved very much. The first thing Aries and Ixion did was look at each other with disdain, not wanting to walk next to each other. But Miss had thought of this option too, so she frightened her brothers by saying that she would go with the maids. This innocent threat immediately achieved its goal, and the boys stopped arguing. Luatisya was the first to take her father's hand, so she noticed that the man was barely holding back a warm smile. For the first time in all this time, the Phaeton family was now closer to each other than ever before. The aristocrats had already gathered at the banquet and were eagerly awaiting its beginning. Aries tried to stay away, so as not to miss the exit of the auditors who would be met. He managed to notice that they went into a separate room with their father for a small meeting. Iskion didn't even suspect the large-scale plan that his brother and sister had started, so he behaved normally. And Luatisha behaved according to her age and admired the sweets on the table. The guy kept a fake smile on his face, but because of his scary aura, no one approached him. He waited for the moment when all the Duke's main assistants would leave the office for the banquet, and among them there will definitely be traitors, since this event was attended by all representatives of the nobility. The heroine understood that she needed to be careful with adults and not accuse them without evidence. She was sure that the aristocrats themselves would pay attention to her, and soon this happened. The men approached the girl and spoke politely to her, considering her the young talent of the Phaeton family. Watching what was happening from the sidelines, Aries could not understand how the lady would identify the criminal. He closely watched the actions of his little sister, who behaved impeccably in high society. The boy denied the fact that he had begun to trust a little girl who could take his place on the throne. It was enough for the brother that Miss would be smart enough not to attract unnecessary attention to herself when she found the traitor. Suddenly, he heard a loud cry from Luatisya, who began to shout that one of the uncles was a scoundrel. The girl declared throughout the banquet that the elderly aristocrat was a bad man and did not pay taxes. She acted as if she had completely forgotten about the original agreement with her middle brother. Seeing this situation, Aries began to doubt that his sister was still such a reasonable person. Just a few minutes ago, the heroine was enjoying a chocolate fountain and was in her right mind. But soon the effects of the fine caught up with the girl, and she stopped thinking normally. The lady declared to everyone around her how much her older brothers and father loved her. She was cheerful and happy, because little children never think about bad things, and the people around watched with delight the little girl, who was not shy about her emotions. Some of them even put on small performances to please the ladies, and Luatisha only reacted even more joyfully to such entertainment programs. That's why the girl didn't immediately notice that some noble people were heading towards her. The men delicately asked the lady if she was enjoying the banquet, but she did not remember them. Even in this state, the miss remembered about decency, so she greeted the aristocrats kindly. Luatisha didn't forget to tell us that she was only 5 years old, which she was very happy about. Such actions were expected from the little girl, so none of the aristocrats were embarrassed. They constantly discussed with each other how sweet the duke's daughter was growing up to be. The lady understood little because of the fine, although she was interested in communicating with these people. For some reason, Luatisha always felt like she was supposed to meet someone important at the banquet. Miss remembered that she had to identify the traitor, and therefore activated her ability. But the little girl only had 5 attempts, so she had to think carefully about her main enemy. In the end, the girl chose the least suspicious Count Josenheim because she didn't think well, but circumstances turned out in such a way that the heroine turned out to be completely right. The system gave the lady an incentive notice, but under the penalty, she didn't understand anything. But Luatisha was finally convinced that the elderly count was a real scoundrel, and that is why the little girl screamed at the top of her lungs throughout the entire hall that she had found the traitor. This was not part of his and Aries' plans, so the guy was unpleasantly surprised. But at that moment, the heroine didn't care how strange she looked from the outside. Count Josenheim, predictably, began to deny his involvement in bad deeds. He asked no one to interfere with the girl's stupid nonsense, as he would sort it out himself. The old man grabbed the little girl's hand painfully and hinted that he would not allow her to disgrace himself in front of everyone. Luatisha could not break free from the tenacious grip of the nasty traitor who was putting moral pressure on her. The aristocrat tried to intimidate the girl so that she would not dare to accuse him of anything anymore. The Marquis of Tereni stood behind him, so the man did not fear any consequences. But he didn't take into account that he was talking to a child, so he made the baby cry loudly. The middle son was closest to his little sister, who for some reason attracted attention. He could not remain on the sidelines, since he was the middle brother of the duke's daughter. Upon seeing the guy, the count put a pleasant smile on his face in the hope that he would take his side. But Luatisha was sure that Aries would avenge her, so that Josenheim would no longer offend the lady. The guy couldn't understand why the girl trusted him so much, although all his kindness was feigned. But despite all this, the lady shouted that her brother was the coolest, strongest, and smartest. The count still believed that the girl's screams in his direction were just a misunderstanding. He held a high position in the Senate, so he thought that no one would dare touch him. Aries himself understood that it would be right to retreat, but his sister said that this was not his style. Therefore, the guy felt doubts about what he should do and what he really wanted. He met Luatisha's trusting gaze, which was full of hope for justice, and Aries could no longer pretend that he was indifferent to the feelings of his dear little sister. Finally, the guy's love stopped being negative, because he completely accepted the lady. The count was glad to hear that the duke's son could not accuse him of anything without evidence. But the old man rejoiced too soon, since Aries had no intention of leaving him. With a menacing expression, he reminded her that the aristocrat had just made Luatisha cry. All attempts by the boy to establish a wall of indifference between himself and his sister were now stopped. He gently patted the baby on the cheek, realizing that she was still a little crybaby. Aries thanked Luatisha for daring to report her suspicions, but the count still didn't believe that some kid would start a real war against him. The aristocrats, who knew the old man well, immediately began to raise a dissatisfied noise. But Aries boldly covered the lady with his body, intending to take all the blows from the adults. The guy reminded that he was only bringing charges against Josenheim, not the entire Senate. But he was prepared for large-scale investigations in the event that other people were also guilty of something. After his words, the count's deputy, named Candor, decided not to defend his superior. This man had no less a high status among the nobility, so everyone silently stepped aside. Candor was satisfied that all the accusations were directed at Josenheim alone. Aries was pleasantly surprised by how quickly this intelligent man separated from the count. As a result, the old man was instantly left alone. Although he had hoped to hide behind his acquaintances, he boldly confronted Aries because he was sure he had no evidence. But the Count did not take into account the fact that Duke Faraton was very close to them. The man quickly became interested in the conflict, in which, for some reason, his children were involved. At the sight of her father, Luatija began to cry loudly again, reporting that she had recently been offended. The girl pointed her finger at her offender, begging Anthony to punish him for such a misdeed. The Count had no idea that his master's character had changed, so he thought it wouldn't work. But he was cruelly mistaken, since all the Duke's anger fell upon the faithful head of the Senate. The assistant quickly conveyed to Faraton that Luatija suspected the Count of fraud. The little girl confirmed this by saying that she had seen some people when she lived in her uncle's estate. She also identified 2 other people who received bribes from Tereni to keep quiet. The aristocrats had no idea that their agreement would ever come to light, but Josenheim tried to convince everyone until the very end that the girl had simply imagined their faces. However, Anthony was sure that his daughter had never heard the names of people from the Senate anywhere before. The Count found himself in a real trap, from which he now had no way to escape. The heroine was still under the influence of the fine, so she shouted loudly that she had not lied to anyone. The girl declared that she could have taken over the Senate, but instead she was purging it of traitors. Righteous anger, demanding justice, burned in the little girl's eyes when she looked at the Count. She shouted so loudly at the aristocrat that she caused confusion among everyone else. So the heroine quickly pretended that she was a real angel who could not be offended. The relatives were seduced by the girl, who was so sweet that everyone believed her. First of all, it was Anthony who considered his daughter an angel, since he communicated with her more than anyone else. As a result, the man sent his children aside to deal with the Count himself. Luatishia was shaking with excitement, because she barely had time to come to her senses by the time the Duke approached her. She was afraid that her middle brother's attitude towards her had changed after this situation. So, just in case, the lady thanked Ares for standing up for her, no matter what. The guy himself didn't understand why he was happy, although he should have been angry at his little sister. But when he saw her sincere smile, for some reason, he couldn't feel any negative emotions. Initially, the Duke was concerned about how his sons would treat the lady who had come to visit them, and Ares really did not perceive the girl as his sister, but as a rival occupying a place on the throne. But this opponent turned out to be the first person who made the boy smile sincerely. As a result, the level of sympathy above his head began to change so quickly that it could not be measured. The heroine was frightened when she saw that the system warned her about a possible explosion. The whole atmosphere around Ares sparkled and shone from the fact that he was brazenly aware of what family was. Even though his relatives were causing problems, the guy no longer objected. Luatisia couldn't help but be happy that she had completed the task and earned her brother's trust. Even Ixion, who suddenly appeared next to the girl, noticed a strange feeling in the air. The Duke's youngest son was not a fan of such events, but he came for his little sister's sake. The boy began to ruffle the baby's hair, which she frustratedly defended herself with her hands. Because of this, a bruise in the shape of fingers, left by the hand of the evil Count Josenheim, became visible. The Duke's youngest son did not know what had happened to Luatija recently, so he was scared. He was ready to take revenge on anyone who would do this to the girl, so he instantly became angry. But the heroine did not at all want the boy to deal with one of the aristocrats who were higher in status than him. The lady understood that in this state, it would be extremely difficult to convince Ixion, so she resorted to cunning. Luatisia, with a touching expression on her face, asked the child to pick her up because she missed him. But the boy declared that he would never fall for such obvious manipulation from the little lady. However, Ixion's firm resolve did not last more than a few seconds, so he gave up. No matter how much the boy wanted to take revenge on his sister's offender, he did not dare let her down from his arms to the ground. But as soon as Luatija looked at her brother, he immediately pretended that he was having fun at the banquet. Although the heroine was conscious, she tried to act age-appropriate, so she remembered about the sweets. The Duke appeared just in time to console his daughter by feeding her personally. The assistants and sons watched with surprise as the head of the Faraton family was engaged in such matters. But the man himself did not consider it shameful to show such care for the daughter he loved. For the others, Anthony's behavior came as a surprise. But the Duke himself did not even notice that he had changed. But Luatija did not stop there, as she also remembered her beloved brothers. The First Lady asked Ixion what sweets he would like to try at the banquet. Although the boy didn't particularly like something like that, he couldn't find the strength to refuse such a sweet little sister. As soon as he named Marshmallow, the girl asked her father to make a sweet for his son too. Ixion did not expect this at all, but before he could say a word, the father listened to his daughter's request. As a result, just as the little girl had requested, the man made a sweet chocolate bunny on a stick. For the first time in his life, the youngest son felt so humiliated because he had to hold such a thing in his hands. But Luatisia persuaded everyone around her so well that the boy could not resist her. Aries did not want to find himself in the same situation, so he refused any gift from the lady and his father in advance. But Ixion could not be ashamed of being alone, so he specifically stated that the middle brother did not love his sister. Seeing the tears on the little girl's face, Aries admitted his defeat and agreed to buy the candy. The miss immediately declared with joy that the guy looked like a lamb, so such an animal would suit him. What the heroine meant was that her brother seemed nice on the outside, but he could hit her at any moment. As a result, Aries felt exactly what his younger brother had experienced just a few minutes earlier. But Luatisia wasn't satisfied with that, as she came up with the idea of making her dad a sweet in the shape of a kitten. The Duke was surprised to receive such a gift from his daughter, which struck him to the depths of his soul. For a few seconds, the sons and assistants silently watched everything that was happening to their father and master. But in the end, the whole company couldn't resist laughing because of how surprised Anthony looked. The butler was worried that, after talking with the traitor, Feriton would be much angrier and more nervous. But under Luaticia's influence, the whole family looked calmer and more joyful than at all previous banquets. The little girl seemed to easily exert some kind of magical influence on everyone around her. She herself was glad that she was finally able to celebrate the banquet with her real family. The heroine received such a wonderful father and such good brothers, and she couldn't help but smile. The men completely shared the emotions of the lady, to whom they had become attached during the short time of their communication. Miss would have liked every day to be exactly the same for her, but she woke up again with the devil. Just like last time, the girl didn't immediately understand what was happening, but she studied everything around her with curiosity. So she did not hear the angel's appearance until he himself whispered a greeting in her ear. This time, the ruler of the world looked a little different as he was preparing for this meeting. Dlival deliberately tried to look even more handsome in order to attract the attention of his friend. But he didn't expect the heroine to stare in complete shock at his new outfit. The devil was even embarrassed by the girl's close attention, although this was exactly what he was looking for. However, the lady behaved in this way because she considered that the lying angel was insulting beauty. She began to shout loudly at the devil, declaring that no image of him would ever deceive him. The guy plaintively said that he actually wanted to please the girl with his handsome appearance. But the little girl did not feel sorry for the devil for a moment, who threw her into a difficult family. She admitted that any attempts by the angel to move her to pity caused even more disgust. Moreover, the ruler of the world could not really tell the lady about the dangers that awaited her. The devil only asked the girl to increase her influence in this world, and they would be able to communicate. Previously, the heroine thought that her status in the family and society influenced only her own life. The devil didn't just endow this little girl with abilities for no reason, because he believed in her powers. And the heroine herself believed that she was the main character in this world, with the exception of a few people. Initially, everyone who finds themselves in another world believes that they are only a minor character, but it is precisely the movement between worlds that makes a person the true protagonist of a new story. And the lady was firmly convinced that exactly the same rules applied to her, which made everything much simpler. No matter how much the devil tried to explain that Miss had ended up in the real world, it was all useless. But Luatisia didn't just start this whole conversation about who owns the first place in the world for no reason. The girl was going to use her own strength to save the reality into which she had moved at the behest of a lying angel. The devil was very surprised that through her mental thicket, the little girl came to the right conclusion. He had something to show the girl who was barely listening to him, so he showed the desired image on the water. It took the devil a few minutes to attract the attention of the arrogant lady. The little girl had never thought before that there would be someone in her world whom she would have to avoid at all costs. She looked with interest at the handsome face of the boy, whom the devil had begged her not to approach. But now the heroine was only determined to meet this beautiful-looking child. Finally, the lying angel once again reminded the little girl that she should not have come near the boy. Immediately after this, Luatisha woke up from her sleep, but still did not understand where to look for that child. Such dreams only raised more questions in the head of the little heroine, who did not understand anything. But the system rewarded the girl with a large number of notifications, and now she could assemble a team. Miss was embarrassed that a 5-year-old child was entrusted with such responsibility, although she was an adult at heart. Of all her acquaintances, the most useful was Viscount Radian, whom everyone praised for his genius. But the lady still could not come to terms with the outbursts of madness of Dier, who adored her to the point of madness. So she decided to put his candidacy on hold for now, to take a closer look later. But first, the little girl was going to figure out how to make a fortune out of empty ore mines. For this, the lady needed a magic book, which she carefully hid in one of the cabinets. Until now, the thing had served her faithfully and truly, and this time it didn't let her down one bit either. The attribute glowed brightly as soon as the lady picked it up, signaling an increase in her stats. Luatisha had time to rejoice that she could remove some powers from use, but it turned out that the permanent abilities were not subject to change, no matter how much she wanted them to. So the little girl had to think again about how to stop coughing up blood around her loved ones. Here, the girl's assistants told her that her father was urgently calling her for something interesting. The heroine had no idea that all this time, the Duke had been thinking about how to make her life better. So when the man showed Miss his surprise, she didn't immediately believe that he was serious. The little girl had never had such a thing before, so it was difficult for Miss to accept it. But Faraton did not accept any objections, as he strove to help his daughter in everything. So he confidently brought the lady to the place that he decided to give her, as if by accident. Thoughts flashed through Luatisha's mind that this terrible man had become a real father. The whole point was that the Duke converted his former reading room into a study for the little girl. The lady was initially embarrassed by the fact that Anthony gave her a place that was only visited by the heads of the family. But the man didn't care about general rules, because he personally set the standards in the house. In the end, only the assistant was able to explain to Miss that this room was the safest option. The heroine was delighted that her short reign was recognized by many aristocrats. The father even made sure to order all the furniture in advance, tailored to the girl's height and size. Luatisha was bathed in love and happiness, glad that she had a personal office. And to begin with, the lady recruited the best assistants from among those who wanted to work with her. These were 3 young men, each of whom distinguished himself in his favorite field. The girl's name was Elos Bell, and she was the best at negotiating profitable deals with people. The green-haired boy went by the name Green Shokill, and he knew how to easily obtain any information. And the pink-haired Piank Fover could provide the baby with reliable protection in the absence of her father. And all these people were already loyal to Luatisha, who accepted them into her modest team. The only thing that upset Miss was the presence of the Viscount, whose qualities she could not ignore. Radian was in 7th place, overjoyed to be allowed to serve the girl. As much as Luatisha didn't want to drive away this intrusive man, she was forced to endure it. Dyer has already begun to cross all acceptable boundaries due to his crazy adoration. But for now, the heroine managed to keep him at a distance. Although the man was annoying, she turned to 3 young assistants who were ready to fulfill any request. The little girl reminded that she was going to start a business extracting mana stones from mines, and she was interested in what the assistants had managed to prepare on this issue before their first meeting. But none of the 3 could have imagined that the young lady would turn out to be so businesslike. They were pleasantly surprised that such a small lady exuded professionalism. So none of the young servants were surprised when the Viscount himself volunteered to help the little girl. The man possessed amazing skills that needed to be directed in the right direction. Grind was the first to break the awkward silence and admit that they had no information. But in reality, Luatisha didn't need the information, because she was testing people for honesty. But Radian was acutely aware of the fact that the assistants were unworthy of their mistress. He declared that from now on, he would always be the most devoted servant of the Duke's daughter. Elozi, Grind, and Pianku still had to get used to how strange this man was. But Dier wasn't just acting arrogant for no reason. He had prepared all the necessary documents in advance. Even Lutetia was surprised at how good her crazy assistant turned out to be. He had anticipated all the ladies' questions in advance and had prepared all the necessary answers. The heroine was forced to admit that the Viscount was not called a true genius for nothing. The man even brought with him to the meeting an image of the mana stone, brought from the mine. Whatever the lady asked him, Radian would immediately get the necessary information with a smile. The girl was so confused that she demanded warm milk and cookies from her assistant. And a teapot and saucer, in which the Viscount had brought all this, immediately appeared near her table. So the lady had to admit complete defeat in the face of Deer's abilities. Miss was both sad and happy at how perfect Radian was. The girl noticed that even the smart assistants recorded all the man's actions for the future. The Viscount really did seem like a man one could rely on in any situation. Therefore, Lutetia still praised the assistant who went out of his way for her pleasure. In response, Deer said that he was happy to serve the girl in this way forever, as long as she was happy. The heroine understood that she would not find anyone better than the Viscount, so she agreed to leave him. But everything was not so simple, because the man wanted to conclude a real contract with the baby. Somehow, he learned about the oath that the girl had shared not long ago only with her father. Lutetia had always known that the Viscount's mind was not quite right, and now he had confirmed it. Even the assistants realized that such requests from Radian were unnecessary for serving the lady. No matter how much this whole situation resembled a circus, Miss still fulfilled Deer's demand. At the same time, the heroine almost burned with shame, because she would have preferred to forget about something like this. But Radian himself was glad that he finally received confirmation of his value to the lady. Now he was almost ready to take up his duties, subject to one condition. Since the man's happiness depended on it, he dared to voice his request. Meanwhile, Ares and Ixion bumped into each other again, which neither of them were happy about. The Duke's middle son had no intention of giving up time with his beloved sister to his youngest. But the younger one still thought that it was improper for a middle-aged man to communicate with a lady. The funniest thing was that the Duke was depriving his sons of the opportunity to meet the girl. The three of them arrived at Lutetia's office until they saw something they couldn't even imagine. This spectacle turned out to be Viscount Radian, who had just finished all his business with the baby. But the attention of the Faraton family members was drawn to a drawing that was sticking out from behind the assistant's back. The Duke's reaction was not long in coming, although poor Dier did not even suspect it. Anthony, with a face that did not require any argument, demanded that the Viscount explain everything to him. Moreover, the master's two sons fully supported their father's menacing mood. So, because of his small desire for drawings from a girl, Radian found himself in a difficult situation. The heroine herself did not even suspect the influence she had on other people with her creativity. She was completely exhausted by the Viscount's demands for her undivided attention. Miss was pleased that she had separated herself from Radian with just one small drawing. In return, she was able to complete one of the system's tasks as she received an oath from Dier. The man was so happy with the baby's gift that he forgot about everything else in the world. But the heroine faced a difficult task because she needed to get money from the mana stone. All the newspapers around were saying that it was impossible to extract anything from this mineral. But the little girl still had hope, as she could summon a special ability from the book. In a past life, Lutetia read about a girl who found money out of nowhere. And it was precisely this power that the girl was able to temporarily obtain with the help of a magical attribute. Rejoicing at her luck, the little girl concentrated all her attention and strength on the stone without mana. In response, the shard glowed faintly, indicating that it had been affected by the lady's abilities. As a result, the Duke's daughter saw the entire monetary path that this item had. The heroine herself did not believe that she was actually holding a real money pit in her hands. The whole point was that at the moment, the mana in such stones was in deep dormancy. But if you activate it, the magic will be even purer than in other similar stones. The lady's good side suggested that she immediately make the information she had discovered public. But the evil one reminded her that the heroine herself had to somehow survive in this world. And the little girl preferred it when everyone around her admired her business skills. So she asked the Viscount to buy out all the mines with supposedly useless mana stones. The man did not dare ask the girl a single question, as he trusted her completely. Besides, he could still hardly speak because of how much the Duke had intimidated him. Since the assistant never confessed to the miss the reasons for his condition, she forgot about it. Instead, the lady decided to spread a rumor that she was going to give the mines to her brothers. Luatasia had already succeeded to the point that she could cover all expenses from her own budget. Dyer calmly listened to the young lady and promised to do everything in the best possible way. But the heroine was tormented by the question of why the man had never asked her about anything, even though the ideas were absurd. In response, Radian reminded her that he was the little girl's faithful servant, so he did not doubt her thoughts. But he himself ruined the whole impression of himself when he asked to comb the lady's hair in return. With a stern expression on her face, the heroine immediately kicked out the assistant, who had become annoying in an instant. But Luatesia's work did not end there, because she also had bribes from Count Josenheim. So the little girl went down to the dungeon to the man, who was constantly unconscious. The lady planned to use the system to collect from him all the taxes that the old man had not paid. The heroine still hasn't gotten used to the power her powers exert on this world, but the system promised that all the money would move to the rest of the young lady's wealth. The girl realized with fear that her power acted according to the rules of a tyrant from another story. So all the little girl's pleasant fantasies about collecting taxes were destroyed in an instant. With horror, she realized that she was simply stealing money from a man who had stolen it himself. But the heroine still had no other choice, because she had to return the stolen goods to their place. The girl had no idea that in just a few years, the old man had been able to take so many different things. But what interested her personally was that the list included Daphne's pendant, which she had already heard about. In a past life, the lady read a story about a beautiful fairy with exactly the same name. So the little girl confidently pulled the pendant out of a special portal to examine it. She didn't expect that inside this delicate thing there would be someone's family photo. But what surprised Miss most was that she was able to recognize one of the people in this photo. At this moment, the usual meeting of the elders took place, where they again argued with each other. Only Count Alex Candor, who was above empty gossip, did not argue with anyone. The aristocrats behaved more restrainedly as soon as they noticed the displeasure on the face of the new leader. The man always possessed a truly overwhelming aura, which he constantly used to his advantage. But all these defense mechanisms of the Count did not save him from meeting the Duke's young daughter. The little girl had important business with the head of the council, so she smiled sweetly at him when they met. But Candor had no intention of communicating with a lady who might cunningly befriend him. Instead, he diligently pretended to be studying the documents and not seeing the girl's presence. And Luatisha followed the man like a shadow, waiting for the moment when he would look at her. As a result, Miss did not wait for this, and herself attracted the attention of the stern Count Alex. She was sure that the man would respond to her little message, secretly brought by Hermes. And indeed, after some time, the man himself found a lady who wanted to talk. He wanted the Duke's daughter to leave him alone and stop trying to attract attention. But the heroine had a means by which she was going to make the man listen to her. Luatasia did not hide the pendant she had taken from Count Josenheim's property for long. The whole point was that inside it was depicted the young Count Candor and the fairy Daphne. Alex only needed one glance at the thing to instantly recognize it years later. His voice trembled with excitement, because this pendant originally belonged to his beloved lady, no matter how disgusted the girl was by such an act. Otherwise, she would not have been able to talk to the Count. Only if he agreed to make a deal could Count Candor be trusted. The heroine was going to take advantage of the situation and ask the man to give her a piggyback ride. The Count agreed with difficulty to all the girl's demands, and only because he was interested in the answers. Eventually, the baby named Daphne Nye, which was familiar to Candor from his youth. The man wondered how this young lady even knew the man from his past. But the heroine couldn't resist and was delighted that Alex was dating a fairy. But in fact, the man had no idea about this nuance of his beloved, who left him. The little girl demanded that the head of the council tell her the whole love story in detail. But Candor always told boring stories about how he met Daphne at one of the receptions. It was a classic novelistic ploy, which once again delighted the Duke's daughter. Luatasia was genuinely interested in what happened between the two lovers. This lady only made the man more suspicious, but he could not leave her. Until now, Candor's first meeting with Daphne had been as clear as if it had happened yesterday. In his youth, Alex didn't interact much with girls, so he wasn't ready to help one of them. But that day, one of the ladies tripped and fell to the ground, so she needed help. When she fell, she damaged her shoe quite badly, which forced her to ask for help. The Count never thought that his short break would have such enormous consequences. The blue-haired girl, who was Daphne Naya, sat on the floor in confusion. But, like a true lady, she skillfully accused the aristocrat of not even helping her. As a result, the Count began to move, to at least apologize a little for his mistake. He noticed that the girl's shoe was hopelessly broken, so that it could not be used. So Alex sheepishly offered his help, although he remained with a cold expression on his face. In response, the beautiful stranger brazenly demanded that the aristocrat carry her to the carriage. Candor had hoped to get rid of the lady faster, but he couldn't leave her alone. Therefore, the young man had to follow the lead of a strange and incomprehensible lady. On the way, she even managed to apologize for accidentally hitting the Count with her shoe. He didn't mention that the top of his head was still throbbing with pain from the precise hit. But surprisingly, their story did not end there, because at the end of their conversation, Candor proposed. Daphne, of course, agreed to marry the man she loved more than anything in the world. For the first time in his life, Alex blushed so deeply at such an important and romantic moment. But Naya completely accepted all the nuances of her beloved's character, which seemed outwardly cold. The heroine experienced genuine delight from the man's story about his love and his youth. She had no idea that this man could be such a romantic person. Daphne had told Candor many times before that he was much kinder than he thought he was, and the Count still remembered his first and only beloved with a warm smile. He thought that their love was special and would stay with them forever, but everything turned out differently. However, all that was left for the Count in the end was the ring that Daphne had thrown away when she escaped. His best friend told him that the girl had run away with another lover and died. But the lady was sure that Naya's death had nothing to do with the escape and the monsters. These words caused deep pain in the man, who was still worried about Daphne. He immediately warned that the lady would not be able to bind him to herself with words, even by mentioning Naya. But the girl reminded that she would never take advantage of another person like that. Luaticia's kind and confident look told the Count that she really wasn't lying to him. But the man suspected the lady of lying until the very end, fearing to fall under her sweet charms. To prove that she was trustworthy, the lady gave the Count all the documents she found. Candor accepted the papers with excitement, not even suspecting what was actually in them. It turned out that Daphne had been kidnapped and experimented on until her death. Luaticia was just as worried about this story as Alex was, so she wanted to help get revenge. But the head of the council had no intention of placing such a huge responsibility on the little girl's shoulders. The lady understood perfectly well the feelings of a man who had been deprived of the love of his life. Surprisingly, the Count was ready to believe any words the girl said, even though she could be lying. The man couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the lady had taken this pendant from Jotunheim. Miss told everything about the things she found in the old Count's unpaid taxes. She hoped that Candor wouldn't lose trust in her because of slightly vague explanations. After all, the lady could not tell how exactly she got all these important things. It turned out that Alex hated the very feeling of love because of the girl who ran away from him. The lady tried her best to change the leader of the Senate's mind about how to treat the family, but the man did not want to see any other girl as his wife, except Daphne. That is why he never adopted other people's children who were not born from her. So it came as a surprise to the Count when the lady asked him what if Naya was actually pregnant. Alex didn't even have time to find out that he could have become a young and happy father. He realized with horror that his child must have died, but the miss reported a different result. The heroine asked curiously if the Count wanted to see his living and grown-up child. In response, Candor clarified how exactly he could help the girl to earn this right. Luaticia expected Alex to be so faithful to the deals, but she didn't think it would come to this. The little girl honestly admitted that such an influential person would be useful to her, but even without his help, the lady was not going to deprive the man of the opportunity to meet his son. But the Count did not believe that the miss would really be so generous towards him. Then Luaticia reminded that she could not remain insensitive in a matter involving a parent and a child. Candor had no idea that this young lady knew very well the feeling of loneliness without parents, so the heroine had no intention of becoming a disgusting person who would disturb others. The man finally realized that in this situation, he was the only one who was angry and cruel. Therefore, the Count completely trusted the girl who uncovered the truth about his failed family. The lady was afraid to tell her new ally only the nuances related to his son. But the father should have known that the boy's psyche was unstable due to constant experiments. Candor could not have imagined what his child had gone through before he knew of his existence. But now the man was going to do everything to make this boy feel his love. As soon as the meeting ended, the heroine fell tiredly onto the sofa, finally exhaling. She was glad that the Count completely lived up to her expectations and turned out to be a good man. In fact, the lady was already well acquainted with the boy, who was worried before the meeting. So Luatisha allowed him to eavesdrop on the entire conversation to calm the child down a little. But even so, the guy was worried that only Miss could accept him after everything that had happened. The Count's son considered the girl the most amazing and unique, although she was different from the others. And using her own example, the heroine explained to the child that he, too, deserved the right to life. Now the decision about the meeting was up to Azur alone, so the little girl was silent for a bit. And the boy still agreed to see his father, because he needed his love and affection. The heroine was glad that she could reunite two lonely hearts in need of a family. The Count was impatiently waiting for the Duke's daughter to arrange the long-awaited meeting for him. And finally, the letter with little Hermes was delivered to the man who wanted it. He instantly understood what the girl's drawing meant, although to anyone else the message would have been unclear. In gratitude, Candor shared some wheat seeds with the bird as a reward for his help. He hoped that the young girl's little pet would enjoy this treat. But suddenly, the chick began to chirp angrily, as if he was dissatisfied with the offered delicacy. While the man watched Hermes in confusion, the maid noticed the drawing from the lady. But the woman misinterpreted the meaning of the image, because she thought it looked like snakes. While Alex saw two golden arrows on the paper, which was a good sign, Luatisha greeted the Count with a joyful smile, as he was preening himself to the last. The man was so nervous he couldn't find a place for himself, which was evident from the way he adjusted his clothes. But the lady pulled the Count along with her, convincing him that he was completely ready for the meeting. Alex's heart could not calm down, because he did not know what to expect from the boy. But the dining area the girl brought him to turned out to be empty for some reason. For a moment, the thought flashed through Candor's mind that Luatisha had deceived him after all. But at that very moment, the man heard a hesitant voice calling out to him. The Count could not have imagined that his son would be so handsome and still so young. Young Azur bore a striking resemblance to his mother, although he remained human, unlike her. Time stood still for Candor at the sight of his son, who himself did not know what to do in such a situation. Seeing his father's indecision, the boy began to ask for forgiveness for his worthlessness. The boy inherited some of his mother's powers, so he could not grow up despite his age. While he was in prison, everyone around him cursed him for his lack of results. But the man immediately grabbed the boy by the hands to dispel all his doubts about him. He admitted that he was struck by the beauty of his son, whose existence he did not even know. A huge sense of guilt was eating away at Candor, and he was going to take care of Azura from now on. The heroine watched the family reunion with a sweet smile, because she knew how important it was. The lady did not tell the Count the reasons why his beloved was kidnapped. The whole point was that Daphne was a fairy, which the cruel and greedy Josenheim found out about. Having learned about her pregnancy, the girl began to worry about what would happen to her next, and she opened up to the wrong person, the one who subjected her to such terrible trials. All information about Daphne's son was carefully hidden from everyone, so no one knew about him. Even the lady did not immediately realize that a living person was registered under the digital code. But now the Count was grateful to fate for such a wonderful opportunity to become a father, and Azur could hardly hold back tears of joy that he would never be alone again. He hugged his father tenderly, who in a few moments became like family to him. As a result, Miss acquired another amazing assistant in the form of the Count. The man wanted to help the Count's daughter for the rest of his life in order to repay her for her help. And all this was only to the girl's advantage, although she had not initially planned anything like this. Thus, Luatisha accepted the head of the Senate himself into her small team. The system immediately notified the little girl that her influence had increased greatly because of this person. So the lady was immediately able to come up with a task that only Alex could handle. The whole thing was that not long ago, the Duke's daughter brought an unfamiliar boy to the estate. She spent all her time taking care of him, so she couldn't come up with a plausible excuse. It was Miss who left it to his father to come up with arguments to defend her son. The heroine couldn't even imagine that calling on the digital code from Jotunheim's list would lead to this. While the miss was taking care of the boy, many people in the estate learned about his existence. And now the heroine was only afraid of the reaction of her father and brothers, who would not tolerate anyone else. Therefore, the lady was glad that the Count did not refuse her assignment for him, which made her life easier. It turned out that Candor also wanted to seal his oath with a special ritual. He learned about it from Viscount Deeser, who had undergone exactly this kind of training for the position. The man was eager to prove to the little girl that he was ready to do even the most difficult job for her. No matter how much the lady wanted to forget about this oath, she had to go through this shameful act once again. So the little girl looked with disdain at Radian, who was acting joyfully next to her. Luatasia was not ready to forgive her assistant so easily, even because of his brilliant skills, but she still invited him to a meeting to study the supposedly empty mana stones. Count Candor couldn't believe his eyes when he discovered the usefulness of the materials he had received. Miss had already come to terms with the fact that she had made a pinky-swearing oath with this sane man. Therefore, the Duke's daughter now demanded the strictest secrecy from her assistants in her case. The little girl was sure that her best people would immediately understand what she wanted from them. And both aristocrats had heard many times about the shell companies that they were organizing. The lady had prepared so well for this moment that she had enough funds, all thanks to the abilities of the tyrant, who easily confiscated almost all of Jotunheim's property. Radian quickly understood the young lady's plan and began to think up sales plans for the palace. But the little girl had slightly different ideas about how she would use the stones. The lady wanted to become the sole owner of this mana in order to become incredibly rich. But Miss had completely forgotten what her brothers had reminded her of at their very first breakfast. Both Ares and Ixion hoped that the girl had acquired the mines as a gift for them. But the Duke believed that the little girl could only give such wealth to him alone. The heroine completely forgot about the rumor she spread when she bought all the empty mines. So she was horrified that she would have to resolve yet another family conflict. The little girl was able to distract her relatives from this topic only by suggesting a trip to the auction. She successfully pretended that she had long been interested in these secret meetings of aristocrats. In her past life, the heroine would have liked to have been to something similar in a cool way, but the girl never had the opportunity to buy something expensive with a serious face. So this time, Luatasia took everything from life and dragged her brothers to this event. Both Ixion and Ares were not very inspired by the purpose of the trip, but were glad to spend time with their sister. But periodically, conversations between relatives again turned to the question of empty mines. And every time, to distract their attention, the lady would do something cute right in front of the brothers. The boys' hearts were ready to break into pieces from their sister's actions. So, although they remained outwardly calm, they forgot about everything in the world. Although the heroine herself blushed every time from her actions, for now this was the only way. In fact, she learned about the auction not long ago, when she overheard a conversation between her father and Radian. And during a dispute between relatives, Luatasia declared that she really wanted to go there. The girl's soul was also warmed by the fact that she had her first real family trip. So the lady was not afraid even of the oppressive atmosphere at the auction, where all the people were gloomy. Everything about this place corresponded to the classic ideas about how such events should be held. But Miss didn't take into account that she would accidentally arrive at an underground auction for special persons. That's why even the presenter scared her, although he seemed like a completely ordinary person. But as soon as the girl saw the things that were gradually being sold, she forgot about her fears. Instead, the heroine began to mentally calculate how much she would need the item. The little girl was especially attracted by the telescope, which could show real treasures. But the huge number of conditions for its use immediately discouraged me from buying the item. Therefore, during the long period of the auction, Luatasia did not decide to buy anything. Ares periodically asked with interest whether his little sister would like to buy anything, and Ixion even offered to pay for the item himself if the girl didn't have money. The heroine delicately concealed the fact that she was many times richer than her older brothers. Until the very end, she didn't know whether anything in this place would truly attract her attention. Suddenly, the last lot presented was a little boy in a huge cage. This little boy immediately attracted the attention of the masked aristocrats with his unusual appearance. His eyes were so empty that they frightened everyone around him, even from a great distance. the heroine immediately remembered that it was this child that the devil had once warned her about. Meanwhile, the presenter said that this boy is definitely worth buying for everyone. He clicked the collar remote, and the baby obediently used his ice magic. The man even had to jump back a few meters to avoid being affected by the cold. The cage was made of durable material, but it immediately bent under the force of the child. This caused everyone around to start discussing such powerful abilities with interest. The presenter reassured people that the boy was completely under control because of the collar, so the future owner could do with this child whatever he wanted. The baby won't say a word to his owner, because he won't be able to refuse obedience, and for such a rare product, the price was immediately set extremely high. But this did not bother anyone. Only the heroine's brothers were not at all interested in buying this strange child. The girl herself was horrified by the excitement that arose among the aristocrats in masquerade masks. She couldn't imagine how many difficulties this child had already had to endure. The system immediately warned the girl that this handsome baby could be hiding anything behind his appearance. But such messages only fueled the heroine's desire to buy and free the child. She believed that if she treated him well, the boy would stop being cruel. The lady's intuition told her that this little one should be the hero in his own story. This is all because people were not given such brilliant and powerful abilities for nothing. Moreover, it seemed to the girl that this child was definitely from an imperial family in another country, and he will have to become obsessed with the person who will save him from such a hard life. Although the little girl did not want such a future for herself, she could not leave the baby and continue to suffer. So she named a huge sum to beat all the bets of the other aristocrats. The heroine planned to give the boy freedom before he had time to become completely attached to her. None of the aristocrats believed that some madman was ready to pay a lot of money for a baby, and the boy himself looked closely at the girl, who so easily beat all the odds for him. The heroine was not afraid of this look, despite the fact that it was filled with coldness and loneliness. Even the brothers could not understand why their sister wanted to buy this strange slave. Aries reminded the little girl that she still had them, but this argument seemed weak to the lady. The heroine wanted to give this unknown boy freedom, something no one else in this place would do. Ixian considered the little girl's attitude towards other people to be a real gift of kindness. Even the Duke's middle son did not stop the miss from fulfilling her desire. The presenter quickly noticed that no one else dared to offer a higher amount than the girl. But he didn't care who the buyer was, because he only wanted to win more money. Suddenly, all the people on stage began to slowly fall down, as if something bad had happened to their bodies. Following this, the rest of the aristocrats began to lose consciousness in panic at the auction. Luatia saw no reason for this, but for some reason, people continued to suffer. Her brothers reacted quickly to prevent anything terrible from happening to their little sister. Miss managed to meet the boy's gaze once again, who was still standing inside the cage. She asked him to live happily, because now he was finally free from everyone. But it didn't seem like the baby was even a little happy about this unexpected turn of events. As soon as the children returned to the estate, they were immediately met by a worried Duke. The man managed to hear that something unpleasant happened at the auction, which is why he was so worried. But Luatia easily proved to her father that she was not hurt at all, because she had such strong brothers. However, Anthony was even worried about the fact that his daughter accidentally lost a small eyelash. The little girl herself was not impressed by this unnecessary information, since human body parts have always been gradually renewed. But Ixion and Aries took it as if they had made a huge mistake in saving. In fact, every member of the Faraton family has attended this auction at some point in their lives. So the Duke was pleased that the lady had just become a little more experienced and wiser. He wanted only the best for the girl, but he couldn't allow her to walk around without protection because of her age. But Miss was not at all upset about leaving the estate with her relatives. She herself understood perfectly well how defenseless she was without magical powers, which she did not have. It was important for the man to hear that the baby loved their family, despite all the difficulties. Suddenly, one of the assistants reported that someone had suddenly attacked the Faraton estate. Ixion and Aries immediately prepared for battle, as they had never practiced their combat skills before. But the heroine guessed that only one person could have done it so quickly and easily. But Luatia hoped that her assumption would be wrong, because she did not want such a thing. As a result, the entire Faraton family headed together to the boy who had sneaked into their territory. Even as she approached, Miss felt how cold it had become around her, despite it not being summer. The whole point was that this kid used his abilities without any fear of the consequences. The knights looked with fear at the child, who frightened them with just his empty gaze. The Duke immediately realized that it was this little boy who used poison at the auction to escape safely. The baby seemed cold on the outside and completely lifeless deep inside. The heroine had no idea that the freed boy would have several powerful abilities at once. She guessed that the child had used poison at the moment when he was freezing everything around him with cold. The little girl couldn't even imagine that her peer would turn out to be so smart and unpredictable. No one knew that this child was named Samuel Troyson and was of illegitimate imperial blood. So even the all-knowing Anthony could not find any resemblance between the ruler and this suspicious little boy. And the boy himself had no intention of telling anyone about his cursed, painful lineage. The head of the Faraton family was not known for his patience, so he released magic towards the child. But Samuel expected just that, seeing no reason to live free. Luatia was the only one who looked closely at the baby's face, trying to understand him. The girl's eyes widened in realization of the horror that this little boy had planned. In fact, he wanted to meet his death as soon as possible. That's why he came to this place. It was for this reason that the girl screamed that he should not be killed under any circumstances now. The father calmly reminded her that the unknown child was extremely dangerous because of his abilities. But the little girl explained that the boy could have killed her at the auction, but he didn't do it. To finally convince the Duke not to harm the baby, the lady needed confirmation from him. At this moment, Troyson was already tightly bound hand and foot by the powerful magic of the head of the Faraton family. But Samuel didn't even think about defending himself, because that could only lead to an unnecessary rescue. When looking at the boy, the lady immediately understood almost all of his emotions, since they were familiar to her. She was sure he was angry at the people at the auction who wanted to buy it. But for some reason, the baby did not start killing everyone around him, because his only desire was his own death. Therefore, the little girl confronted her father, who wanted to punish the child for invading the territory. In the end, she even shouted out that she had bought this boy herself, so that he was now her personal slave. The assistant stared in surprise at the young lady, who had never shown such emotions before. But the brothers did not agree with the girl that the strange boy belonged to her. The heroine stubbornly declared that the final word would still be hers, since she had bought the baby. So the lady got off her father's hands to get closer to the stranger who wanted to die. The system immediately demanded that the heroine completely ignore this baby, but the girl did not listen to the warnings, as she sincerely wanted to help this boy. She was sure that he simply didn't know what to do with the freedom he had gained, and that's why he wanted to die. Luatia stated that the baby would be in the estate for some time, but would have to follow 3 rules. To begin with, Miss needed the child to not offend her family under any circumstances, even though they could defend themselves. The little girl also wanted the boy not to touch the helpers, who made his life much better. Samuel watched in confusion as the Duke's daughter placed her slippers on his feet. He did not show any aggression towards the girl, and that is the only reason he remained alive all this time. Luatia demanded that the boy never become obsessed with her beautiful personality. Troyson hadn't had any thoughts like that in his head at first, so he didn't really understand what was being discussed. The heroine promised that if the child broke even one rule, she would definitely kill him. In response, Sam asked the Duke's daughter to kill him right now and not torment him anymore. But the lady had other plans for this strong boy, so she forbade him to die. Anthony obeyed his daughter's wishes and ordered Samuel to be locked up in prison for a while. The boy tried to argue, but he stepped on the ground with his shoe, and it squeaked loudly. Everyone around froze in surprise, as the lady had forgotten about this detail of her shoes. And so began the first night at the estate with his new guest, who was placed in a dungeon. The little girl had already gone to bed a long time ago, but she still couldn't fall asleep because of anxiety and worry. She recalled conversations with the family after the meeting with the unknown child was over. The little one decided to worry about the people who were poisoned at the auction, but both the brothers and the father were sure that their new little acquaintance had not killed anyone. The little girl easily persuaded her father to allow her to leave Troyson at the estate for a while. The man was glad that the lady began to show concern for someone else, which is good for the psyche. But just in case, Anthony additionally protected his daughter from any outside influences. The heroine guessed that the Duke had cast a strong magic spell on her that was not so easy to remove. Until now, the lady could not help but smile at how pleasantly her father looked after her. Besides, Luatisha was proud that she was able to set such strict conditions for her new little friend. True, the little girl was now afraid that he might hate her because of the excessive cruelty in his eyes. It was for this reason that the lady was constantly tossing and turning and could not fall asleep, although everything was fine. But questions regarding this strange child were still swirling in the little girl's head. She was sure that her face could not be seen under the mask during her escape from the auction. Moreover, Samuel was poorly dressed and without shoes to make such a journey on his own. But what bothered the lady most was that the system didn't say why she shouldn't contact the baby. The next morning, the girl slowly began to wake up from a pleasant, unfamiliar voice. She felt the touch of a small palm on her hand, but at first she did not pay any attention to it. However, after just a few minutes, Luatisha was very frightened by the sensations she received upon awakening. It turned out that in her half-sleep, the girl accidentally grabbed her new assistant in the form of Samuel by the hand. The boy sheepishly demanded that the lady let him go, almost forgetting about politeness. But even so, Luatisha could not understand what was going on at all, and why he was serving her. The first thing Miss Even decided was that she was definitely sleeping, since such changes were impossible overnight. The heroine could not tear her eyes away from the child, who seemed gloomy and sullen to her. But now Samuel had transformed so incredibly that he attracted all eyes around him. The little girl couldn't believe that even the boy's manners had somehow changed beyond recognition. That wounded little boy was no longer in this life, and in his place came an elegant assistant. Troyson himself seemed not to notice at all that something had happened to him in just one night. But the heroine was afraid that because of such affectionate treatment of her, she would become closer to the child. Samuel took such careful care of the lady that she did not even think of being afraid of his abilities. From the very beginning, Luatisha was drawn to the boy's sweet face and his beautiful hair, so she couldn't resist stroking the child's head, feeling his hair between her fingers. The girl reported in surprise that Sam had soft golden hair that was pleasant to the touch. She herself did not expect such honesty from herself, because she planned to stay away from him. But as soon as the lady opened her eyes, it turned out that she had accidentally stroked her own father's head. The man warmly accepted this gesture from his daughter, whom he had recently decided to personally wake up. But Miss was not thrilled that the situation with the baby really turned out to be just a dream. So, even when her morning meeting with her best assistants began, Miss could not come to her senses. It was clearly visible in the atmosphere that still swirled around the little girl like a thick smoke of shame. The heroine recalled how a few hours ago her father came to wake her up, which he did often. But instead of the Duke, the lady saw a boy who had not even thought of serving her all this time. This only made Luatisha feel more confused, as she herself could not explain the meaning of such a dream. The girl was mentally tormented until Radian offendedly reminded her that she had not listened to him at all. The little girl immediately focused on work, because it was much more important to her now. The Viscount warmly reminded her that no matter what, he would always remain the girl's best assistant. But Luatisha, as usual, ignored his entire word, turning instead to Candor. The Count immediately remembered that the discovered boy had two dangerous and very powerful abilities. Alex was confused by the fact that for some reason, the child's level of magic was quite normal. Each magical department had its own skills that were used in their field of activity, and the more powerful the abilities were, the more magic had to be spent on using them. The lady suggested that it was Sam's special skill, as the protagonist of a completely different story. The Count was even able to find out that the boy had followed the Duke's children from the auction itself, not wanting to stay there. The little girl almost laughed when she heard that the child had arrived at the estate on a white horse. But even the brilliant Radian couldn't figure out who exactly the boy was, who had recently come to them. The heroine was noticeably disappointed by these reports, as she had expected to receive more information. Then the little girl turned on her detective abilities, which attracted the attention of the assistants. The lady created an atmosphere of mystery with her appearance, and suggested that the boy might be a prince. She believed that he might have been exiled, or that his family might have fallen as a result of the destruction of the entire clan. But neither Radian nor Alex could believe that the prince of another empire had ended up at an underground auction. The lady had nothing to say in response, when all her mysterious guesses were so easily destroyed by a couple of words. Although there was not a drop of romance in the girl's two assistants, she could not even object to them in response. The baby was saved only by the appearance of the butler, who brought her important news about the said slave. It turned out that the boy was looking for the girl for some reason, although she did not expect that he would be interested in her at all. The Count and Viscount immediately went to prison with the Duke's daughter, since they could not let her go alone. Radian was seriously prepared to give his life for Lutetia if the situation required it. But Alex hoped that he could learn something useful from this life-battered child. The heroine was not against such an accompaniment, since she herself was worried before this meeting. From the books she had read, the lady knew that children never become evil without a special reason. And in this case, it was obvious that the child had experienced a terrible past, and no one helped him. So the miss was going to explain to the boy that there was also love and respect in the world. At the same time, the little girl had to keep her distance so as not to accidentally attach Samuel to herself. So the lady reminded the child that he was still being punished for trespassing on her family's property. But the lady didn't expect the boy's appearance to be so emaciated. She again ignored the system messages and pulled the slave who dared to speak disrespectfully towards her. Lutetia played the role of a villain who could do anything to the baby perfectly. As the lady expected, Samuel was angry with her because the lady from a rich family tried to be better than everyone else. But the heroine still pretended that she was not very concerned about the problems of her own slave from the auction. The boy was already ready to pay with his life for violating the territory of another family. But Lutetia whispered venomously to him that it would be too easy, so he must not die. More than anything, Samuel was afraid that one of his masters would force him to kill another person. And this girl seemed to him to be just the kind of mistress who could give such a cruel order. In her head, Miss had already said goodbye to the image of an obsessive lover in the form of Samuel. Therefore, she was quite satisfied with the fact that the little girl only caused even more hatred in the boy. Before leaving, the lady suddenly remembered that she had never been able to find out the name of the redeemed child. As soon as she asked the question, Samuel's whole face sank into darkness, as if he was hurt by the word. However, the boy found the strength to calmly answer that he did not have a name. The heroine expected that it would be difficult for her to establish communication with the baby, but she did not think that it would be this difficult. The girl was worried that the boy was exactly the same as her, and really didn't know his name. But the lady didn't have time to feel sad, because outside the dungeon, her assistants immediately began to congratulate her. They all knew that Miss was just playing the evil character, and were delighted with her acting skills. No matter how much the girl asked the knights to stop admiring her, it was all useless. Lutetia's worst fear was to imagine what Radian would do now with his obsession, and the Viscount began to beg for permission to also call the Duke's daughter his own mistress. But the little girl immediately warned that she would remove Dear if he acted in this way. This prohibition hurt Radian so much that he ran away with tears in his eyes from pain. As a result, the miss was left alone with the only sane person in the form of the Count. Lutetia was grateful to the man for always understanding all her desires, without unnecessary words. But it turned out that Alex had also inherited some of Radian's madness, as he wanted the girl's drawings. Because of all the difficulties in working with assistants, the lady dreamed of nothing but going on vacation. Therefore, the heroine arranged for herself foamy retreats with the maids as often as possible. But this time, even bathing procedures did not save the little girl from difficult thoughts about helpers. The maids had already heard that the girl had accidentally offended Dier, which the entire estate found out about because of his grief. Annie explained to the Duke's daughter, with a smile, that she had every right to defend her desires. And another girl even admitted that she would like to hear affectionate nicknames from handsome men. But this assistant had no idea how crazy Viscount Radian could be. Lutetia, with a serious face, declared that this man should never be given too much freedom. She shared the opinion that Dear behaved so seductively only in her presence, and he will never look at others because he is afraid of losing the respect of the little girl. The assistants believed every word the young lady said, but even they had one fair question. But the heroine couldn't admit that she knew all this, since she had read about such characters in books. And now the maids couldn't help but wonder where their lady had gained her experience in such matters. Then Miss lied that her cousin Claytia had taught her all this when she lived at her uncle's estate. The assistants were horrified by the information the Marquise's daughter shared with her relative, but Luatisha was pleased that she had found a way out of the situation, even if she had tarnished the honor of her friend. Here, the heroine remembered that the system had given her tasks against Claytia, but for some reason was silent about Sam. But the lady understood that it would be more convenient for the lying angel to act in just this way. However, he seemed to be connected in everything that concerned this strange and unknown boy. So more and more questions arose in the girl's head about what she should do next. The maids were delighted that their young mistress devoted so much care to the boy, but the lady only hoped that her help would allow him to choose a good path in the future. The duke's daughter's assistants could not help but smile tenderly at such reasoning. The girl saw that they were laughing at her in a good-natured way, but she still reacted with indignation. All because the heroine sincerely wanted to save the child sitting in the estate's dungeon. So the next evening, she went down to him all alone, using her own powers as cover. Luatisha took on the role of a sweet grandmother in the hope that she would be impossible to resist. She deliberately pretended to be another person so as not to accidentally attach the boy to herself. To achieve this, last night, the lady had to turn to the help of the attribute that gave her abilities. But Miss couldn't even imagine that putting unnecessary forces back into the book would be so expensive. However, it was worth it to get the opportunity to temporarily take on the appearance of another person. And to support the child, the lady chose the image of a sweet old lady who would not harm anyone. She had already managed to test her disguise on the estate's assistants and was convinced that no one recognized her. So the girl spread a rumor on behalf of her grandmother that she was invited by the duke's daughter for the baby. But the lady, in such a difficult guise, had to somehow win the heart of the angry child. The boy's reaction turned out to be even worse than the heroine could have initially imagined. He was completely unprepared to communicate, even with such a nice-looking old woman who wanted to help. But Luatisha wasn't going to give up so quickly, because she had tried hard to attract attention. The lady pulled out the handkerchief she had brought with her to help the little boy tidy himself up. But the boy did not want to accept even such simple help, so he loudly lost his temper. The duke's daughter was not prepared for Sam's emotional outbursts, although she understood that he was lonely. This time, Troyson became so angry that he himself realized that he had gone too far with his emotions towards the old woman. But the heroine was only glad about this awkward situation, as she noticed that the baby felt ashamed. She came to the conclusion that it was not in vain that she resorted to the appearance of an old woman, because even Sam could not shout at her for long. Therefore, the lady quickly took advantage of the boy's confusion and pulled him towards her. Troyson realized that this woman had no intention of harming him, so he obediently froze. From time to time, the heroine would deliberately frighten the child so that he would not dare to argue with her any further. The old woman's scary expressions had a wonderful effect on the boy, so he no longer objected. No matter how unusual it was for the girl to be in this image, she did not want to leave the baby. As a result, in a few moments, Luatisha achieved the same appearance from Sam as in the dream. The little girl was delighted with the prospect of having children like that from a person with such an appearance. Therefore, the lady sincerely continued to praise the baby's face, admiring his genes. But Troyson himself was ready to give a lot, just to never attract anyone's attention again in life. Before the child could finish grumbling about the old woman's presence, she shut him up. The heroine skillfully took advantage of the situation and pretended that she was simply caring about the young boy. But Samuel continued to resist the charms of his grandmother, who had done him no harm. In fact, Miss realized that it would not be easy for her to earn the baby's trust, even in this form. So she deliberately took some extra food with her to force him to eat something. Samuel didn't expect this nice old lady to be so insistent about his health. No matter how much the baby refused to eat, the lady insisted that he still take care of himself. The heroine couldn't allow the child to die of hunger in her family's estate, so she tried her best. But the girl constantly felt that her good actions only aroused more suspicion in the boy. Miss claimed that she had no bad plans for Sam, although he did not trust her. Troyson had been deceived and betrayed so many times throughout his life that he could not trust anyone so easily. However, the boy could not resist the old woman who could control the limitation of his powers. As soon as the little girl left the dungeon, she immediately canceled the effect of her powers for the sake of economy. As Luatisha suspected, once was not enough to reach an agreement with the boy, but the girl was stubborn enough not to be sad about this. And besides, she had support. And right now, the lady accidentally met her father, who was frightened by the condition of his daughter's hand. The heroine didn't even notice that Samuel accidentally scratched her when he was being rowdy during their conversation. The last person the girl was going to show this wound to was her own father. Luatia made up an excuse that she had cut herself with grass, as she believed that her duke would not punish her in any way. But the heroine had never made such a cruel mistake before, because Anthony was unpredictable. In a few minutes, he gathered around him all the gardeners who were responsible for the grass around the estate. Initially, the man thought of executing these people, but changed his mind because of the daughter in his arms. However, Pharaton was a smart enough man to quickly come up with another task, so he ordered his assistants to burn all the grass that had touched the foot of his beloved lady. It took Luatia a moment to grasp the meaning of her father's words, due to the absurdity of such a demand. The heroine was scared to death because she did not want the beautiful plants of the estate to suffer. She immediately turned to her father, wanting to dissuade him from committing such terrible acts. The girl struck a sweet pose and declared that all plants had been her good friends for centuries. Even the gardeners could not contain their surprise at the sight of such a sweet young lady. This is how easily the lady saved all the flowers, once again sacrificing only her pride. Lately, all the lady's affairs were going well. Even with her business, she had no problems. The girl tried to devote time to her family in order to maintain good relations with everyone in the estate. So she was not surprised that the Duke listened to any of her requests, even the strangest ones. The heroine was able to get a little closer to the boy, who stopped driving her away every time. She still demanded that he give his name, promising that otherwise she would come up with some nickname. But the kid wasn't at all afraid of this prospect, because he considered himself no better than an ordinary slave. Therefore, the lady in the form of an old woman had to be extremely polite with the naughty child. The little girl explained to the boy that a name was important for any person, regardless of his status. For the first time, the girl's words reached the baby's heart, although he continued to resist. But since their last meeting, Samuel has become much calmer, although he didn't expect this from himself. Luatia was curious about Troyson's feelings towards her, so she asked him in her grandmother's guise. And the boy, with a sly smile, declared that he did not really like the Duke's daughter, who seemed to him to be a terrible person. The heroine was horrified that she had frightened the child so much in just a few conversations. She wanted to get closer to such a beautiful baby in her form, but she was afraid of the consequences. Therefore, the lady asked Sam not to take all her words to heart in order to get rid of hatred. But the baby seemed to be deliberately trying to hate his mistress, just so as not to obey her. The more the lady tried to convince the boy, the more she feared his emotions towards her. The heroine planned to free the child, but was afraid that he would take revenge on her in the form of the Duke's daughter. But Samuel suddenly sadly admitted that he did not know what to do if he received the long-awaited freedom. For some time, Luatia waited for an answer from the baby about whether he would take revenge on her in the future. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl that the child had fallen asleep from fatigue, right while he was talking to her. This made Luatia mentally scream in panic, as she didn't want to wake the boy. The lady sincerely did not understand how the heroines from her stories could so easily become friends with such people. But during all the time of communicating with Samuel, the heroine realized that he was not a bad person at all. Therefore, gradually, the girl stopped being afraid of him, despite stern warnings from the system. The girl sat down next to the baby and began to whisper in his ear so that he wouldn't dare turn into a villain. Then the idea came to the Duke's daughter that whispers could shape the thoughts in the boy's head. So she began to whisper to the baby many times so that he would never dare to kill her in the future. When Troyson woke up a couple of hours later, the old woman was no longer there, and he was carefully covered with a blanket. In fact, the child had been having trouble falling asleep the last few nights, so he was surprised. For some reason, the Duke's daughter just wouldn't leave Samuel's mind, even though he tried to forget her. But the little girl managed to save him several times during their short acquaintance at the auction. At first, Troyson was delighted when the girl was able to understand his feelings, something no one had done before. But as a result, the lady cruelly trampled on the hope that was beginning to emerge in the little child. He suspected that Miss was no different from cruel adults, but he didn't think it would hurt so much. So Samuel was surprised when he met the little girl again in the dungeon, and without witnesses. In fact, Troyson had another ability, and he could see the truth where the truth was hidden. Therefore, the entire masquerade of the Duke's daughter was immediately revealed to him, although Sam did not reveal his powers. He watched with caution the little girl, who mistakenly thought she had managed to deceive the boy. While the baby saw real emotions on Mrs. Face, as she did not hide them at all, her beautiful eyes seemed to him like an endless sky, which he had never really seen in his life. All this only made the baby want to die even more at the hands of this little and beloved daughter of the Duke. Luatia had no idea what influence she was able to exert on her temporary captive. She communicated with Azure, who was always glad to meet the savior who returned him to his father. He was now only worried about the fact that his brothers were periodically jealous of his sister. And this time, Ixion and Ares interrupted the two friends' privacy with their unexpected arrival. They looked with irritation at the guy, whose beauty could compete with any girl. But the lady each time cleverly interrupted possible conflicts that she did not need. The girl tried so hard to get closer to Azure for the sake of Candor, who was worried about him. The Count told the lady almost everything about his beloved son in gratitude for his recent rescue. Luatia was very familiar with these parental feelings that she felt from her father. It was only for this reason that the little girl helped the younger Candor to open up, and he responded with a smile. The heroine saw all the young boy's worries perfectly well, so she was never angry with him. Azure said that his name was not given to him by chance, as his parents had been discussing it for a long time. Therefore, the Count's son was completely satisfied with his fate, despite all the circumstances. Luatia concluded that the younger Condor was a long-awaited child for his parents. The guy hadn't thought about his family in that light before, but he was pleased with the offer, so he boldly thanked the lady for the praise, despite the angry looks of her older brothers. In a conversation with Azure, Miss remembered that she had never given any name to her friend in the dungeon. Since the heroine did not have many uses of the ability, she began to come to Sam less often. But Luatia still wrote him letters, although the boy stubbornly did not answer any of them. The lady was even a little proud of how stubborn the child was in his eternal denial of her. But then Azure surprised the little girl by saying that he had one important and exciting request for her. It turned out that the guy wants to become Mrs. Assistant, just like his father did not long ago. But the heroine had no doubt that she should accept such a person into her team. In the girl's head, all the people were now united into a better group because of their different hair colors. But the peace in the life of the Duke's daughter did not last long, as the servant came with bad news. The little girl didn't believe at first that Samuel had suddenly lost consciousness while he was in prison. Miss couldn't ignore such an incident, so she immediately rushed to the little boy. The last time Luatia visited him was a week ago, and the child was fine then. The heroine even began to notice that he was gradually recovering and becoming calmer. The Duke's daughter was in such a hurry to get to Sam that if it hadn't been for Ixion, she would have fallen down the stairs. Ares was also nearby and rewarded the girl with his signature comforting smile. But the heroine was so scared that she couldn't smile back at her beloved brother. She couldn't imagine how bad her new friend's condition was. The girl froze in place in complete shock, because she did not understand what was happening at all. The Duke arrived in time and explained to his daughter that the boy had been under a seal all this time. And now the best magicians in the estate were trying to remove it, but so far all their efforts had been unsuccessful. It was the first time Luatia had heard of anyone being banned from their health and peace of mind. This meant that just as the child was getting better, his whole body was gripped by excruciating pain. And right now, that's exactly what was happening to Samuel, who no one could help. The heroine watched in horror as someone subjected the boy to such brutal suffering. Troyson was not much older than the Duke's daughter, but in his soul, he had long ago become an adult. As soon as the lady took a step towards the boy, he immediately screamed loudly at her in a voice full of pain. Luatia realized that the distance she had been closing all this time had become enormous again. The estate's mages could not find an answer to the question of how to help the young captive. As a result, they were faced with a disappointed and cold gaze from a lady who almost hated them. The most senior of the magicians will take responsibility for negotiations with the angry lady. He calmly explained that the boy would not be able to die, but would only experience constant pain. No matter how sick the lady was of the servant's uselessness, she decided not to lash out at them without reason any further. The little girl only asked that the magicians continue their research into salvation. She could not bear what was happening any longer, so she walked out of the dungeon with a gloomy face. But Luatisha wasn't about to leave Sam to deal with the magical seal on his own. The heroine's eyes burned with determination to save the child, no matter what the cost. The girl had no idea that it was actually not easy to get rid of the magic seals, so she spent days studying literature on this topic, but she couldn't find anything useful. Meanwhile, Troyson was unconscious in one of the rooms of the rich estate of Faraton. It so happened that several forces were imposed on the boy at once for unclear purposes. His seal was supported by the divine energy of a god unknown to anyone before. And even the energy of the devil himself seemed to be present in these terrible shackles that no one could remove. So the assistants were forced to gradually weaken the seal, dealing with its parts. They would like to please the Duke's daughter with good news, but so far nothing has worked out. The heroine was angry that this time she could not influence the development of the story related to the baby. Usually the main characters always had a plot shield, but this time, for some reason, it didn't save Samuel. Since Troyson's illness, Luatisha has been present at every meeting regarding his coma. In the end, the lady came to the conclusion that the boy was somehow able to contain the seal, since he was gradually recovering. She suggested out loud that the child possessed another kind of magic, and this interested the wizards. This idea explained why the boy's aura seemed incredibly weak, even though his powers could kill. The heroine was glad that the child was gradually struggling with the terrible mark on him. As a result, morale throughout the hall rose slightly, as hope for salvation appeared again. The Duke's daughter planned to interfere with the boy's aura to help him heal. However, none of the magicians had the opportunity to use such a magical technique. But for the heroine, this was not unrealistic, because she could temporarily borrow the necessary powers. Suddenly, the system came to life again, and, even louder than before, began to beg the lady to move away from the child. Miss had never seen her power so scared about getting close to someone. She carefully read the messages that she would not be able to turn the plot in a different direction. It turned out that Luatisha stood at the crossroads of two choices, and, in the system's opinion, she was doing the wrong thing. But the devil's words during their last meeting hinted that the Duke's daughter could control her own life. Besides, the little girl didn't want to leave Samuel in pain, even if he was dangerous for her. Therefore, the fact that the lying angel was silent at such an important moment upset the girl a little. Here she noticed the last notification, which from the outside seemed more encouraging. The whole point was that the system rewarded the lady for her persistence in choosing, which was rare. So now the little girl was respected by many people, even outside the estate and from other worlds. No matter how worried Luatisha was about the system rebelling against her actions, she has now become calm. The lady understood that her recent decision had enormous consequences in the future, but the little girl acquired such a strong passive skill that she forgot about all the nuances. The heroine was eagerly awaiting the moment when she could win money in the lottery again. According to the little girl's plan, she would drink a tasty potion and then use magic as intended. And the magical attribute could perfectly help the girl, despite the complexity of some of her requests. With the will of a pioneer, Miss no longer saw any obstacles for herself in this mortal world. So the lady summoned for herself the necessary story that could help her in the situation with the boy. Out of spite, the attribute released many distracting maneuvers into the air, not wanting to help Miss. But even this has now become no obstacle for the determined little girl who has improved her skills. Therefore, she was easily able to detect the very powers stored in one of the butterflies. The whole point was that in one of the stories, the main character could turn the sounds of a song into magic. That is why the girl chose this path, to release the powers of the sleeping boy. The lady hoped that this would be enough for the child to remove the seal on his own. And at that moment, Samuel was so ill and in so much pain that he could only dream of a quick death. He was bound hand and foot by the force of the seal, and every breath caused Samuel excruciating pain. So the boy could not say for sure whether he was remembering the past or seeing fantasies. The fetters never weakened their influence for a second, so the baby himself could only see visions. That's why he wanted to die, so that he would never experience anything like this again in his life. Suddenly, the pain stopped abruptly, and Samuel opened his eyes on the shore of a sandy beach. In front of him was the cheerful face of Luatisha, who was singing a song and did not stop for a second. Troyson wanted to grumble that the lady sang disgustingly, but still did not say anything to the girl. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt himself gradually becoming much lighter. He would like to die at the hands of the Duke's daughter, who was a truly bright person. But instead, Samuel found himself alive again, lying in one of the rooms of the Ferriton estate. As usual, the heroine made her way to the boy through a secret passage, wanting to continue helping him with her song. The little girl was glad of her resourcefulness, because no one was allowed into the child's room yet. Moreover, the Duke earnestly asked his daughter not to interfere with the baby, who could easily have accidentally killed her. However, no matter how ashamed the lady was of the deception, she could not leave Troyson to suffer. As the girl thought, the boy felt better after a couple of her visits with musical accompaniment. The child's body now has significantly fewer red stripes that constantly cause him pain. This meant that those beach visits with songs played a huge role in his recovery. Luatia was still worried that Sam would react badly to her appearance, so she took on the appearance of her grandmother. She gently woke up Troyson, who was already able to regain consciousness for a while. And right now, despite his grave condition, the baby opened his eyes even faster. Just like the previous times, the boy suddenly asked not to touch him, because it could be disgusting. But the old woman did not understand at all what he meant, since she was not even afraid of this sweet child. She insistently demanded that Samuel eat, because then he would feel better. But Troyson still resisted the kindness and care to which he was completely unaccustomed. The lady understood how difficult it was for the child, so she tried not to put too much pressure on him. She was scared along with Sam when she saw that he suddenly became worse after the outburst of emotions. The heroine herself did not notice how she found herself dangerously close to the naughty child. His handsome and neat appearance once again impressed the little girl, who adored such people. Therefore, the girl could barely pull herself together to play the role of an ordinary, caring old woman again. Samuel tried until the very end not to trust the lady, who did not even seem real to him. In the guise of an old woman, she insisted that the boy take care of himself, and that it would be easier for him. And this kindness greatly captivated the child, who had begun to miss the caring attitude of others. But at the most inopportune moment, the boy felt worse again, as the seal was still active. He glanced at Luatia, trying to figure out what she was feeling at the sight of him. Troyson thought it was wrong that the girl's face reflected such deep emotion. For some reason, this time, Sam cared and wanted to comfort the lady who was about to burst into tears. The boy was experiencing such emotions for the first time, so he only became more confused by their depth and brightness. Luatia didn't wait for the child to get worse, so she quickly began to sing. This circumstance greatly surprised the little boy, who had no idea that singing made him stronger. It seemed to him that Miss still sang poorly and was not even keeping rhythm, which was a little strange. But for some reason, despite all these shortcomings, the baby liked to listen to the lady's gentle voice. It seemed to him again that they had moved together into some space, and the miss was sharing her thoughts. Troyson listened silently as the Duke's daughter thought she would have a lot of rest if she had money. Unlike the Duke's daughter, even the thought of a peaceful future was a luxury for Samuel. Therefore, the child treated the Duke's naive daughter with disdain and fear. Then suddenly, Luatia declared that she had been wrong when she thought that she would never have other goals again. Previously, the girl's life was so hard that she only thought about how to survive. But now the heroine could smile happily and want to move only forward towards her goals. The little girl promised her friend that he would feel the same when he was finally cured of the seal. She laughed warmly in this strange place, promising that everything would definitely be okay with Sam. And for some reason, at that moment, Troyson wanted to believe this strange and slightly spoiled lady. Meanwhile, in the real world, the magicians watched in amazement as the baby felt much better. They saw that the child was recovering right before their eyes, but they could not find an explanation for this. Luatia tried to act as if she was seeing the boy for the first time in a long time, so as not to give herself away. She was already glad that he was really gradually feeling better, and the pressure was falling off. Only then did the assistants begin to wonder how the baby had increased the level of his magic. They felt a huge concentration of it in the room, although this had never been observed before. Miss quickly came up with an excuse that during their last meeting, she advised the child to cure himself. The magicians were surprised by such a simple solution that turned out to be so effective. But the heroine didn't expect that they would start praising her mental abilities because of this incident. The little girl was confused when all the wizards around shouted that she really was the daughter of Duke Faraton. Anthony didn't like that accent, so the dark-looking man himself stood apart from everyone. Here the father called his daughter to him, asking her to silently follow him while the magicians examined the boy. The girl immediately noticed that the Duke was behaving a little differently, so she became a little tense. As soon as the man picked up the lady in his arms, he asked if she wanted to tell him anything, and the heroine sadly admitted that she went to Samuel's room, although she promised not to do so. Even the brothers looked at their sister with a little condemnation, because it could be dangerous for her. The little girl understood that her father was clearly angry, but she didn't know what to do in such a difficult situation. Suddenly, she noticed that the assistant behind the gentleman was showing her some gestures. The lady looked more closely and realized that the butler was hinting at a kiss on the cheek. Luatecia remembered very well how well this thing had affected her father, so she was visibly pleased. So the lady kissed the Duke affectionately, hoping that he would be merciful to this gesture. She looked at the man tenderly and asked him to kiss her back if he forgave her. Anthony couldn't remain upset with his beloved daughter for long, so he immediately fulfilled her small request. The heroine gestured her thanks to the resourceful assistant who saved her from further investigation. But now, Miss also had to console her brothers, who were jealous of their father. As soon as Luatecia had finished dealing with all her affairs, her father started talking about the unusual seal on the boy. Ixion and Aries, their faces contented and kissed by their little sister, followed the family. Anthony admitted that he was able to follow the tracks of the people who placed the seal on the child. He managed to find out the most important thing, that Samuel carried pure imperial blood within him. Although the little girl had once expected something like this, she was still very surprised by this turn of events. The lady was once again convinced that her reader's intuition rarely failed her in this complex world. She was very angry with the assistants, who had recently stated that this was impossible. But Luatecia had even more questions due to finding such important information. For some reason, even the devil was afraid of the boy who had been treated so cruelly by the imperial family. The girl was curious about how the baby felt about her, so she used her blood-spitting power. Eventually, the lady discovered that Samuel had become attached to her, but the price for this was her semi-fainting state. At first, Troyson didn't even believe that everything that was happening was actually real. He touched the girl's bloody hand in confusion and realized that it was still warm. So the child gradually came to understand that this was not one of the horrors caused by the cursed seal. Luatecia, despite feeling unwell, tried to convince the boy that she was okay. Just a few minutes ago, everything was going quite well between the boy and the girl. The lady saw that her singing had finally helped the little girl to completely get rid of the seal, so she began to convince Sam again that it was better for him to be good than evil. But Troyson could not understand what this strange and incomprehensible little girl was telling him. Here the girl handed the child a huge bouquet of flowers in honor of his complete recovery. Luatecia tried to create good memories for the boy, because it was not too late. With a smile, she announced that she would call her new friend by the beautiful name Cullen. Sam was surprised to notice that the bouquet also contained the keys to his magical collar. It was at this awkward moment that the lady couldn't take it anymore and started coughing up blood while standing next to her friend. The heroine was only happy with her current state and advised the baby to now live freely, after which she fell onto the bed, as she was no longer able to stand on her feet. For the first time in his life, Sam felt a sharp pain in his heart that wasn't there, even because of the collar. He could not understand why this sweet lady was in such a terrible state. At that moment, the heroine couldn't even move, since the healing process had already begun. As a result, the baby ran as fast as he could down the corridor with Miss in his arms to find a doctor for her. On the way, he came across Ixion, who could not ignore such behavior of the child. But Sam briefly explained that Luatecia urgently needed a healer, so he left the room. Aries tenderly took his little sister from the arms of Sam, whom he did not trust at all. He shoved the boy back in rather roughly, ordering him not to die anytime soon. But Troyson no longer desired death, for the Duke's daughter had opened up many opportunities for him. He looked around the blood-spattered bed with horror, remembering all the lady's efforts. The boy guessed that the girl had brought herself to this state in order to help him. So now he didn't need any bouquet, as long as everything was okay with her. Samuel kept trying to understand why the little girl had advised him to live freely from now on. He noticed the key on the bed, still sadly lying in the blood of the Duke's daughter. Troyson remembered that in his dreams, the girl advised him to choose for himself what kind of person to be. So now the boy has finally decided for himself that he will no longer obey anyone. He didn't even want to communicate with Luatisha, who saved him, because she didn't seek intimacy. As a result, the next day the heroine sat sadly at the table, although she was healthier than everyone around her. The whole point was that just yesterday, the lady rushed into her friend's room when she felt better. But there was no one inside anymore, since he had escaped as easily as he had once appeared. Luatisha felt a little sad that Cullen didn't even say goodbye to her before leaving. For this reason, the little girl could not concentrate on the conversation with the assistants. She tried so hard for that child, and he disappeared without leaving a single message behind. Although Miss had not planned to keep Sam close to her, this situation noticeably offended her. Radian noticed that the lady was worried precisely because the freed slave had left. The heroine still hadn't had time to get used to the fact that this man knew how to be smart when necessary. But right now, the girl had no time for this at all, because a completely different event was just around the corner. She had recently heard that her stepmother was due to arrive at the estate in a week. This woman's name was Athelia, and together with her daughter, she was a relative of the Empress. Radian heard that the lady had a good cover in the form of discussing lands, but he himself understood perfectly well that she had come only to seduce the master. And the little girl was not at all happy with this option, because she believed that the Duke should choose himself. The assistants could do nothing, since Faraton did not reject Ophelia's requests. The heroine still couldn't understand why even her brothers didn't do anything about this issue. Deep down, the lady hoped that the woman would actually be a good and rich lady, and its true purpose was to be discovered by Luatisha, who was only too happy about it. Exactly a week later, the woman and her daughter arrived at the huge estate of Duke Faraton. Her good-natured smile hinted that this lady was a rather good person. But just in case, the lady met Ophelia herself to understand who she was. Although the miss also smiled happily at this madam, in reality, she did not trust her at all. The girl was going to find out whether Ophelia was a spy sent by the Empress herself. The heroine noticed that the madam was not upset by the fact that she was met, in essence, only by servants. But the little girl understood that it was still too early to draw a conclusion about whether the guest could be trusted. Everything depended on how the Duke himself would perceive his wife, whom the Empress approved of. The next morning, Ophelia personally invited the Duke's daughter to dine with her. The girl had just managed to eat by that time, so she went for a short walk. In the courtyard of the estate, the lady suddenly saw a little girl whom she had never met before. The miss remembered that this little girl had arrived with Ophelia's daughter and served her. Curiosity got the better of the heroine, so she approached the girl from behind. The lady fell to the ground in fear and even began to cry and ask for forgiveness for this. Luatisha didn't want to hurt the other child at all, so she reported that everything was fine. The heroine realized that this girl was too young to withstand the magic of the estate. Ophelia's daughter was a different age, so it should have been easier for her to cope with it. But the little girl loudly declared that she didn't feel any pain anywhere, so there was no need to worry. But then the girl's stomach began to rumble loudly, indicating that she was simply very hungry. The lady learned with a smile that the baby's name was Dana, and she was the daughter of Ophelia's assistant. Wanting to support her new acquaintance, the lady invited her to come with her to steal something from the kitchen. She happily announced that food was being prepared at that moment, and they could intercept it. Luatisha confidently led Dana along, so that she had no opportunity to refuse. But because of this, the heroine couldn't eat a drop at lunch, as she was so overeating. Therefore, the lady could only smile politely at her father and the woman, pretending to be pleased with everything. All because the girl's walk ended with an even bigger snack before the main meal. The Duke could not allow his daughter to go hungry, so he took her onto his lap. He seriously promised that he would give her a huge diamond if the miss ate at least something. Despite her already full stomach, the little girl couldn't refuse such a good chance. Ophelia watched from the sidelines with a sweet smile, laughing at the situation. She concluded that the man loved his daughter very much, since he took such good care of her. But Anthony claimed that it was Luatisha who loved him and constantly called him the best daddy. The Duke became so carried away that he began to tell about the many tricks of his beloved Luatisha. and Ophelia successfully pretended that she was interested in listening to such conversations. Even the heroine thought for a moment that the woman was unlikely to be a spy, since she behaved like that. As a result, during the entire dinner, the lady stuffed herself with everything that she would never have eaten on her own. Miss was so carried away by her food that she completely forgot that Ophelia's daughter had been at the table the whole time. As soon as the meal was over, this girl attracted the attention of the Duke's daughter. She said with a sweet smile that her name was Cynthia, and she would like to get to know me better. The heroine didn't know what kind of person this girl was, so she tried to behave politely. And Cynthia suddenly became curious about how old little Luatisha really was. The little girl stared in surprise at her new acquaintance, who was asking her about her characteristics. The lady even suggested that the family's target was not actually her father, but herself. Luatisha had no desire to participate in something like this, getting close to strangers. But then Cynthia said that she had always wanted a little sister who was noticeably younger. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that this was all that mattered. Here, Ophelia's daughter, with a sly smile, asked the Duke to cast protective magic on her. The man said that at her age there was no danger from short-term contact, but the girl hinted that the conversation between adults could drag on for quite a while. The mother supported the lady, expressing concerns for her health at the Duke of Faraton's estate. Only then did Anthony cast a magic spell on Cynthia, although he considered it unnecessary. The girl immediately declared that she would play with Luatisha in her beautiful room, but the girl herself was against it, because she wanted to listen to the conversation between two adults. However, Cynthia left her no choice, as she quickly pulled her along with her. So Miss had only to sadly regret that she had not found an argument to stay. As soon as the lady appeared in the girl's room, she began to look around in amazement. Cynthia commented on almost every item, thinking it was too expensive for Miss. But the heroine had never thought about this before, since her father personally tested all her items. Here, Cynthia showed a part of her true personality, smiling slyly for a moment. Luatisha didn't expect the girl to notice the beautiful hairpin in her hair. Ophelia's daughter tried to gently hint that this expensive item would suit her better, but the heroine boldly declared that she didn't think so, which Cynthia could never have expected from her. The girl calmly replied that this hairpin could only belong to her, as the Duke's daughter. The little girl declared that she was incredibly sweet and beautiful, and deserved to wear this hair clip. Even the cunning Cynthia couldn't make a quarrel with such arguments, which made her noticeably angry. In the end, Ophelia's daughter declared that she did not need such childish and small things. Luatisha only sighed in response, as she did not want to quarrel with the girl again. But the fact that Cynthia was going to become her family greatly interested the young detective. The girl easily explained that the Empress herself approved of this marriage and took care of them. So the heroine took advantage of her talkative acquaintance to gather more information. Since the evil and cruel Duke gave the girl protection, she already considered him her father. Cynthia was sure that this gesture was something special for any person. But the little girl didn't think that Ophelia really wanted marriage. In response, the girl gently hinted that a lot could happen between a man and a woman. She affectionately asked the girl to address her as her older and beloved sister. Luatisha had to listen to the fact that due to the absence of her mother, she was not taught many things, and the heroine couldn't stand this, so the atmosphere around her instantly changed. But Cynthia was tough enough not to be too scared by something like that. She convinced the girl that it was just her imagination, and asked her not to talk to anyone in such a terrifying way again. At the same time, the girl behaved in such a way that it was clear that she did not have respect for the younger one. The system immediately informed the heroine that it could increase the infant fine. Luatisha had no desire to prolong her punishment because of this stupid girl, so the heroine happily accepted the task of studying this new family. The girl was going to find out soon how safe these people were. Then the little girl heard the voices of her beloved brothers, who came to play with her. Ixion and Ares were in a great mood due to the beautiful weather outside. But all the ladies' words were interrupted by Cynthia, who squealed loudly with delight at the sight of the guys. Luatisha was interested in the fact that the girl was going to congratulate her father together with her brothers. But the lady did not expect that Cynthia called her father her own. As she was rushing things, the heroine had no idea when Anthony's birthday was, because they never talked about it. The brothers immediately began to argue with Ophelia's daughter about the Duke's dislike of banquets. And Luatisha tried to accept the fact that she had never asked her father about his holiday. But Cynthia's troubles did not end there, as she noticed the lady's dirty dress. Taking advantage of this, the girl took everything into her own hands and dragged the lady away again. She began to brazenly examine all of Luatesia's expensive outfits that hung in the closet. The little girl silently listened to her daughter Ophelia's statements about how she was unworthy of all this. The lady grumbled that only the presence of her mother would help the Duke's daughter behave more carefully. What hurt the heroine most was the next mention that she didn't know about her father's birthday. Cynthia haughtily selected the cheapest dress for the lady and thrust it into her hands. The girl stated that if the lady could not change her clothes herself, then she had better not wear those clothes. All these words made the heroine so angry that she was no longer going to tolerate anything. Cynthia tried unsuccessfully to attract the boys to her while their real sister was away. But the brothers still paid all their attention to the girl, whom they considered beautiful in any outfit. Ophelia's daughter tried not to show that she was upset by Ixion and Ares's behavior. She skillfully manipulated the little girl and tried to make her say what she wanted. But this time, Luatesia was not going to give in to the cunning girl's provocations. However, before the lady could say a word, her younger brother was the first to stand up for her. Cynthia flinched in fear at the sight of such an angry look from the short child. But Ares quickly interrupted the escalating conflict by sending the girl away. Miss was not very pleased that her brother did not allow her to defend herself, but she thanked him. But then the middle brother, with a sad voice, attracted the attention of the little girl, who had also managed to become upset. He asked with a sad look if his beloved little sister had really become less fond of him. The guy saw that the miss was paying all her attention to that girl, and he couldn't stand it. But Luatesia was much more worried that the brothers had not prepared a gift for their father. Ixion stated that the Duke did not need their attention, so it was all useless. Then the girl threatened that she would not prepare gifts for her brothers, and this stung them. That same evening, in her business report, the heroine indicated that she had not yet been able to take revenge on Cynthia. She was still in a gloomy mood, because she wanted to put the girl in her place. The maids saw how hard their mistress worked, which is why they admired the baby. But Luatesia herself could not call herself good, because she did not know about her father's birthday. The Duke managed to do a lot for his daughter, but she almost overturned his love like this. In the end, the little girl couldn't hold back and screamed loudly, asking why no one had told her about Anthony. The assistant did not expect that the lady would suddenly explode emotionally after her praise. It turned out that Annie also knew nothing about her beloved gentleman's birthday. This surprised the girl, who had expected a different reaction from the maid. A few hours later, the Duke himself visited his daughter, who was not in a very good mood. The man was sincerely worried about the baby, so he joined in her important activities. The little girl admitted that she didn't know that her father's birthday was coming up soon. Annie watched this conversation with apprehension, since she didn't have this information either. But Anthony was not at all surprised, because he himself had not told his daughter about this day. The heroine thought that the man would be upset after her confession, and that's why she was sad. But the father gently pulled the girl towards him, wanting to console her and calm her down from possible tears. Luatesia sincerely wanted to give at least something to the man who loved her so much. Anthony couldn't help but smile at the way the girl wanted to please him with a gift. He promised that he would like anything, because it would be from his most beloved daughter in the world. At breakfast the next day, Ophelia raised the issue of celebrating the Duke's birthday. The woman, with a sweet smile, offered to organize everything for the man herself. The servants shuddered in fear, because only the master's wife could do such a thing. But Anthony himself didn't even blink an eye at the lady's impudent proposal. Instead, he coldly rebuked Ophelia, who was trying to interfere in his affairs. The Duke recalled that the Ferraton family themselves are excellent at preparing events. The lady immediately asked for forgiveness, as she had no desire to anger her business partner. At that moment, the heroine entered the room just in time, so that she was able to attract her father's attention. The girl asked the man to allow her to hold an event in his honor. She hinted with a cheerful smile that such a task could not be entrusted to a person who was meddling in other people's business. Ophelia immediately guessed that the little girl was deliberately creating a bad impression of her. The miss stated that even a child like her understands why a stranger woman should not interfere. In order to avoid accidentally quarreling with the Duke, Madame pretended to completely agree with the girl. But she couldn't just give up on the idea of preparing for the birthday celebration. Luatishia herself would like her father to be duly rewarded for his love for her. Suddenly, the Duke himself began to speak about how he would be happy to hold a small event with his close associates. But he asked his daughter to organize this holiday, and not Ophelia, who was trying to help with it. The little girl did not expect that a man would personally place such a huge responsibility on her shoulders. The woman immediately, barely restraining herself, declared that she would definitely help the lady with her preparations. But the heroine easily refused such help, which was completely unpleasant to her. Ophelia couldn't give up so easily, because she wanted with all her might to impress the Duke with her skills. She didn't understand that this girl in front of her was not as stupid as one might think. The lady admitted with a sigh that all this time she had been gently trying to refuse the unnecessary help. She explained that if Ophelia had not organized events at the Imperial Palace, she could not help in any way. Madame had run out of arguments in her favor and was left with only incredible anger, and the little girl promised that she would use the help of her favorite butler, who was good. The old man was pleased to hear how the young lady praised him for his experience and skill. At this point, the lady decided to leave the room so as not to anger the arriving guest even more. The little girl told her father that she had gone to make a gift for him and would be very busy in the near future. The man smiled tenderly back at his daughter, who got away with any prank because of his love. As she walked down the corridor, Miss called the best young butler named Orca to accompany her. The girl hinted to him that it was time to clean the estate, as the guests were very late. The guy immediately guessed what exactly the young lady wanted to achieve, and therefore supported her idea. The heroine was delighted every time that this butler understood her literally at a half word. So she smiled happily at him and asked him to do the biggest cleaning ever. As a result, Cynthia was temporarily kicked out of the room in which she had been living all this time. The girl was furious that the estate's assistants were planning to clean anything up in their presence. At the very beginning, she tried to resist anyone touching things in her room. Even despite all the butler's politeness, he increasingly irritated Ophelia's daughter. But the woman herself quickly agreed to such uncomfortable circumstances, which should not last long. It was she who brought her daughter to her senses, as she was about to defend her rights to the last. Madame hinted to the lady that they had no further reason to stay there, so they should be more quiet. For Cynthia, her mother was the only person with whom she never dared to argue. Madame loved her daughter, so she always spoke softly to her at such moments. The girl decided to go to Ixion and Ares, so that at least they could provide her with some comfort in this situation. She waited so long to become the Duke's daughter, and in the end, everything went wrong from the very beginning. But the fact that Cynthia now had a new thing warmed her evil and heartless soul considerably. While Luatisia was distracted, the girl deftly stole from her the very same hairpin that she had recently taken a fancy to. Ophelia's daughter was worried that she might be found while cleaning, so she took her with her for a while. She wanted to talk to Ares as soon as possible, as he seemed like an extremely polite guy to her. And Ixion's exciting behavior also attracted the girl's attention, so she gravitated towards him. Cynthia was already imagining how great it would be for her to be part of this big family. She was so focused on her future good life that she stopped looking around altogether. As a result, the girl accidentally collided with someone in the corridor and immediately shouted angrily at this person. But as soon as Cynthia saw that she had pushed Luatia, Ophelia's daughter's face immediately changed. The girl began to fuss over the girl in the hope that she had not hit herself too hard. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter picked up from the floor the decoration that had fallen out of Cynthia's pocket during the collision. Ophelia's daughter was incredibly frightened when she realized that she had made such a grave mistake. But the solution to save her instantly came to her in the form of her little assistant Dana. The girl did not immediately understand that her owner had decided to place all the blame for the theft on her. But Cynthia still confidently said that the maid should ask forgiveness from the people around her. Dana quietly whispered that she had not stolen anything, but only the Duke's daughter heard her. Ophelia's daughter took full advantage of the fact that her assistant would never oppose her. The heroine believed this poor girl, who had a hard time living under the rule of such an impudent aristocrat. So the lady asked the little girl directly if she was really guilty of the theft. But Cynthia gave the girl such an angry look that she realized she'd better lie for her mistress's sake. As much as the little girl wanted to achieve justice, she understood that she had no other choice. Tears of resentment came to Dana's eyes, as she could not honestly defend herself from the attack. So the girl lied that in fact it was she who stole this beautiful jewel from the Duke's daughter. Cynthia was delighted that she had managed to so cleverly shift the blame onto someone else entirely. She promised to definitely talk to her assistant personally about her behavior in the company of aristocrats. The heroine was amazed at how cleverly Cynthia made herself look like a real angel, while Luatisha could now be seen in the eyes of others as a terrible person who was trying to punish a child. The lady couldn't leave things as they were, so she asked Dana to describe the hairpin she had stolen. The little girl had never seen this decoration before, so she began to randomly compose a description for the item. Cynthia panicked and tried to correct her assistant's words, realizing that her deception might be exposed. But the Duke's daughter cut off any words from Ophelia's daughter, who was known for her cunning. The brothers immediately supported their little sister in her desire to find the real criminal. The girl didn't even need to turn around to understand that Ares and Ixion were on her side. Luatia was sure that Dana must have remembered the jewelry well if she had stolen it, but the maid only became more frightened when she realized that she was between two arguing people. She fell on her knees in front of the miss and began to convince her that she had indeed stolen that piece of jewelry. It was painful for the heroine to see this little girl shaking with fear every minute of her life. Dana reminded Luatisha of her own life at the Marquise estate when she apologized for everything. The little girl wanted to explain to the girl that she didn't need to be so afraid because of her mistress. But at that moment, the maid's eyes rolled back, and she suddenly lost consciousness in front of everyone. The brothers realized that it was their magic that had such an effect on the girl, so they quickly jumped to the side. The heroine remembered that Cynthia considered protective spells something special, so she would hardly have asked for them for Dana. The maid had little time, so the lady acted decisively and quickly, calling her father for help. Cynthia tried to intervene to convince the Duke's daughter not to seek help from the head of the family, but Miss confidently stated that she had the right to disturb Anthony whenever she wished. Luatia decided to save Dana from Cynthia's hands at all costs, even despite the task she had received. Quite quickly, the baby was carefully placed on the bed so that she could begin to recover. But so far, Dana has not opened her eyes, despite all the efforts of the people around her. Luatia felt guilty for not keeping an eye on the girl, so she sat by her bed. The Duke reprimanded Ophelia, who lied that the assistant was not supposed to meet with his sons. The man was noticeably tired after everything that had happened, and the lady did not immediately understand why he felt that way. The heroine gently stroked her father's head in the hope that it would make him feel a little better. And Anthony admitted that he was afraid that his daughter could end up in this girl's place. The lady guessed that the Duke continued to come to her bedside because he was constantly worried. Although Miss was fine, she couldn't help but worry about the condition of her assistant, Cynthia. When the girl left the sick room, she noticed that her brothers were trying to keep their distance. The little girl couldn't let Ixion and Ares sit by and grieve for fear of harming her. Luatia was under the reliable magical protection of her father, which she demonstrated to the boys by hugging them. The Duke's sons loved their little sister so much that they truly did not want to harm her. Little did the little girl know that they were trying to contain their magic around Cynthia. But Ares was sure that the girl was not a friend of the Duke's daughter. Ixion also found out about this, so he even offered to get rid of the annoying Cynthia. But the girl rejected all her brother's offers to deal with Ophelia's daughter. Luatia, with a brilliant smile, explained that she herself was going to teach the girl a lesson. The brothers were delighted with their little sister, who knew how to stand up for herself. The heroine started with the simplest thing, and therefore went to keep an eye on the mother and her daughter. The girls themselves didn't even suspect that the library was a bugged space. This was what Luatia took advantage of, and she was glad that Ophelia and Cynthia were talking freely. The girl was sincerely indignant that Ixion and Ares did not pay attention to her, but the woman explained their attention to the Duke's daughter by the fact that they sympathized with such mediocrity. Cynthia was unhappy that she had to gain Luatia's trust in order to use her, but Ophelia set her sights on the head of the Phaeton family, expecting him to succumb to her charms. The lady winked at her daughter and said that no one guarded the Duke's chambers at night. The girl was delighted with how cunning her mother could be at the right time, but Luatia could hardly restrain herself from driving this family out of the estate right then and there. The lady did not at all want her father to become a slave to this terrible and treacherous woman. At that moment, Dana appeared in the doorway. having heard that she had been called not long ago. But Cynthia didn't need the girl's help anymore, so she sent her back to bed. The girl ordered the girl to continue pretending to be sick instead of going for a walk. Ophelia sadly admitted that she didn't really like having a relative in the form of Lutetia. In response, Cynthia promised her mother that she would definitely teach her future sister proper manners. The information that the Empress had given a gift for the Duke to these ladies proved useful to the ladies. She had already suspected that Her Majesty was somehow connected with the girls. The mother and daughter were talking peacefully to each other, not caring at all in their statements. But then they heard a quiet scraping sound coming from the bookshelf, which made them fall silent. Ophelia and Cynthia were so scared that they jumped up from their seats, because they hated rats. The whole problem was that notifications from the system started popping up at the wrong time. The heroine could only pray that no one would find out about her surveillance of the guests. At that very moment, the girl met Dana's gaze, who was looking straight at her. The maid herself understood perfectly well how dangerous her discovery was for her mistresses. But instead of telling about the Duke's daughter, the girl lied to her employers for the first time. The heroine couldn't believe that this fragile little girl had just saved her from being exposed. Miss guessed that the maid was filled with fear, but she still managed to disobey Cynthia. So Lutetia gently touched the girl's fingers to quietly support her. The lady remembered that Dana had failed to stand up for herself when it was needed, but the little girl found the strength to save another person, even under the threat of severe punishment. So, in her mind, Miss promised that she would definitely help this girl live happily. Dana smiled cautiously in response to the touch of her fingers, as she felt better. Suddenly, the girl's mother appeared in the room, bringing a delicious lemon pie. Cynthia immediately ran joyfully to her beloved nanny, who had taken care of her since childhood. The girl happily spun around her assistant, who carried out her every request. Then she noticed that Dana was watching her actions closely, which angered the girl. Cynthia screamed angrily at the girl, who had no bad intentions whatsoever. Ophelia's daughter stated that she hated the birth of her baby from the very beginning. The nanny tried to calm her charge, who always lost her temper too easily. But Cynthia said the woman should be on her side, not helping her daughter. Lutetia watched in horror as this whole situation unfolded before her eyes. The nanny had no choice but to ask her daughter to bow to the evil mistress. The heroine saw herself instead of Dana, but at least she had memories from another life. While the girl had been groveling before everyone since birth, and her mother could not help her, Cynthia laughed and mocked her assistant heartily, because all the power was in her hands. But the lady had to postpone her revenge for a few days, due to preparations for her father's birthday. Ophelia and her daughter were amazed by the luxury and perfection of this preparation at the estate. The only thing that upset the girl was that she couldn't find the Duke among the aristocrats around her. The mother had to remind her daughter to speak more politely about Anthony's people. But Cynthia could not be stopped, because she was going to shine in a dress from the Empress. The girl was a little sad that designer Yurta did not take on her outfit, but this did not change the fact that Cynthia was going to eclipse even Lutetia in beauty. But when the Faraton family appeared, the girl was incredibly amazed. The mother and daughter stared in complete shock at the people whose relatives they so wanted to become. But the heroine wasn't going to let the guests take her family, so she prepared for victory. The girl immediately noted the fact that the girl was sitting right in her father's arms in front of everyone. She was angry that she had to look up to the family she was about to become a part of. Anthony briefly informed everyone that, according to his daughter's wishes, everyone around him should congratulate him. The aristocrats were delighted with how intelligently their master boasted about Lutetia. A rumor immediately spread among the people that the banquet was also supposedly for Lady Ophelia. But the woman heard that no one believed that she could become a match for the Duke. Cynthia, too, could not keep track of the furious expression on her face due to the emotions raging inside. But the mother reminded her daughter that their time would soon come, because it would be time to give gifts. It just turned out that none of those present brought anything cheaper than the women's gift. So Ophelia could hardly contain her excitement that the item from the Empress would not be enough. As soon as she approached the Duke, Lutetia suddenly jumped off his lap and ran somewhere. She rushed past the guests, who didn't even look in her direction out of envy. Cynthia was only glad that her main rival suddenly ran away somewhere. She congratulated the Duke, whom she wanted to consider her father, but the man only nodded briefly in response, so the girl was noticeably upset that she couldn't get the desired reaction. Ophelia spoke up in time to draw the master's attention to what they had prepared. All the aristocrats around were incredibly amazed at the sight of the small gift. It turned out that they brought with them the core of a mystical beast, which was in the form of a flower. She was sure that even such an arrogant man would not be able to turn away from the gift. Suddenly, Ophelia noticed that Anthony was looking in a completely different direction for some reason. It turned out that at the little lady's request, the assistants had brought a small screen into the hall, and a girl in a special dark cape suddenly jumped out from behind her, demonstrating childish awkwardness. The head of the family jumped up from his seat in alarm, as he could not understand what was going on. Suddenly, Luatisha jumped out from under her cloak and announced that she had delivered a bouquet in her father's shape. For a few moments, the Duke silently digested such an unexpected gift from his beloved daughter. But literally, a few seconds later, he demanded that the artist and sculptor be brought immediately. The girl didn't think that the reaction to her prank would be so violent from everyone around her. The man gently picked up Luatisha in his arms and admitted that he had received the best gift ever. Ophelia and Cynthia watched in fury as Anthony rejected all the other gifts from the aristocrats. As soon as Madame returned to the room, she began to rage because of such an attitude towards herself. But her daughter couldn't get a slightly different moment that happened later out of her head. Even at the banquet, she heard the familiar voice of the designer, whom she always wanted to see. But Cynthia could not have imagined that Felia would suddenly arrive at the Duke's celebration. The woman was delighted to see Luatisha, who was dressed in one of her outfits. The man had only recently seen the woman, so he reacted to her arrival with a grumble. But Yurta hinted that she had brought family clothes for father and daughter as a gift. This information made the Duke's eyes light up as brightly as they had when he received the gift from Luatisha. Cynthia watched in amazement, not wanting to believe what she saw with her own eyes. The girl couldn't believe that this cool designer had made clothes for her little rival. This is precisely what most of all causes the pain of Ophelia's daughter, who is greedy for wealth and luxury. The madam herself promised that she would definitely avenge their shame 100-fold. The girl relied entirely on her mother, who was as cunning as she was. Ophelia planned to gradually destroy Luatisha once she captured the Duke's heart. That night, Cynthia, out of boredom, decided to take a stroll around the estate to inspect the future possessions. The girl was surprised to meet the same well-known seamstress in the building's lobby. Yurta was resting after a long day of work as inspiration struck her at the banquet. Cynthia couldn't help but admit that since childhood, she adored all the dresses from the best designer in the world. But the girl was surprised to learn that Philia, on principle, sewed dresses only for little girls. The woman promised with a smile that the lady would be able to bring her daughter to her in the future to buy clothes. At that moment, the doors to the room suddenly swung open, and an assistant ran inside with important news. He brought with him a thing that Duke Ferriton himself had only recently created and distributed. Yurta and Cynthia were unaware of why many of the family's servants were making so much noise despite the late hour. Meanwhile, all the assistants gathered at the table to look together at the gift for the Duke. They watched with pleasure as the baby was captured in the magical sphere. Luatisha appeared in all her beauty and sweetness, which always captivated the eyes of others. Ixion and Aries were also in this recording, but they attracted attention only with their grace. The lady had no idea that this moment was being recorded, so she looked at her father's gifts with interest. The heroine was most interested in the sea pearl, and the Duke was ready to give it to her. The little girl immediately kissed Anthony so that he would receive a decent payment in return. She was delighted with the pearl, which reminded her of the endless and enchanting sea from her past life. But the man didn't stop there, as he gave Miss another birthday gift. The girl immediately recognized the beautiful decoration as the very rare core of the mystical beast. She couldn't even imagine that the Duke would part with such an extraordinary thing so easily. This unusual decoration matched Luatisha's eyes beautifully, which was immediately noticed by all the assistants. They were ready to admire the Duke's daughter, who was so beautiful and sweet, forever. Eventually, Cynthia became interested in the noise all these people were making in the middle of the night. She almost lost her temper at the sight of the beast's core, which now adorned her rival's hair. Even Yurta was enchanted by this girl, whom she openly called her true muse of inspiration. Ophelia's daughter recalled that the designer had never had favorites before, but now she acted differently. In response, Phalia stated that this was the case before meeting Luatisha, which stung the evil girl even more. Cynthia couldn't bear to listen for another second to anything about the Duke's daughter, whom she hated so much. Yutra couldn't understand why her admirer suddenly ran away right in the middle of a conversation. The girl bit her lips in frustration, because everywhere in this place she came across mentions of Luatisha. Meanwhile, Ophelia quietly crept into the Duke's room in the middle of the night to seduce him with her body. There really was no security around, so no one could stop this cunning woman from achieving her goal. She deliberately wore her sexiest outfit in the hopes that the man would not be able to resist. Madame gently touched the blanket over the body to attract the sleeping Duke's attention. But instead, she heard a loud child's cry, indicating that a real thief had arrived. Instantly, the light in the room flashed on, and Anthony rushed inside as quickly as if he had been guarding outside. Immediately after him, the maids ran inside, ready to protect the girl to the end. But all these people caught only Ophelia in the place of the thief, who was confused by this turn of events. Only now did Madame realize that for some reason, the Duke's annoying daughter was sleeping on his bed. Everyone around froze in bewilderment, not knowing what to do in such an awkward situation. One heroine asked questions with interest about why Ophelia came to her father in pieces of cloth. But Anthony was so confused by what was happening that he could not explain anything to his little daughter. The assistants quickly covered the girl's eyes, since it was too early for her to see such a thing. But the little girl didn't lose her head, and suddenly cheerfully declared that she understood why Ophelia came to her father dressed like that. The maids stood frozen in horror near the girl, because they did not want her to grow up so early. The most frightened of all was Anthony, who wanted to preserve the lady's emotional innocence. At that moment, the head of the Ferriton family, for the first time in his life, wished he could rewind time a little. But even the worried maids could not help him with this, since they did not possess any magic. Then suddenly, Luatisha declared that Ophelia was in fact an assassin who was targeting her father. The assistants immediately confirmed the little girl's assumption, just to avoid talking about something else. The Duke also quickly got his bearings and ordered the guest to be locked in the estate's dungeon. The lady successfully pretended to be delighted that she had saved her father from the hands of the treacherous mercenary. But in fact, the heroine deliberately created this whole commotion in order to legally kick the woman out. As she was watching her, the system suddenly issued a mission to rescue her father that night. So the little girl asked to sleep with the Duke, who was happy to satisfy her wish. That's how easily and naturally the girl sent Ophelia to prison, although she herself essentially did nothing. So the next morning, she ran towards the garden in a cheerful mood to please her friend. Luatisha prepared a small gift for the girl, as she understood that she needed support. But the lady didn't expect that Dana's face would change so much compared to yesterday. But the assistant herself was not worried about what was happening, since she knew how to be patient for a long time. The heroine froze in complete shock in front of the girl, who it was clear who dared to raise a hand against. Miss guessed that she had to be more careful when talking to the little girl, as she was very afraid. So the Duke's daughter said that she was frightened at the moment when her friend fell unconscious. The girl was torn between the remnants of loyalty to her terrible mistress and the desire to finally stand up for her life. Luatisha was horrified to hear that Dana had suffered because of Cynthia's bad mood. The little girl suspected that the girl would be cruel and wayward, but this was too much. And yet, before taking Dana to the infirmary, the lady gave her a gift that her father had bought in advance in the city. Luatisha admitted with a smile that she had noticed the girl's drawings, which is why she gave her the notebook and pencils. The first thing the maid was upset about was that the gifts she had bought were obviously expensive. But upon seeing the Duke's daughter's fallen smile, Dana immediately declared that she liked everything very much. Luatisha smiled contentedly in response and asked why the girl liked drawing so much. But it turned out that the maid had never even thought about why she had chosen this particular hobby. She immediately began to put herself down out of habit, because she couldn't find the answer to the question she needed. But Luatisha gently reminded her that Cynthia had been wrong to constantly call her assistant stupid. The heroine looked at Dana with a smile, because she saw that not all was lost with her, despite her unwillingness to think. Gradually, the girl had to get used to searching for answers to questions on her own. So Miss asked why Dana drew her, and in response, she heard compliments addressed to her. For the first time in her life, The maid realized that in Luatesia's company, she had a desire to do something, but before, she could only bow her head before her mistress, not daring to think about her own comfort. The Duke's daughter saw that the changes inside her assistant were happening right before her eyes, and the girl suddenly admitted that she missed Luatesia, who reminded her of an angel. The lady was pleased to hear that the little girl had finally begun to think about her emotions and feelings. She thanked the girl for covering for her in the library, even though everything could have ended differently. The heroine asked the little girl to now stand up for herself, because it was time to stop being silent. It was clear that Dana was still having a hard time making this decision, but at least she began to smile boldly. To ease the girl's condition, the lady dragged her along with her to the infirmary, where she would receive treatment. And the person responsible for Dana's condition right now did not feel any remorse, but was looking for food for herself. But suddenly, from the direction of the servants' room, she heard someone naked sneak into the Duke's room. Cynthia immediately guessed that they were talking about her mother, who had somehow been caught red-handed. The girl heard Yurta herself comment on this act as crazy. These words from the best idol in the world hit Cynthia so hard that she didn't want to listen to them. Before arriving at the estate, she was full of hope and desire to quickly become another daughter of the Duke. But right from the start, the girl's path was blocked by an annoying little girl with a sly grin. This girl seemed to be deliberately laughing at Cynthia, not wanting to share her expensive things, but the Duke already spoiled his daughter and gave her what Ophelia's greedy daughter would have liked to have. The girl couldn't stand the thought of Luatesia and angrily scratched her hand on the wall of the estate. At that very moment, she heard a familiar and unpleasant voice coming from the side. It was Dana, who returned from the infirmary and found her mistress in such a crazy and terrible state of mind. Cynthia smiled cruelly at her assistant and asked venomously if she happened to have a knife with her. But the girl quickly realized that the maid could not help her in any way, so she brazenly pushed her away. Dana fell painfully to the floor, but due to her anxiety about her mistress's behavior, she didn't even pay attention to it. She immediately guessed that the girl was heading towards Luatesia's room, since her room was in a different place. A bloody image of the Duke's daughter appeared in Dana's mind, something she could not allow to happen. Meanwhile, Ophelia's daughter had already burst into the heroine's empty room, wanting to vent her anger on something. And right before her eyes, the girl saw a dress that was clearly made by designer Yurta. Cynthia had no intention of letting the lady wear such a fancy dress, so she began to rip it roughly. Dana caught up with the lady too late, since she was physically much weaker than her. Seeing what was happening, the girl grabbed Cynthia by the hem of her dress, trying to pull her away from someone else's clothes. And at that very moment, the girls heard the voices of the Duke's sons, who demanded an explanation of the situation. They turned around and saw all of Anthony's children standing at the threshold of the room, who had come to play. Luatesia's face reflected horror and resentment, because Ophelia had worked so hard on this dress for so long. Just a few minutes ago, the heroine was talking with Count Candor, to whom she gave the pearl. The man was delighted with such a gift, which would greatly help him in his maritime trade. At that moment, one of the maids, with whom the girl had an agreement, called the young mistress. The lady was not at all upset and said goodbye to Alex for a while, since they were still to see each other. Luatesia ran as fast as she could towards the room, as the maids let Cynthia in. Especially for the evil girl, the lady left one of her most beautiful outfits on display. But the little girl didn't take into account that Count Candor, out of concern, would send his brothers after her to make sure everything was all right. And so the heroine cleverly caught Cynthia right at the crime scene, which the girl did not expect at all. Luatia calmly asked to explain what was going on, since the dress was ruined. And Ophelia's daughter suddenly declared that Dana had torn this beautiful dress with her own hands. A cold anger flashed in the heroine's eyes, as she was irritated by the girl throwing off her guilt. Cynthia quite plausibly accused the maid of ruining the dress, wanting to remain pure and innocent. Luatesia was sure that this time the little girl would not take on someone else's responsibility. So she smiled kindly at the girl, reminding her to stand up for herself. Dana understood perfectly well what this supportive look from the Duke's daughter meant to her. So for the first time in her life, the little girl told the truth and said that she had stopped the mistress. Cynthia, in a rage, began to accuse the two girls of a treacherous conspiracy against her good girl. As evidence, she presented a notebook and pencils that the maid was holding in her hands. The The girl stated that Luatisha was simply jealous of her, and that is why she got into this situation. But the heroine sincerely did not understand why she should feel jealous of the guest at all. When Cynthia stated that all this was due to the girl's lack of a mother, the brothers became furious, and their eyes lit up with righteous anger, because they could not allow anyone to humiliate their little sister like that. But their anger quickly subsided when the Duke's daughter reported that she never felt lonely. Unlike the embittered girl, the heroine was confident enough not to suffer. That's why the little girl said with a smile that Cynthia was so much like her mother. That's why she often got angry. These words became the last straw in the girl's irritation, who was already on the verge of rage. She swung her hand sharply, trying to cause at least physical pain to her little opponent. But the harsh slap never reached Luatisha, as the lady's brothers prevented Ophelia's daughter from doing so. Ares, with a gentle smile, said that he had the right to stop the assault in order to help his little sister. The heroine realized that now everything was really different, because before no one had stopped the Marquise's hand, and now the brothers moderately stood up for the girl, not intending to interfere with her noble revenge. The lady smiled gratefully at her relatives, because she really didn't intend to hide behind them anymore. So the little girl started talking about Ophelia again, reminding him that she had complimented Cynthia. But the girl's face only became more distorted with rage at the seemingly harmless words of the Duke's daughter, while Luatisha cheerfully declared that she did not need such a mother or an unpleasant sister. The baby said that she would not pay attention to the poop, even if she did not have any tasty food. Cynthia felt the ultimate defeat when she realized she had been compared to human feces. From that moment on, the girl could no longer resist due to such humiliation. Ixion was amazed by his sister's abilities, since before he had only caused pain physically. But even here the lady did not finish her speech, while Cynthia was still able to listen to her words. The girl stated that the girl was a nobody, but tried to act like she was an important person. This drove Ophelia's daughter completely mad, as she could no longer bear it. She rushed towards Luatisha and would have gotten her if not for Ixion, who stopped the girl in time. During these menacing curses from Cynthia, the lady noticed some movement out of the corner of her eye. It turned out that the Duke had quietly entered his daughter's room and now did not understand what was happening there. This was only to the heroine's advantage, since she was going to kick Cynthia out along with her mother. The girl realized too late that this little lady remembered every word she said during their conversations. Miss even knew that the core of the mystical beast was needed to bribe her father. Anthony realized that his daughter had provided the perfect evidence for his letter to the Empress. Now the man could calmly make claims to the Emperor about interference in his life. When suddenly the lady asked, and it was not the Empress who ordered Ophelia to undress and enter the Duke's room. The girl, in fear, threw herself into the arms of her father, whom she was very afraid of losing due to such stupidity. She cried out loudly that the Empress herself wanted Anthony dead, something no one could have predicted. The assistants breathed a sigh of relief, remembering the legend that Ophelia was a hired killer. The Duke spoke affectionately to his daughter, who demanded that he live only with her for the rest of his life. Miss was only glad that she was able to attribute Ophelia's stupid act to the Empress herself. Cynthia found herself in the worst possible situation for herself, because she had no arguments to defend herself. The girl only now realized that the lady had been asking her various questions for a reason all this time. The detective game ended with a successful victory for the heroine, and she could not have wished for more. Cynthia realized that she had incurred the Emperor's wrath and would be relegated to the lowest class. She began to beg for mercy in horror, although it was too late for her to fix anything. Since Luatisha had already finished dealing with this girl, the Duke attracted his daughter's attention. He pushed her and Dana out the door, wanting to talk to Ophelia's daughter personally. Both girls had little understanding of what was happening, but it was clear that nothing good was in store for Cynthia. Although the Duke promised that they would not lay a finger on Ophelia's daughter, his face remained cold. But the little girls were never allowed into the room, the door being politely closed right in front of their noses. For some time, the lady read messages from the system congratulating her on the increase in her reputation, while Dana stood silently nearby, because she didn't know what to do now without her mistress. Luatisha had another task to complete, so she pulled the little girl along with her. Dana could not even imagine that this sweet daughter of the Duke was going to free her from the yoke of the masters. The heroine was pleased to see that the girl's mother truly loved her and cared about her. In fact, the woman owed so much money to Ophelia that she could not quit her job. So Miss made this family happy by saying that she would pay off their debt in full in order to give them freedom. The Duke's daughter was curious to know what these people would do once they were left to their own devices. The woman confidently stated that she would follow her daughter, no matter what decision her little one made now. The miss looked with praise in her eyes at the maid who was a hostage to her own debts. Therefore, the decision was left up to Dana, who for the first time thought about what she really wanted. And the little girl immediately declared that she wished to stay in the Faraton estate to serve Lutetia. The girl was surprised that the little one did not intend to make the most of the freedom she had been given. Dana was visibly upset when the Duke's daughter announced that she would not hire her. The heroine explained this by saying that the little girl still had many opportunities ahead of her, and she had to take them. And for this, both mother and daughter had to forget about the status of servants, even for the best masters. Therefore, the little girl accepted this family as residents of the duchy so that they could choose their own destiny. The mother burst into tears of happiness when she realized that she and her daughter were truly now free. The girl had not yet understood the benefits of this situation, but her parent thanked the lady. In the future, Dana intended to become the kind of person who could repay Miss for her kindness. This is how the heroine saved another family, although her achievements might seem quite insignificant to some. But Lutetia was glad that she could influence the lives of others without causing casualties. Suddenly, the girl felt the atmosphere around her change dramatically. As soon as the lady turned around, she saw the grinning devil hanging over her from above. But it turned out that this lying angel simply attached his face to the message, which scared the girl. The notice first mentioned that the reward was delayed, and this puzzled the little girl. Instead of thinking, the lady hurried to have tea with her beloved and beautiful relatives. The girl was enjoying the pleasant faces and delicious desserts without thinking about anything bad. It turned out that all this time, no one in the Faraton family was worried about the impossible marriage. The relatives had fun watching the girl try to set them at odds with the guests. The little girl's behavior surprised the Duke most of all, because he would have liked to find a mother for his daughter. But in Luetitia's mind, there could be no one better for her than the family she already had. After the man's words about his wife, the atmosphere at the table became noticeably heavier and more oppressive. The lady guessed that her father was going to find a mother for her, only in order to raise her well. So the girl threw herself into her father's arms, explaining that she no longer needed any adults. Anthony found it amusing to look at the little girl, who so desperately did not want to force him to do anything. He hugged the girl back and promised that he would always love only her among women. The heroine guessed that the Duke himself did not want to marry after the death of his first wife. Meanwhile, rumors about a mineral called black gold were spreading throughout the empire. It quickly became clear that it contained magic of a completely different density and purity. But no one could find information about what company owned all the rights to this mana stone. Many aristocrats tried unsuccessfully to track down the location of the guild leader. More and more greedy hands wanted to share the wealth with the man who created black gold. As a result, this mineral began to be discussed with interest even in the imperial palace. The empress managed to buy back a few stones, but this was too little for her. However, she was afraid to take any active steps, so as not to frighten the owner of the stones, so she ordered her assistants to focus on improving relations with the merchant guild. The empress planned to become the best buyer of various things, from the owners of black gold. The next morning, the heroine was delighted with the excitement that had arisen over her stones, but she did not increase the pace of production to see how the aristocrats reacted. The only thing the girl couldn't understand was why the empress was buying up all sorts of junk. Radian said that their merchants offered unnecessary goods for fun, but the palace bought everything. This puzzled Lutetia even more, as she had no explanation for this behavior yet. The assistants noticed that the lady was thinking about where to invest the money she had acquired. The little girl really couldn't figure out how to hide the fact that she had a large income. After all, at first glance, her entire business with the mines had failed, so the money should have run out. Although the loyal Viscount and Count promised not to let anyone near the lady's finances, she wanted to protect herself. Therefore, the lady urgently needed a false source of income that would hide her wealth. The heroine remembered that in all history, rich people always opened food businesses. Both Radian and Alex would support any idea of the Duke's daughter that had proven itself well. But they didn't expect the little girl to suggest opening a regular chicken cafe. But Miss was confident of success, since she had worked part-time in such an establishment for several years. The heroine even clearly remembered the most delicious and attractive recipe that interested people. To win the love of the citizens, Miss ordered that all food be given away for free on the opening day. Initially, common people were skeptical about ordinary chicken meat, although the children quickly became enamored with the food, which surprisingly was very tasty and smelled appetizing. There was also a nasty old man who declared that it was a shame to treat everyone to chicken meat. He began to loudly demand that they give him something more substantial and nutritious than chicken. The assistants had to listen silently to all these objections in order to maintain the cafe's reputation. Eloise had the least patience, even though she had practiced communicating with people. But Luatija's loyal servants could not ignore negative public opinion, so one of the guys suddenly approached the old man, intending to silence him forever. The common people watched in horror as it happened, but no one dared to come to the rescue. The old man clearly nearly choked to death from what the chicken trading company representative did to him. People stepped back in horror at the sight of the red liquid that splashed out of the indignant uncle's mouth. But it turned out that the assistant had simply shoved a piece of chicken into the grumbler's mouth, which delighted the old man. When people saw this advertisement, in which a man almost passed out from delicious food, they became interested. The assistants were only too happy to provide food to everyone who wanted it in order to attract regular customers. As a result, even more commoners in the area gathered to try the chicken. Since the heroine took the recipe from a past life, none of them had tried anything like it before. Both men and women, and even children, were ready to buy this divine product again and again. This is all because the lady in her restaurant selected ingredients that went well together. She was lucky that the Count was able to deliver all the necessary products across the sea through his business. So the lady quickly received reports that she had made a significant contribution to people's lives. The little girl herself understood how successful her decision to open her own chicken kingdom had been. Even in the past world, the lady always preferred chicken delicacies from any pizzeria. But the little girl didn't expect that her restaurants would suddenly be considered totemic places. As a result, all of Mrs. characteristics will be increased wherever her cafes are located. Moreover, even Luatija's reputation as the Duke's daughter was greatly enhanced by her developed business. More and more people fell in love with the food that the lady launched into this world, just to hide her finances. But the heroine herself was surprised by the fact that many people began to consider her almost a saint because of her reign over chicken food. The girl wanted to develop her business, but she didn't think that everything would come to such a misunderstanding. The heroine had enough to do besides developing chicken food, so as not to think only about it. Here the system informed the little girl that now the entire duchy felt great love for her. Luatisia never imagined that she would also be able to predict future threats a little. The girl was truly shocked that she had just opened a cafe and earned so many bonuses. But what frightened the heroine most was that a plague had appeared in one of the small towns of the empire. This meant that many people could face a violent death if no action was taken. It was only because the lady created chicken restaurants that she was able to learn about the powerful disaster so early. But now the heroine had to deal with the consequences, which she was not sure about. The only thing that saved the lady was that many of the girls in the stories she read had encountered the plague. So now the girl had to choose an ability that would help her overcome the disease. Only now did she remember the words of the devil, who asked her to prepare for some kind of darkness. Luatisia was not going to hesitate for a second, so she rushed to her beloved father. But it turned out that the baby arrived right at the time of the meeting, which was attended by a lot of people. Although the Duke was willing to listen to his daughter, she could not speak boldly in front of others. So the little girl veiledly said that in her nightmare, all the people turned black and died. The aristocrats smiled as they noted how cute Duke Faraton's daughter was. Luatisia tried unsuccessfully to attract Anthony's attention, who began bragging about her to everyone. Having heard about their sister's terrible dream, the brothers promised that they would definitely protect her. No one even tried to listen to the young lady, perceiving her dream as just a misunderstanding. The fact that everyone around her thought that she was worrying in vain made Miss increasingly irritated. The girl had only one choice if she wanted to win her relatives over to her side. She made a cute face and declared that she could not bear the horror shown in the dream. Luatia hoped that the Duke would not be able to ignore her sweet face and request. In the end, the heroine's influence on Anthony turned out to be even stronger than she could have imagined. What was remarkable was that the lady accidentally charmed her brothers even more. For this reason, Ixion and Ares were already ready to fight the Black Disease. Even the sensible Duke succumbed to this mood and ordered the plague to be wiped off the face of the earth. The family sincerely tried to console the girl, who was frightened by such a terrible disease. Luatia hoped that history would never know about all the cute poses she used to achieve her goal. That evening, the lady could not sleep, as she was worried about the future of this empire. The little girl had no idea that the main characters of the stories could have such a hard time. Now the lady could only hope for the help of the attribute to find a suitable ability. She did not hesitate in the face of the unknown, intending to save this world with her own hands. But as a result, Miss extracted an ability that even by its name spoke of its absurdity. The heroine was even afraid to look at what these powers allowed her to do to other people. It turned out that with her help, Luatia could attract people around her even more strongly. The girl did not get upset about the failure, and again activated the summoning of the ability from another world. Her plans were much bigger than just seducing people, so the little girl tried her best. Literally, a few hours later, the heroine had to participate in a meeting of the Ministry of Magic. Luatia immediately started the conversation by saying that she was a generally accepted genius due to her skills. The mages did not argue with this statement, remembering that the lady was helping to remove the seal from the boy. The lady admitted that information about the Black Death had been making her nervous lately. The wizards had already been warned about the terrible horror that the Duke's daughter had dreamed. Luatia felt a little ashamed of herself for calling a terrible disease that way, but Miss was able to quickly pull herself together and reported that she had found medicinal herbs in the yard. The mages immediately sensed that a lot of pure mana was concentrated in this plant, but Luatia couldn't tell them where exactly she had found such a useful and rare magical item. The whole point was that the heroine brought this plant, which cures the Black Death, from another world. The second ability that the lady received was connected with the creation of medicine from herbs. The heroine was then delighted, because she could not have found a better force to defeat the Black Death. The girl impatiently launched a search for this plant in her world, hoping that it would be closer, but it turned out that the search found the necessary plant only in another dimension, since it did not grow here. But the system didn't lose its head and teleported pieces of grass from that world to this one, carefully planting them. Luatia was delighted to find that one of the pieces of the plant was right next to her. Having gone into the garden, the lady actually found there a herb that she had never seen before. The little girl hurried to collect it all in her basket so as not to raise questions from the gardeners. So now the heroine was confident that the wizards would be able to create the necessary medicine. The magicians were amazed by this ingredient, with the help of which they will extract the necessary elixir. The little girl smiled joyfully at her assistants, but still had no intention of revealing her secrets. But then, before starting their work, the men suggested coming up with a name for this plant. The heroine was noticeably confused, since she herself had never considered such a thing to be important. But fortunately, the magicians quickly liked the name Flower Path, which the girl suggested. The men shouted that they would definitely get rid of the terrible horror as soon as possible. Watching them, Luatia felt a terrible desire to get rid of such ridiculous assistants. But only these guys could figure out how to work with such an unbalanced attribute. Because of their spiritual simplicity, the wizards decided that they were geniuses because they made the cure so quickly. And the lady sent her people to search for this herb, which had migrated to her world in large quantities. As a result, within just a few days, the first batch of the medicine was ready in large quantities. Luatia was pleased that their family's coat of arms was clearly visible on every jar they made. She was sure that even the most inattentive people would sooner or later turn their attention to this. And then it will become clear to everyone that it was the Ferriton family that took care of the safety of the residents. The only thing that depressed the little girl was that everyone around her repeated her words about the terrible horror that needed to be overcome. No matter how hard the lady tried to retrain people, this phrase had already become ingrained in their subconscious and was therefore used. Suddenly, the butler, who was in a great hurry, burst into the girl's room rather rudely. He could only shout out that someone had arrived, as he was out of breath from running so fast. It turned out that the first unpleasant news had appeared about the appearance of the Black Death in the empire. Luatisia demanded that a delegation be sent immediately to those lands to save the people. The disease appeared in the county, which was located almost in the center of all the empire's trade routes. This meant that if action was not taken in time, the lives of many people would be at risk. However, Count Miarin was skeptical about the people the Duke's daughter sent to help him. What bothered him was that no one had ever spoken about the existence of a cure for the plague before. The assistants tried their best to remain polite, while the Count spoiled everything. Because of his bad character, he could not believe that these people would really help. The man was surprised to notice that the report contained many detailed words, which was not typical of Anthony. The knights, their faces brightening, admitted that Luatisha herself had worked on this letter. They respected the girl madly for making the medicine without any magical abilities. But the Count decided that he was definitely being deceived if they brought the results of the child's fruits. The assistants tried to reason with the impudent aristocrat, but with every word he became more and more angry with them. Eventually, Miarin turned his back on the people who were genuinely trying to help him. He threw away all the papers and declared that he did not need any help from the Faraton family. But in fact, this man was not driven by any mistrust of the well-known Anthony. The whole point was that he had known him since his youth and was envious of any actions of the enemy. Many years ago, at a social banquet, all the girls were crazy about Anthony's appearance. At that moment, the young duke really did seem like a man who had just stepped out of a painting. Count Miarin deliberately clicked his tongue loudly at everyone with compliments towards Faraton, in order to make them look pathetic. He already had a high opinion of himself back then, so the young man believed that he was much better than Anthony. But the aristocrats had a different opinion about the boastful count, whom no one liked. The guy didn't expect that every action he took was perceived as a disgusting act. The girls said that he should not insult the Holy Duke, because it looked pathetic. At that moment, Anthony didn't even pay attention to the man who was trying to insult him. And now, the delegation from the Faraton family also greatly irritated the Count. He was not going to accept any handouts from these people, no matter how much he needed them. As soon as the brothers found out about this, they started a puppet show, indignant on behalf of the toys. Both Ares and Ixion, with angry faces, suggested that the sisters deal with Miarin, but the girl was against such actions, since it contradicted her ideas. Besides, the lady was not going to listen to such threatening words from her favorite toys. None of them could understand why the Count refused such good and free help. Luatisia assumed it was because Miarin was hoping for holy water from the church, but for some reason, the brothers could hardly contain their laughter at such an assumption from their naive little sister. They stated that the terrible horror would definitely not come to the place that they guarded. The heroine thought exactly the same, since she personally ensured that the medicine was ready. She let Ares and Ixion braid her hair to help her relax a little before her duties. The lady was only worried that panic was gradually growing in other cities. Ares gently pulled the girl towards him, consoling her with the fact that they would definitely manage to save everyone. While Ixion was angry with his brother, he continued to hold his little sister in his arms, enjoying it. So far, the magic map showed that only the county of Miarina had been heavily affected, all thanks to the medicine that Luatisha made so timely, with the help of the magicians. The brothers gained even more respect for the lady after she started saving everyone. They heard that an important delegation was supposed to come to the baby today to get medicine. Indeed, even the Duke's former enemies came to save their people. The first of these people was Marquis Pochette, who in his youth fiercely hated Faraton. But right now, the old man declared that there was no room for pride when his people were dying. Anthony didn't show his emotions, but he admitted that he felt the same way when it came to assistance. Luatisia respected the aristocrat, who admitted his past mistakes. Seeing a cute girl, the man asked how she felt about younger boys. The heroine immediately became interested in the child, who could amaze her with his beauty. It just turned out that the baby was not even a year old, which alienated the Duke's daughter. She honestly admitted that she did not want such a groom for herself, since she was much older. Then the Marquis mentioned his granddaughter, in the hope that the girls would become friends in the future. The lady did not refuse the opportunity to make even more good connections. In the end, the man left satisfied, as the lady gave him the necessary medicine. The girl was proud of this man, who took care of his subjects in advance. Then the butler informed the little girl that another delegation had unexpectedly arrived to visit her. It turned out that the arrogant Count Miarin personally came to the hated Feritons. Okra warned the girl to be careful when dealing with this man. The whole point was that immediately after him, the lady had to talk with another person. At this moment, the Count, in an angry mood, was waiting for the meeting in the main room of the estate. Miarin was furious when his assistants begged him to go and get the medicine. He hoped until the very end that holy water could help with the treatment, but this did not happen. But the Count was surprised that it was not the Duke at all who came to meet him. It was Luatisha who held all the rights to the medicine, so she came out to talk. Seeing the little girl, Miarin was delighted that he could easily get what he wanted. But the heroine didn't like the tone of the smug old man, who demanded that she give him the elixirs. Even the system gave the lady a task to teach a lesson to a man who doesn't know his place. The little girl accepted this quest with pleasure, as she was confident of her victory. She puzzled the man with her first question, as she pretended not to recognize the old man. This immediately infuriated the Count, as he was the same age as Anthony. Of course, Miss knew all this in advance, but she was not going to reveal her cards. The girl, confused, reported that the man did not at all look like someone her father's age. She listed that Dad did not have a hump on his back or a huge belly due to age. The Count began to hate the lady more and more, as she turned out to be not as simple as she seemed at first glance. He couldn't believe that he was losing so easily in a verbal altercation to an ordinary child. Luatisha took advantage of her age to pretend she was just joking, but the girl didn't like the Count's words about him coming to take medicine. The lady stated that she no longer wished to give it to him, since the man had refused the offer. Miarin shook with rage when he realized that this girl was demanding that he bow his head. In fact, Luatisha had a plan, so she deliberately provoked the Count. The miss threw the man letters that were sent by aristocrats from neighboring lands. Miarin was surprised to find that everyone was offering the baby expensive goods in exchange for the medicine. That is why the heroine had the right to act so importantly in conversation with the impudent Count. Luatisha declared that she had no intention of being humiliated by the man who had driven her people away. Then Miarin shouted furiously that it was the girl who would be the cause of the death of his assistants. The lady knew perfectly well that this was not true, because she was only teasing the man. The heroine said that the aristocrat himself was to blame for what was happening on his lands. She brazenly demanded that the Count beg her for the medicine, which was no longer free. This was the last straw for a man who could not tolerate disrespect from other people. But as soon as he raised his hand, Luatisha began to cry loudly and pitifully throughout the entire estate. The man was sure that he didn't even have time to touch the girl, but she had already burst into tears. Suddenly, the Count heard a loud female voice demanding that he stop. Standing before him was the imperial concubine, Lorien Troyson, who was clearly angry. The man immediately bowed obediently before the woman with whom it was dangerous to argue. It remained a mystery to him how the emperor's concubine ended up in this distant place. Lorien's full attention was focused on Luatisha, whom she wanted to console with words. The little girl saw this lady for the first time in her life, so she was somewhat wary of her. But Troyson's sweet smile made it clear that she was entirely on the side of the Duke's daughter. The woman gently hugged the girl, trying to find out what had happened between her and the Count. The Count tried his best to explain that everything that had happened was a stupid misunderstanding, but the girl's tears hinted to everyone around that Miarin had still greatly offended her, so Lorien began to scold the aristocrat who had not laid a finger on the Duke's daughter. The Count was smart enough to understand that in this situation, he was not just unlucky. Here he was confronted with the sly grin of a lady who was indeed laughing at him. The girl had orchestrated this entire situation in advance in order to further humiliate the impudent Count. Even before meeting Miarin, Orca told the miss that the imperial concubine was coming to see her. For the heroine, this meant a good chance to teach the impudent man a lesson at someone else's hands. So the girl asked the butler to participate in her insidious plan with the watch. As soon as Lorien arrived, Orca moved the dolls, thus letting his mistress know. Since Miarin began to behave insolently, the lady deliberately taught him this lesson. As a result, the man found himself caught in a huge net, the bonds of which he had not yet felt on himself. Troyson was completely on the side of the offended little girl, since she came specifically to her. The woman was delighted that the Duke's daughter turned out to be as sweet as she said she was. But the heroine still did not understand why the imperial concubine had visited her. Then, Lorien said that she had brought with her a reward from the palace for the lady's work for the good of the empire. She showed the little girl a scroll that was so rare that few people had seen it. The glow inside this object was so strong that it even illuminated the boundaries of the estate. The girl had never seen anything like this before, although she had encountered expensive things. It turned out that the emperor had promised the duke's daughter all kinds of silver treasures. She sternly explained to the count that this was a small part of what they could offer the lady. Luatia did not expect that the ruler himself would recognize her as a heroine for her services to the empire. But the miss complained to the woman that the count blamed her for the death of people on his land. Miarin couldn't help how cleverly the girl twisted his words. Lorien's gaze visibly filled with anger, because she knew that the count himself had refused the medicine. The heroine was delighted by how well the woman was trashing the count on all fronts. The man had no choice but to beg the imperial concubine for mercy. The lady didn't even have to take any action to humiliate him. Usually, if an emperor overthrew an aristocrat, rebellion would begin among others. But in Miarin's case, no one will object, because the man caused a lot of pain to people. Troyson had already come up with the idea of putting her young and intelligent sister in the place of the count. No matter how much the aristocrat begged for mercy, it was now too late for good behavior. He again tried to blame the lady for being the one who started the quarrel with him. Luatia blinked innocently and apologized for calling him an old man. The girl's words caused a deathly silence to fall in the room, further humiliating the count. Lorien no longer wanted to see the man who had neglected his own appearance. Miarin resisted to the last, shouting that the empress was his good friend. The lady noticed that Troyson did not treat the emperor's wife very well, and that she opposed her, but Miss managed to complete the task of humiliating the impudent aristocrat so easily. As soon as the guards took Miarin away, the girl jumped off the imperial concubine's lap. She greeted the woman kindly and introduced herself to her according to all the rules of etiquette. The heroine was sure that the presentation of the gift was only the purpose of the delegation from the emperor. Lorien didn't expect the little girl to realize that she had her own reasons for coming in person, so Luatia asked the woman to talk to her honestly about the reasons for her visit. Troyson noted with surprise that the little girl's intuition resembled her smart father. The woman was curious to test the girl, so she asked her to guess for herself. The heroine happily accepted this task, fully understanding that many wanted to meet her. But Lorien had no need to risk herself like that, given the epidemic that was spreading throughout the cities. However, the woman wanted to create the image that she cared about the citizens of the empire. Since the girl agreed to send the medicine to the palace, they did not need to meet. Luatia guessed that Troyson had other motives for seeking a personal acquaintance with her. Therefore, the lady assumed that Lorien had decided to test her, which is why she had started this conversation. The little girl was absolutely sure that she had passed the woman's test, so she smiled at her. The heroine's mental abilities truly amazed Madame Troyson to the depths of her soul. Only now did the woman and the girl realize that they were cunningly a little alike. Lorien finally dropped all her masks to speak frankly with such a beautiful child. She paid the lady a compliment, but the miss grumbled that her family was also good at politics. Only Troyson believed that the Duke had achieved high status thanks to his magic. Madame admitted that before the invention of the medicine, the girl was the weak point of the Ferriton family. For Luatia, this meant that everyone around her would try to attack her. But now, Lorien had no doubt that the lady was worthy of respect. But the heroine couldn't treat the people who sent her father to war well. And then the imperial family sent aristocrats who would destroy the Duke's life. But the imperial concubine seemed like a completely different person, someone who could be trusted. Previously, everyone around convinced the little girl that she was unworthy of being in this family. But Lorien called all the supposed weaknesses of the Duke's young and intelligent daughter strength. At that moment, Anthony appeared in the passage, as his daughter's meeting with Troyson had dragged on. The little girl immediately demanded that the woman let her go to her beloved father. Suddenly, the concubine asked the Duke to give her his sweet daughter. Only after a few minutes was the escalating conflict more or less resolved. But Ferriton still kept a suspicious eye on Troyson, who wanted to take Luatia from him. The heroine tried her best to calm her father, but her actions did not produce the desired effect. So the girl felt with her skin how the atmosphere in the room was gradually becoming more and more tense. As soon as the lady asked Anthony for his daughter, the man forgot about her high status. His eyes blazed with rage, and he asked if Lorien wasn't satisfied with her dead daughter. The heroine immediately guessed that her father was out of his mind and could therefore do a lot of bad things. Therefore, the girl, with tears in her eyes, declared that she could only be the daughter of her beloved father. In this way, the miss was able to calm the Duke down a little, who was ready to rage and throw a tantrum. When the situation calmed down, Lorien explained that she wanted to become the girl's mentor. The heroine was surprised by this proposal, which promised her many useful connections in society. Among the aristocrats, only a few girls had mentors whom they followed. The lady understood perfectly well that the imperial concubine was a chic option, but Miss couldn't smile about this, because such a choice promised many problems in the future. This meant that the little girl would become Lorien's official representative at all meetings. So Anthony was unhappy that the woman was going to use his daughter. The man did not intend to interfere with the lady's decision, but wanted to protect her from evil people. But Madame was right when she said that many would want to contact Lutetia. Troyson couldn't help but notice that the Duke's daughter might be hunted in the future. The heroine guessed that this was because she knew how to get along easily with people. Even Lorien was afraid of the Duke, which was clearly visible from her trembling hands. Only the father held back his daughter, because he could not perceive her from an adult perspective. But the lady boldly reminded her father that he had allowed her to make her own choice. Lorien was pleased to see how much influence the girl had on the gloomy Duke. The woman had never seen Anthony in such an indecisive state of mind before. If Lutetia agrees to such a mentor, the man will not say a word to anyone. The little girl herself knew how much the head of the Ferriton family loved her as a little daughter. She confessed to the lady that her father once even began to communicate politely with her, since he did not know any other way. But what surprised Anthony was that the lady understood well the emotions he was experiencing. The little girl said that she always feels safe next to the gloomy man. Troyson gave the girl permission not to make a decision about her mentorship right now. After all, Lorien had to prove that their cooperation would be beneficial for both parties. The heroine felt sorry for this woman, so she said that the father did not mention her daughter out of malice. The girl did not expect that, in fact, the imperial concubine did not think to be offended. Lorien admitted that she had long ago studied the Duke's mischievous nature, which could not restrain itself. But what came as a surprise to Madame was that even such a man was able to change for the sake of his daughter. Lutetia was only glad that she had managed to avoid conflict between adults. At such moments, the heroine truly felt like a child who was worried about a lot of things. The very next morning, the lady received a message from the system that she had saved the people around her. Her loyal assistants worked day and night to distribute free medicine to people. As a result, there was not a single elixir left that helped get rid of the terrible disease. Initially, the servants faced mistrust, but they were able to prove that they brought good to people. From that moment on, the reputation of the Duke's daughter rose almost to the skies due to adoration. But the most important factor in this love was the opening of delicious chicken restaurants. Its popularity was so great that no one could argue that the business was a success. Although the lady did not expect this, she was able to achieve incredible heights through her actions. Once the Black Disease was defeated, a time of peace came over the entire empire. But that night, the heroine could not sleep because of the excitement about the next day. For the first time in her life, the girl was so happy that tomorrow would be her birthday. With such happy thoughts, the little girl lay in bed, waiting for congratulations from people.